The story begins with a young man who has traveled the galaxy. This place has no boundaries, and there are countless monsters and constellations lurking here. There are many different monsters traveling in that galaxy, including dragons. Among them, the ferocious seven-headed dragon stood out and was attacked from all sides. But he managed to escape and fell into the abyss of the volcano. As soon as he landed, he was surrounded by a mob of animals wanting to tear him to pieces, their eyes full of ferocity. The main character's name was Randy, and his body was covered in red webbing. A huge purple spider stood in front of him, studying him from all sides. The spider opened its jaws and prepared to swallow Randy whole. From the look on the protagonist's face, it was clear that he didn't have the slightest fear of these monsters, but he realized that he had a long fight ahead of him against them. 2 years passed, and he finally defeated those monsters. The guy looked at the bodies of dead monsters scattered everywhere, and thought that he had wasted a lot of time, and now he wanted to return to his homeland, Earth, as soon as possible. Suddenly, he heard a harsh voice addressing him, and he had a hard time identifying who was speaking. However, he looked up at the red sky and realized that it was a constellation speaking to him. When Earth first contacted the Abyss, humanity learned that mythology is not just a figment of the imagination. The beings called constellations appeared to be the closest to divine entities. They bestowed blessings on humans and expanded their ranks of followers. As the number of followers grew, so did the authority of the constellation. Earth, populated by nearly 10 billion souls, became a valuable resource for the constellations, and they fought to win new followers. Among them were the more aggressive constellations, wanting to take over the Earth by force rather than blessings. Randy went back to his good old friend, and during lunch he told him about his fight with the monsters they called constellations. The Goblin King heard this and was shocked. He couldn't believe that his comrade had been fighting monsters for 2 years. Randy explained that those 2 years were very difficult because food was scarce, and he had to eat constellation, which was his priority because of his interest in cooking. The Goblin King opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't expect Randy to defeat the constellation, so instead of killing it, he just took the milk. The Goblin King looked at Randy and realized that he was very different from the others. The Goblin King wanted to taste the meat Randy had taken. According to legends, whoever eats the constellation meat will become a powerful ruler. But when he tasted a small piece, his eyes and mouth burned with unbearable pain. However, he had a magical power that he retained with the help of constellation magic. Thanks to the oil from the mystic constellation, the meat gained even more power. The protagonist looked at the Goblin King and couldn't understand what was wrong with him. Randy looked up at the stars and longed for Earth and his family. Let's go back to the very beginning and find out where Randy's story began. It was 10,000 years ago by the standards of the Abyss. Everyone thought Randy was a little strange and kept asking why he was always lifting that barbell. He always answered that he wanted to be the strongest, but no one took him seriously. The young man was prone to violence from an early age, a result of being severely bullied by high school students during his childhood. Randy had been an orphan since he was a child, and he realized that he could only rely on his own strength. He realized that he needed to train constantly to ensure his protection. Every day he grew stronger and stronger. His dream was to become a hunter, a new profession that appeared in the abyssal age. Hunters were in the business of protecting people from the dangers of dungeons and monsters. The artifacts, poisons, and items obtained after killing monsters were highly valuable, and the dungeons where they dwelled attracted many people seeking wealth and fame. His superior advised him to temper his fervor and not risk his life. He warned that it was too dangerous to fight rank monsters. Even elite hunters had died in battles with such monsters. The next day, Randy went to the dungeon with his team to fight monsters. One of the monsters was attacked with great speed, and everyone thought that was the end of Randy. But little did they know that Randy had been practicing extremely hard. He struck the monster in the jaw, and the monster was defeated from the first blow. The protagonist never had any interest in magic and never regretted it. He always thought that martial arts were more simple and convenient than magic. But through constant training in martial arts, he learned their true essence. It was already dark, and the protagonist sat on the ground, thinking about the fact that despite all the hard training, he had not yet reached the level that some martial arts masters had managed to achieve. He was annoyed, but promised himself that he would continue practicing to reach the top of his skill. The next day, when Randy was training, he was approached by Mr. Nia, the constellation of the Abyss known as the Goddess of Libra. She smiled as she looked at him and got straight to the point, offering to give him a combat contract. The protagonist was unfazed and accepted the offer. This greatly surprised the Goddess of Libra, as no one expected her determination. Randy was only interested in one thing, whether he would gain power if he won this fight. That was the most important thing to him. Randy asked the Libra goddess why she chose him, given the many other good hunters with higher ratings and fame. The goddess of Libra replied that she saw the coming danger that threatened the world. The evil constellations would attack Earth in full force, and compared to these threats, monsters and dungeons would be nothing. Randy was considered the key to preventing this threat. The Libra goddess took him by the shoulder and assured him that she would make him stronger through hard and ruthless training. At that moment, the Libra goddess was afraid that Randy would refuse the offer and she would lose her. The Libra goddess held out her hand to him, and her face showed signs of nervousness. The protagonist realized that if he made a contract with the constellation, he would become the new avatar. It was a very difficult decision. Since his soul was bound to the constellation, he had to live under constant restrictions. Randy realized that this carried a great responsibility and carefully considered whether to agree, for the fate of all mankind rested on him. The goddess of Libra flew up into the sky and announced that she had prepared a training facility in the abyss where time flowed differently. She warned that he would have to train alone for several hundred years, and even if he chose to interrupt his training, he would not be able to return home. The boy pondered for a long time, but his desire to become the strongest hunter outweighed all doubts. In the end, he agreed and said he would go with the Libra goddess. He explained that his connection to the world was not as strong, and he wanted to keep the letter for one person. After saying this, the Libra goddess raised her hands and a huge black hole appeared in the sky. The goddess of Libra told Randy to think hard about where he wanted to leave his letter and promised to send it with his mind. The protagonist resolutely approached the black hole and touched it, preparing for the challenges ahead. Immediately after his touch, he was pulled inside the black hole. Randy looked around and was surprised because the place resembled a dungeon. After realizing that there was nothing but rocks and emptiness, the protagonist began to actively train. At this time, the Libra goddess shared information about her find with her staff, seeing Randy as a potentially great candidate for an avatar. Her subordinates looked at her with concern, for when she is so confident in her predictions, something usually goes wrong. The protagonist was continuing his training session when suddenly a huge blue tornado appeared from behind, sparkling with lightning. Randy turned around and realized it looked extremely dangerous, thinking that this was probably another test from the Libra goddess. The protagonist had no fear. He believed that he had to face danger head-on in order to become stronger. As the tornado approached him, he felt a sharp pain, thinking he would be torn apart. But he was determined, knowing this was a test from the goddess. After a powerful magic storm passed through, the illusion magic enveloping the Libra goddess's territory disappeared. This magic served as a basic safety measure. But before Randy realized what had happened, the magic storm was upon him once again. Not even the goddess could have foreseen such a thing. The Libra queen was very worried as she was expected to sense his presence. But the protagonist never showed up. Her servants had thoroughly searched the entire citadel, but still couldn't find Randy. The goddess of Libra then turned to one of her most powerful servants, atop. Atop promised to find him at all costs and keep him out of harm's way. She knew it wouldn't be an easy task because he could be anywhere in the galaxy of the world. Even the constellations couldn't cover his entire territory. A few weeks passed, and the main character suddenly woke up on the ground. He looked in front of him and saw many rocks. It seemed to him that this was the next place for his trials. Randy saw a huge monster in front of him and assumed that his next challenge was to defeat it. In the first moment, he thought the monster looked like an onyx and perhaps not that high-ranked. He hesitated for a long time, but then decided that the Libra goddess knew what she was doing. He didn't even realize at that moment that she had lost him and was looking for him. Randy gathered all his strength into a fist and struck the monster with full force. The monster showed no reaction as the blow was too weak compared to its size. However, the protagonist continued to attack, realizing that he needed to become much stronger to defeat this monster. Randy felt himself building up more and more strength with each blow. After several thousand strikes, he was finally able to overpower the monster. Realizing that he had defeated the monster, Randy realized that he was now a rank B hunter. He realized that he may not have had the talent like the other hunters, but his perseverance and desire would make him the strongest. Suddenly, the monster walked up to Randy and looked at him with affectionate eyes. The protagonist then befriended the monster, sat on its head, and they set off to find a place for their next training session. After a long journey, they met a blue storm that Randy had been in for a long time. By the standards of the abyss, years. The protagonist decided it was a gift from the goddess that would lead him to his next challenge. After getting into another place with a monster, Randy realized that he had gained an advanced level and realized how great the magic storm was. This storm filled his chakras, making him stronger and getting rid of his fatigue. The protagonist felt that he was getting stronger by the minute. He concentrated the chakras in his hands and was ready to use the divine space art. Randy looked at his hands and realized that he was ready for the next level of martial arts. He looked forward to the next training session to get even stronger. The protagonist, standing by the ocean, felt mixed feelings and didn't know how to move forward with his training or passing the tests. Suddenly, Randy's idea came to him. He decided to train underwater. Without hesitation, he plunged into the water and found before him a multitude of fearsome fishes that he had never seen in ordinary life. He soon realized that the water he was in was poisonous, and its poison began to seep into his body. The poisonous fish started attacking Randy, biting him. The protagonist struggled to get out of this poisonous water, realizing that just a little more and he would have died. However, as he was getting out of the water, he noticed a bright light at the bottom, and he realized it was something important. Randy still thought this was a test from the goddess of Libra, and that she was giving him these tasks, but he was sorely mistaken. The protagonist began to train and focus on accumulating more chakra, as it could save him from the poisonousness of the water and fish. It had been years without a chasm since Randy had been in this place. Randy, although getting stronger due to the chakra, began to suffer from hunger as he couldn't find food. Suddenly, he saw a dead blue fish thrown ashore by the waves. The main character looked at her with peculiar eyes as he hadn't eaten in years. Randy didn't know how to cut this fish as it was poisonous and even melted all the stone kitchen appliances. The monster decided to help him and handed him adamantium, a treasure even among stone-type monsters. When attempting to cut fish with this material, Randy was surprised that it did not melt. As Randy took a bite of the fish, green vapor began to emit from it. The protagonist felt his tongue begin to go numb, but at the same time, he felt his strength increase. When he tasted a piece of fish, he realized that he needed to hunt and eat more such fish so that his strength would grow even faster. And so more years of abyssal years passed. During this time, the protagonist's mind has changed a lot. Over the years, Randy has developed resistance to many types of poisons. The protagonist could easily raise his divine space art level, and he became very strong. Randy couldn't understand why the goddess of Libra hadn't summoned him yet. He had gained resistance to poisons and reached an expert level that was unattainable in his world. After everything, the main character approached the monster and told him that their paths were diverging, and he should leave to become even stronger. He didn't want to put the monster in danger. The guy then dived back into the poisonous ocean, but it was no longer a threat to him as he had completely become resistant to the poison. The poisonous fish no longer attacked him. He had turned into a completely different person, much stronger than before. He continued sailing through the ocean and finally found the source of magical power he had seen on the first day. As he got closer, he saw a blue portal. It was the next stage of his training. When he arrived, he found many monsters in front of him who looked at him hostilely. One of the monsters approached Randy and threateningly said he was about to cut off his head, pulling out a sword. The protagonist prepared for the fight and strained all his chakra in his left fist. When the sword collided with his fist, the sword shattered into small pieces. The monsters were amazed and couldn't believe their eyes. They had never seen such power in a human before. The protagonist jumped 2 meters into the air and kicked the monster hard. The monster fell to the ground and remained motionless. All the other monsters were shocked as they had never seen this kind of strength in a human. However, the guy didn't want to fight them. He pointed his finger at them and said that he was here for a test. All the monsters looked at him with bewilderment and asked what other test. One of the monsters started yelling at him and thought the man wanted to fight their leader. A multitude of monsters pounced on the protagonist. Their intention was to tear him apart, and they knew no mercy. But Randy, despite their large numbers, easily dealt with them in just a few minutes, scattering the monsters to the sides. However, the guy realized that even with those skills, he couldn't fight surrounded on all sides in the open. The monsters were determined and could not afford to lose, as it would be an embarrassment to them if an ordinary human defeated them. Suddenly, Randy was attacked by mutant dogs in large numbers, and he realized that there was no end to them, and his power was not limitless. The protagonist has realized that he has no choice but to fight in this territory that is under the rule of this constellation. Randy continued to fight these monsters for a long time and finally defeated the entire crowd. After his victory, he noticed a small building in front of him, and his curiosity led him to decide to explore it. The protagonist kicked the door with his foot and announced that he would borrow the place for a short time. Inside, he saw a smiling monster who greeted him and started making soup. Randy was surprised to find a restaurant even in such a dingy place, and the monster good-naturedly explained to him that you had to eat well for good combat training. The main character felt ashamed of himself for breaking the door of such a kind monster, and he apologized and asked for some food since he hadn't eaten in a while. As he approached to get the soup, the monster suddenly threw a large pot of poison at him. Randy wasn't concerned about it as he was immune to the poison and didn't even feel it. The monster began to stutter, not realizing who was in front of him or how a person could have such abilities. The monsters started coming through the door, ready to attack Randy. The protagonist scrambled into a corner, grabbed a chair and shouted, urging them to come over, promising that his strength would be enough for all of them. After saying that, Randy started fighting the crowd of monsters using just a chair as a weapon. At this time, the goddess of Libra was very worried about Randy's fate and tried to find him in the abyss but could not locate him. Her subordinates were confused and didn't understand how to find a man in such a dangerous place where he could move at will. But it didn't take long for the protagonist to defeat all the monsters, and he couldn't realize how many more enemies there would be. As a result of comprehending the martial art, Randy's senses were heightened, and he felt something special coming from the cauldron. The guy felt that this cauldron was emitting tremendous energy, and he realized that it contained something unique. Randy decided to take the cauldron with him and explore, but one of the surviving monsters grabbed his leg and begged him not to take the cauldron. The monster had tears in his eyes and claimed that he had achieved this cauldron by killing many others. The protagonist didn't feel sorry for the monster and punched it in the face, saying that this monster got the cauldron by killing others. In one of the martial arts stories, Randy learned about a retired martial arts master who owned a small classic diner. Randy came to this abyss based on the initial goal of finding a suitable place to fight. However, a chance acquisition of a diner inspired him with new ideas. He renovated the diner and named it after himself, creating a place where he could combine his battles and his experiments with cooking. For several centuries, by the measure of the abyss, Randy continued to fight monsters by day to gain experience and experimented with recipes by night. One day, however, the former owner of the diner came with his brothers to get revenge on Randy for taking over his establishment. The protagonist noticed that he had achieved harmony of body and mind through prolonged mortal combat. He realized that his skill level in martial arts had become so high that masters from all over the abyss would be admired for his skills. The monsters were stunned and lay defeated, and it was incomprehensible to them how an ordinary human could defeat so many enemies. Eventually, once the demons realized that their strategies weren't working, Randy also realized that he needed to make changes in his life. The protagonist realized that he was stuck in this abyss for a long time and stopped developing in martial arts. He began to study the art of cooking and absorb energy through culinary studies, but his progress in martial arts stagnated. Randy realized that he could no longer achieve harmony of body and mind, and this caused him frustration and anger. One day, the protagonist is all pissed off about it all, so much so that he opened the door of the diner and ordered the demons to stop this production and summon him back to Earth where he could really develop and apply his martial arts skills. As soon as Randy stepped into the light, a whole group of monsters immediately pounced on him. Randy really enjoyed the battle, for it helped unlock his true power and accelerated his growth. When the protagonist had dealt with all the monsters, the biggest monster he had ever seen in his life appeared in front of him. The monster laughed hard and asked Randy if he was scared. The monster's words inspired the demon, and he lunged at Randy with full force, screaming that this was his last day on this planet. However, the guy stopped his sword with just one hand, and it didn't cause him any problems. The demon couldn't believe his eyes, because no one had ever been able to resist his sword so easily before. Randy looked him in the eye and said loudly that he was afraid that at this rate he wouldn't be able to develop his martial arts. After that, he was attacked by all the monsters. During the battle, the protagonist recalled a rank A hunter who described his power as a feeling of absolute certainty. However, now that he had reached the expert level, he realized that earlier in battle, he had felt like he was in a corner, attacking without order in all directions. That feeling of lack of confidence had completely disappeared, and now the protagonist was completely calm, feeling confident. After a long battle, Randy was able to repel an enemy attack with divine space art for the first time. The protagonist learned how to use his opponent's strength against himself, and this method was called kuzushi. After a long battle with all the monsters on the ground, the main character just went into the house and started cooking. The next day, the guy left the house and was pleasantly surprised to see no monsters. But the demons swept him up from the sky and fired fire from the fiery beams. One of the demons ordered them to keep firing, claiming that Randy was a master of close combat. After the attack was over, all they saw was the silhouette of a man in the smoke. The protagonist successfully blocked all attacks with divine space arts, and his body became even stronger after the demon attacks. Randy started defeating all the monsters in a row again and gained the invulnerability skill. The more the demons used up their energy, the stronger Randy became, widening the gap between them. Several hundred years after these events, all the monsters lined up to fight Randy. The lad was surprised that he had gotten close to the demons, but on the other hand, it seemed natural after centuries of battles. Randy retrieved a rank card from his pocket, a magical artifact obtained when he first registered with the association. When the owner saturates it with his power, it displays the owner's characteristics. Randy hurriedly looked at his new abilities, for it had been a long time since he had looked at this card. When he took out this card, it flashed with a bright light and announced that he had already reached the level of an expert Hunter Plus. Randy had acquired so many skills that he could only dream of when he was on Earth. His status was already so high that he possessed many A-rank skills, but the first thing that caught his eye was the divine space art. The A rank included a divine art that granted immunity to all types of poison, the ability to control poison, and even absorb energy from it. The A rank also meant harmony of body and mind, allowing one to use one's body as one wished. A rank A Kuzushi granted the ability to channel your opponent's power back, even if it exceeded your own. Rank A invulnerability made the skin incredibly tough, able to withstand most attacks. Randy was amazed while reading about these skills. He thought that such skills were only available to hunters who had trained in unique A-rank martial arts like the Divine Twilight Art or the Divine Yin-Yang Art. Randy didn't know that Divine Space Arts, although developing slower than others, allowed for the creation of energy more powerful than any other martial art. And the guy has been practicing this art for over 1,000 years by the standards of this world. The protagonist thought his success was due to his magical assault, as he had no innate ability. The boy believed it was all part of the Scale Goddess's plan for his development and training. Through countless battles, his understanding of martial arts had almost reached perfection. He could flawlessly copy any martial style at a glance. However, he had not heard of a skill that allowed him to do so before. It was considered difficult to master at least one martial art in one lifetime. This skill would allow him to use different techniques depending on the situation, like a magician. Randy, even though it was the first time he had heard of it, realized that it was a very powerful skill. But looking at the card, the protagonist couldn't figure out another skill. He didn't have a rank. This skill was called World Resonance. The world resonated with him because of his proximity to reaching the pinnacle of existence. Randy read it, but didn't understand what it meant. He didn't know at the time that this was the thing that would make the whole world start going crazy. The guy had been in this world for years, and in that time he had befriended demons he had fought for centuries. The main character had always loved cooking, and he was happy to have regular customers. However, one day it became clear to him that his development in this world has completely stopped, and he needs to look for new adventures. The guy could no longer cultivate his energy. His growth was completely blocked. The protagonist realized that there were virtually no martial artists left with a strength greater than his own, and he needed to overcome this wall. Randy knew that there was only one way to get stronger, and that was to fight new enemies. He had set his sights on fighting an opponent many times more powerful than these weak demons. Based on that, he realized that he needed to fight someone who was stronger than him. Just as he was pondering this, someone knocked on the door. The protagonist politely opened the door and greeted the guest, assuming it was a new customer coming to eat his food. But he immediately noticed that a demon unlike any other stood before him. It looked much stronger and more intimidating. The demon turned to the guy and said he had heard a lot about him and wanted to test his skills. Randy felt the power of this demon and realized that it was much stronger than him. The demon had tremendous magical power that was impressive even for the demon race. The protagonist decided that this is a new stage of his training and he should test his strength. The demon pulled out a huge ingot of adamantium that was of unprecedented size. The boy was amazed at the size of this stone. He had never seen such a huge ingot before. The demon introduced himself as Varagoth, the first avatar of the Lord of Blood and Battle. He said he had an offer from his master for the protagonist. Varagoth announced that his master, the Lord of Blood and Battles, has been watching Randy and wants him to become his avatar. Varagoth was sure that Randy would not refuse such an honor, even though he came from the outside world. Varagoth was not foolish enough to contradict the will of the constellation, especially when offered such a distinguished honor of becoming the avatar. The protagonist felt that it would be wrong to refuse such an offer. But Randy refused, claiming he already had a scale goddess and didn't want to become the avatar of another constellation. The Varagoth demon was furious at his refusal, for no one had ever dared to refuse him before. The protagonist felt a lot of pressure come over him, but he had been waiting for this moment as this was the powerful opponent he had been waiting for. Varagoth told the guy he didn't sense any constellation in him, but Randy continued to believe that this was just a test, and that he would become the avatar after successfully passing it. Varagoth was very surprised at what he heard. He thought someone had tricked the guy. But the protagonist did not listen to him and thought that the demon wanted to quarrel with him. Varagoth began to explain that his words made no sense. Constellations contract avatars because of their own desire. They do not choose unworthy avatars, and being desired by one constellation means that other constellations will also be interested in you. That's why a constellation immediately contracts with an avatar candidate so that others don't have time. If other constellations want to train their candidates, they do it on their territory. This prevents the possible interception of a candidate by other constellations, who will laugh at the constellation that lost its candidate for 10,000 years. But the protagonist disagreed with Varagoth and stated that his constellation had the unique art of foreseeing the future, and she chose him as her savior. Varagoth said that foreseeing the future was a rare gift, and she decided to trust such an imperfect ability. But Randy kept saying that his constellation was the best. Randy then began bragging to Varagoth about his past training and trials. Varagoth pondered, "For the magical abyss storm is impossible to control, even for constellations. It is a dangerous and powerful phenomenon," he said. But the protagonist still didn't believe him and claimed that his constellation was capable of controlling everything. After a long moment of reflection, Randy realized that Varagoth might not have been lying to him. He had begun to believe and had learned many things. However, he had enjoyed the process of becoming stronger so much that he had not questioned himself until now. Randy returned home with bitterness in his soul, realizing what a fool he had been for not asking himself important questions for centuries. The boy held back his tears as he knew each tear was burning his energy and courage. The next day, Randy approached Varagoth and informed him that he now realized he was not at the training facility and needed to return to Earth immediately. But Varagoth said he was sorry. But he could no longer leave the territory of the Lord of Blood and battles. After everything, Varagoth showed his true fighting form, realizing that Randy would not agree to go with him, and they would have to fight. Varagoth took to the air and said he would have to destroy a gem like Randy. Varagoth immediately understood Randy's fighting style, and realized that he had a special movement technique and didn't use magic. Randy's movements were much faster than teleportation magic. Randy explained that it was a divine space art movement technique that utilized energy, and it was called moonwalking. Varagoth raised his hands up and a black hole appeared. He said it was very interesting, but he had no intention of continuing any longer, and was ready to fight Randy. Varagoth used bloody baptism, and a large area of the ground was covered in red poison. The protagonist realized that Varagoth was very powerful, using so much magic. Randy wouldn't be able to withstand it for long, even with the poison and vulnerability skill. The red poison called the bloody baptism was a downpour of scarlet magic that melted and destroyed everything that touched this land. This moment demonstrated the entire difference in power between Varagoth and Randy. The protagonist survived the ordeal thanks to a divine space art that warned him of imminent danger. However, when he faced a crisis situation and realized that the enemy was much stronger, Randy's mind remained calm. The discomfort of having wasted his time due to miscommunication was gone. Randy's mind said he could resist, and it reminded him of the moment when he found himself in a magical storm. It wasn't just the quickness that was important. It was the sense of flow in his hands. After meditating, Randy's martial arts proficiency increased. He had acquired the incredible speed skill, a movement technique that allowed him to instantly travel to a desired location. Varagoth was amazed and couldn't believe that Randy had completely dodged the deadly attack. Varagoth had always thought that martial arts were studied by weaklings, but now he realized his mistake. Varagoth got even more angry and started using magic, limiting his access to mana. On the other hand, martial arts required the user's inner strength and had an energy limit compared to magic. Varagoth directed a stream of mana at the protagonist and began to fight at full strength, realizing that martial arts could strike as well. Varagoth drew his sword and reported that the slaves had staged a rebellion in the territory of a certain constellation. They resisted the laws of this world as they could no longer use Manu. However, suppressing the rebellion was not an easy task. The main character became interested in the story and asked the demon what would happen if he used magic. Varagoth told him that after his body was melted by the blood baptism, Randy would meet the Lord of Blood. The fight continued, and Varagoth thought Randy was special as no one had ever fought him for so long before. He believed in his victory as his master gifted him with a bloody axe. After swinging the axe, there was a massive explosion. The fight had been going on for an hour now, and Randy realized that if it continued like this, he would lose. He looked for weaknesses in the magic, but he hadn't found any yet. For the first time in a long time, the protagonist was on the verge of defeat, which made him furious. Before him stood an enemy far superior in strength. With each attack he made, he felt himself growing stronger. Randy gathered energy into one fist, creating a fist of energy, and struck with all his might. It was a powerful blow that Varagoth felt, but it wasn't enough to overpower him. Varagoth wondered how much strength Randy still had left to use such hard attacks, as they required a huge amount of energy. The use of all skills such as Kuzushi and incredible speed was for defense. The problem was the attack power to break through the layers of defense magic, and Randy decided to take a chance and use a fist of energy, which would require a great deal of effort. The protagonist realized that he needed to do something about it as the fight was nearing its end. Randy decided to create a fist of energy by compressing the energy. It was a risky move as he would expend a lot of energy after this attack. He regarded the energy compression technique as the materialization of energy. Even the greatest martial artist on Earth, Xiao Wan, could only hold materialization for a moment due to the enormous energy consumption and could not use it in actual combat. However, Randy had surpassed Xiao Wan's skill over 100 years ago and decided to use this technique to attack the Varagoth demon. Varagoth felt a rather strong blow after swinging his axe. The protagonist realized that he was on the verge of defeat, but he kept fighting, striving to overcome his powerful opponent. After that blow, black blood came from Varagoth's mouth, and Randy thought that was the end of him. The protagonist destroyed the blood shield spell. Randy looked at Varagoth and realized that this technique didn't destroy him completely. If Randy used any more of his energy, he would be completely drained and fall to the ground. The other demons were watching it all from afar and were simply shocked by their battle. They were surprised that the serious Varagoth had been fighting Randy for 6 months by the time of the Abyss. They considered the man a true madman and a legend. Varagoth realized that Randy was at a dead end. Although he could break through Varagoth's defense with a materialized divine space art energy attack, but he couldn't use this deadly attack because of the huge energy consumption. The protagonist tried to recover his energy as quickly as possible, but he still needed time to use the cosmic aura once more. That gave Varagoth plenty of time to get his defenses back up. Varagoth said he had spent too much time and effort on this. He could no longer hold back the Lord of Blood and Battles. He wanted to finish with a single attack, and from his tremendous energy, a strong wind came up that almost knocked Randy off his feet. Varagoth began to call upon the Lord of Blood and Battles to bless his powers for victory. After this technique, Varagoth's strength grew by leaps and bounds, and fangs and horns began to appear on his body. The protagonist looked at it with fear, realizing that he was in great danger. The protagonist realized what caused Varagoth to shrink in size. He did this to increase his speed and offensive line speed in the same zone. At one point in the fight, Randy realized that his invulnerability had been punctured, and it would take him a while to regain it. The protagonist told himself that if he lost even a little bit of concentration, he would die immediately, and he didn't need to relax for a second. Since the moment the guy entered the Abyss, Randy had never used all of his energy in a day. In the Abyss, with enemies all around, using all the energy was tantamount to suicide. However, the guy realized that he was in a difficult situation and had no way out. The protagonist decided to use all the energy at once because he had no other choice. Randy concentrated all the energy in one hand and released it on the Varagoth demon. After the attack, the demon flew back about a meter. At this moment, he had mastered a new technique called cosmic energy breakthrough. Varagoth cried out in pain as this technique was quite powerful and ripped off his right arm. Varagoth felt that it didn't matter how he had to overpower this man. He must finish him off, or Randy would become even stronger, to the point where he would no longer be able to do damage to Randy. Varagoth could not allow this to happen in the territory under the control of the Lord of Blood and Battles. He couldn't just stand by and watch a new constellation be born in his great master's territory. Suddenly, a very large light began to glow strongly, and Varagoth couldn't understand what was happening. He saw that Randy was much bigger than he was before and couldn't believe his eyes. At that moment, Randy realized the essence of his power. If he could take Manu outside his body, he had achieved true mastery. The protagonist had reached perfection in comprehending the skill from the rank of materialized energy. Now he could freely use materialized energy. His skill was called Good Giant Assassin and was from a rank. His eyes began to glow with blue flames. Lightning formed around his body, and he grabbed the Varagoth demon by the neck, preparing to deliver the final blow. At this time, their fight was being watched by the Abyss constellation, who showed interest in Randy. The Lord of Blood and Battles was furious, and they were watching the battle as well. The Varagoth demon lay on the ground and admitted his defeat. He could not believe that he had lost to a human, for he had never lost to anyone but his master before. The protagonist defeated the first avatar of the Lord of Blood and Battles. For this victory, Randy received power from the world through the skill Master of his craft. He was approached by a defeated Varagoth who was on the verge of death, and told the lad that he had earned the right to reject his offer to become a master. Randy thanked him for a good fight from the bottom of his heart and was very grateful. Varagoth gave him advice. He didn't know which constellation would offer him to become an avatar, but advised him not to accept the offer, as Randy could become much stronger, so much so that no constellation would look down on him. Varagoth wished him to glory in this abyss and become the first man of the constellations. The protagonist looked at him and said he would listen to what he had to say. He became a master at which he perceived the world as himself. Randy began to feel a whole new energy. The gazes of the constellations watching him were very surprised by his skills. The protagonist began to feel the constellations' gazes upon him. He felt how powerful they were. The protagonist got a shiver down his body as he imagined that he could become as strong as the constellations. Constellations were constantly targeting each other's territories. If someone accidentally left their post, they were caught in an instant. That is why the constellations watched over the world without leaving their thrones and those worthy to become their avatars. Then the protagonist realized that they had been watching him the whole time, just like the people on the streamers. The Lord of Blood and Battles set a reward for Randy. Now every creature in the area is after the protagonist. Then the protagonist announced to everyone that he would become a constellation while those watching him. He has nothing to fear anymore. The protagonist easily defeated these monsters that had begun to hunt him down. He realized that he could no longer leave his fate to the constellations after having come this far. Randy went back to the small house to get this cauldron of magic. He noticed that there was quite a lot of energy in this cauldron. Randy stopped looking at the notifications and messages from the constellations. He didn't care about the taunts and temptations that came from them. Randy decided that he would leave this place and go on his way. At this time, the servants of the Angel Mistress of Scales were looking for Randy. But on their way, they came across some very brazen animals who immediately pounced on them. She repelled their attack with ease, and the other demons were surprised by her strength. Then the angel came to them and asked them once more if they had seen him. Then they politely replied that they had not, and asked the angel to spare them. She was an angel of the virtuous goddess of Scales. Her name was atop, and she was still searching the entire abyss for a human. Talking to the races that could talk and telepathizing with the monsters after they were defeated, she asked wordlessly if anyone had seen Randy. Since the Avatar rarely left his territory, the constellations were curious as to what was going on after all. Also, people support streamers and avatars of other constellations. For constellations in their own territory and following their own rules, watching the avatars of other constellations was quite simply entertainment. Now back to the abandoned sector in the territory of Lord of Blood and Battles. Randy traveled the world and continued to train along the way. With the master's degree, the divine space arts had been refined. Now the amount of energy didn't matter, and the skill of a martial arts master allowed Randy to use all martial arts perfectly. However, he continued to practice his space fist, believing that this technique was not good enough in his execution. Just like when he was first learning the divine space art, he put his entire soul into every strike. When Randy decided to leave the territory of Lord of Blood and Battles after defeating Varagoth, he decided to test his skills in the mysterious skill of world resonance. Then he picked up his card and saw that it said his title was Invincible Master of Training, which meant that no person or creature had trained more than him. Then Randy realized that he had reached a degree of mastery in the divine space art. He had refined his skills, and now they were simply flawless. He realized how he should become stronger and gain constellation status. Then Randy thought he knew how to do it all. After earning his Master of Divine Space Arts degree, he thought it was as if the world was whispering in his ear. In front of him, he met a bunch of demons who were telling him that he really thought he could escape from them. As long as Randy was in the territory ruled by the Lord of Blood and Battles, it would be very hard for him to escape from the demons. But the protagonist didn't even pay attention to them. He looked at his card and thought that he needed to strengthen his essence by following his principles. He thought that the world was telling him that this was the way to become a constellation. The main character just walked past the zombies and didn't even pay attention to them, as they were too weak for him. And then the protagonist realized the secret. He needs to constantly train and never lose. Randy continued his journey and thought it was perfect for him as he had always loved to work out. And so he continued to train, leaving the corner of the abyss where the gaze of the constellations could not reach him. He could feel himself growing stronger and stronger. In the battle with Varagoth, in addition to the new world resonance, He had gained 2 new skills related to his essence. In order for Randy to use this skill, he needed to fight someone who was stronger than him. He realized that if he lost, all would be lost. It sounded pretty complicated, but the main character liked everything and wanted to get serious. The guy continued his journey and met a real monster in front of him, hoping that this monster would be stronger than him and help him improve his skill. But it turned out to be an old friend he used to travel with. Randy was very surprised to meet him. The main character noticed that his friend had a lot of his brothers behind him, and the guy was very happy for him that he had found his family. Suddenly another monster, much bigger than the other monsters by times, appeared out of nowhere. The ground was cracking from this monster. It was a supergiant hydra with 9 heads that had never appeared on Earth before and belonged to the highest rank of monsters. The whole world had to be on full alert against it. The protagonist realized that it radiated a great deal of magical power, and he got goosebumps. He was definitely stronger than the Varigoth. This monster was known as the 9-headed hydra, or simply the 9-headed snake. At this point, Randy found Constellation watching annoying. There were constellations that had become so by watching Randy's adventures. But most of them scoffed, mocked him, or were even hostile. Constellations, such as the Lord of Blood in battles, whose first avatar suffered a crushing defeat, were particularly strong towards him. To them, Randy was a beast that had not yet reached adulthood. That was why they had to make every effort to prevent Randy from becoming a constellation. That was why Randy retreated to a neutral zone where the constellations couldn't follow him. However, this lawless zone was where the strongest ruled. The 9-headed hydra began to attack the protagonist with its energy. It was a place where the monsters were comparable to a constellation in strength. The main character was in complete shock. It was simply amazing magical power. It was like a bulldozer that destroyed everything in its path. The guy's valiant giant killer skill was activated. If Randy defeats the hydra, his essence power will be enhanced. The skill Master of his craft was also activated. If he defeats the hydra, his essence powers will also be enhanced. The protagonist realized that his skills made him fight this monster. But even without them, his choices remain the same, because this monster won't just let him go. Randy pointed his finger at the snake and yelled that it was bullying his friend and his family. No matter how strong the snake was, it would regret it. The 9-headed serpent pounced upon him with all its strength. It is said that even the constellations fell to their knees from its venom. Randy could feel the bloodlust coming from their 9 heads. Most opponents would just freeze because of such telepathy and bloodlust. But the protagonist is already accustomed to such trials. He has already participated in many battles in the territory of the Lord of Blood in battles. They clashed head-on, and there was a massive explosion due to their battle. Randy was able to cut off the head of the snake with the first attack. There were 8 heads left, and they were just out of their minds at this brazenness, for no one had ever fought them so openly before. It wasn't that simple. Hydra had regained her head thanks to divine regeneration. The 9-headed Hydra began to prepare its attack. It was going to release a lot of poison. It was said that even the constellations could not withstand their poison. The protagonist wondered, why would they talk about their attack? But the answer was simple, because it was a monster that even the constellations feared. The 9-headed Hydra merely announces the fate of the enemy. The enemy has no choice but to accept his fate. But it wasn't about Randy. He attacked them from the sky, and Hydra couldn't figure out how he stopped their poison. The guy looked at his hands, and it felt like his head was about to explode from the telepathic screaming. If he hadn't been perfectly immune to poisons, he might have gotten hurt. His hands began to glow with blue flames, but the sensation was not the same as when fighting a Varigoth. It far surpassed the power of divine space art and energy materialization. The protagonist could fight on equal terms with the 9-headed Hydra himself. Randy was not cornered. On the contrary, he was able to take down Hydra with a single blow. However, the fight didn't end there. Hydra couldn't keep up with him as he was quite fast. He regenerated very quickly. But the protagonist realized that if he fell under the Hydra's breath, he would be in great danger. Randy had invulnerability skills that were supposed to protect him from any damage. But even in a fight against a Varigoth, he couldn't block all of its powerful magic. And Hydra was many times stronger than the Varigoth. Blocking invulnerability attacks was impossible. Randy could step on her with moonwalk. He improved his moonwalking skills so much that he started running on Hydra's breath. As Randy moved between the safe zones, he kept telling himself that he needed to be much faster, and a miracle happened. In an instant, the flames and poison spewed by Hydra paused. Time slowed, as if fulfilling Randy's dream of becoming faster. Hydra couldn't control her breathing willfully. But none of the martial arts Randy possessed had a similar effect. The protagonist attacked with all speed and began destroying the Hydra that couldn't catch up to him. In an instant, Randy realized it was for the same reason that his attacks were much stronger than they should have been with his level of martial arts and skills. The power of the essence was not the same as enhancing his magic or martial arts. It was the power that allowed him to change reality. According to his imagination, he had obtained much more than what he wanted. He obtained the skill of insight and utilized the full power of essence. Essence power was a power that could change reality. Now, he could control this power as he wished. As a result of the epiphany, the essence power skill was strengthened. The power of essence is the power to allow constellations, beings who have reached the peak of existence, to rule in the abyss. The constellations use this power to transform the abyss, create kingdoms, and offer gifts and blessings to their followers. As long as the constellations have enough essence power, they can do anything. Hydra was furious. She already wanted to finish this guy off quickly. The Hydro-Geekin soul had a strong will. With the current power of the essence, Randy couldn't shake or change its will. The main character's goal was to change the power of the entity. He realized that it would be hard for him to change Hydra. He had to change himself. The power of Randy's essence penetrated his materialized energy and became a sharp blade capable of cutting through Hydra's huge body. He cut one Hydra's head open and it could no longer regenerate, for he had sealed divine regeneration with his blade. The protagonist realized that this wasn't the end, and he didn't want to let his emotions get the best of him. He began to defeat the Hydra by cutting its heads off one by one. They thought it was simply impossible since they don't regenerate. They couldn't think that they could lose to such a lowly thing as a human. Hydra wanted to hide from Randy. She wanted to hide in the cave and wait for the regeneration to return to normal. The Hydra started to run away, for there were only 2 heads left. The rest had been cut off. But it was very hard for them to hide with such a big body. One of the heads was against running away, for it was a real humiliation for them. But the other head was wiser and said that they had to hide so that the regeneration would return, or Hydra would die. But it was a real shame for them, for they had lived for years and had never faced such humiliation. But the main character was much faster than them, and running away was pointless. He was already taller than them and was already launching his attack. It was such a powerful attack that it tore the Hydra apart. Randy's friends were shocked. No one had ever been able to defeat Hydra before. After this attack, Randy could barely stay on his feet, but he recognized that this snake was a strong opponent. After the victory, Randy's powers of existence increased thanks to the good giant bearer skill. The world began to resonate even more strongly with the protagonist. This was due to the Hydra's blood covering him. He had inherited Hydra's karma and divine regeneration. Now his invulnerable body could regenerate endlessly. Randy looked at his ability card and thought that he had a very strange life. Being a martial arts master, he never thought about getting a lot of skills. On a normal Earth, even one such skill would have made him an A-rang hunter. But that didn't matter anymore. He had decided to go beyond being a hunter and embark on the path of a constellation. The protagonist asked his friend if he needed meat, scales, or bones. The stone serpent bounced back, remembering Randy's actions long ago when he ate poisonous fish. Hydra's body emitted a frightening poisonous aura. It was dangerous for even Randy to touch Hydra's body. But the protagonist decided to take a chance and cut the Hydra into small pieces. He wanted to eat all the meat before continuing his journey. Before Randy left, Stone Serpent decided to give him a necklace as a thank you for Randy saving his family from Hydra. An artifact in the form of a necklace capable of transporting objects into subspace has been discovered. This necklace had a unique ability. It could draw in cooked meat sliced from the Hydra. Hydra bones were useful for creating various items and weapons, and its tough scales could be used to make armor. The protagonist was pleased, as he could use the necklace to transport the cauldron and raw ore, making it easier for him to carry these heavy items. Randy told the serpent that during their separation, he had mined a lot of adamantium stored in a cauldron that had been obtained from the stone serpent earlier. The protagonist wanted to learn how to process ore to make a skillet and cutting board, simplifying his culinary art. The snake's gifts didn't end, and she gave him a pink crystal. From the moment Randy decided to become a constellation, he began receiving messages about other constellations. He could also see the power of creatures such as Varagoths and Hydras through the use of the Necklace of Subspace. This diamond was referred to as unenriched orichalcum, a metal that emitted pure magical energy. Orichalcum is a metal that exudes powerful magical energy, while adamantium is a strong metal that absorbs magic. The protagonist dreamed of making a knife and cutlery out of orichalcum, being passionate about cooking. Stone Snake began to convince his wife that despite his oddities, Randy was a kind and strong man. Randy has studied cooking for thousands of years as a demonic pub owner. and has achieved a high level of skill. He encountered difficulty in handling the meat of a powerful being who refused to become an avatar of the constellation. Devouring the meat of a monster from the abyss gave strength proportional to the creature devoured, but improper cooking made the dish deadly poisonous. But Randy didn't back down, considering cooking with complicated ingredients a kind of workout. The protagonist noticed a significant increase in his constellation power and could feel the energy emanating from his snake friends. Randy understood why the constellations were eager to increase their followers and their interest in Earth. Earth was envisioned as a world with billions of potential followers. The ability to capture it could give the constellation the power to change the abyss itself. The protagonist pondered ways to quickly return to Earth to prevent the future predicted by the goddess of scales. The Earth Serpent drew the demon, showing Randy who was after them. Randy began his search for this demon, not wanting to engage in battle with demons after his adventures in Bloodlord territory and battles. However, he was informed that there was a demon stronger than Varigoth and Hydra. The protagonist met 4 beings who called him the Invincible Master of Training. The girl notified Randy that her master wished to meet with him, and this meeting was extremely important. Randy asked what would happen if he refused, but was told that in that case, they would just let him go. The protagonist thought the offer was suspicious, but still agreed, intrigued by what they wanted from him. On the way out, Randy asked the girl if she had heard of Earth. The girl replied that she had heard rumors of a constellation fighting for the gate leading there. Randy suddenly lashed out at the girl, demanding more information, to which she replied that she didn't know anything else. The girl added that she had heard about the large number of souls on Earth, and that her master could help take over the planet. However, Randy's accompanying boyfriend immediately refuted these words, saying that he planned to prevent other constellations from taking over the Earth. The girl was surprised by this answer and noted that Randy was not only strong but also honorable. The main character didn't understand why demons were called nightmarish, because they seemed friendly and sociable to him. On the way to the master, the guy met a demon who wanted to eat him. She was screaming at him to give her his wishes. She was immediately detained by the servants, screaming to be let go because she knows they want to eat him too. Randy asked the girl what it was and who she was. The girl replied that they were nightmare succubi, weak to the desires of other people. Then the protagonist realized that they were living off other desires. He knew that he shouldn't have a strong fascination with desires. He promised himself that he would be fine without a significant other, and he didn't need a good meal or a comfortable place to sleep. They came to the master's chamber, which was called Dreams and Desires. A guy asked a girl why she wouldn't go into the palace with him. The girl replied that a creature like her was not worthy to be between the constellations. Randy told her he wasn't a constellation, and he asked the girl to go with him, for he did not know the whole palace. The girl immediately agreed and said he was very nice to her. The protagonist suspected something would be far more dangerous than he realized. Randy wanted to use her as a human shield. He was sure the constellation would never want to lose its precious avatar. This meeting was held on foreign soil. This constellation was certainly more adept at handling the power of essence than Randy. A lot can happen. Even though Randy was invited, he never let his guard down. After all, the title of undefeated master trainer is not given to just anyone. As soon as Randy walked into his room, he felt like he'd just woken up. He turned his head and saw the sleeping girl. He couldn't understand what was going on here. Randy didn't notice the constellation was behind him. He didn't hear it at all. "So you're the constellation that's been doing a lot of shows lately. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time." The constellation turned to Randy. Randy smiled and said he didn't want to upset her, but he wasn't a constellation yet. He still had a lot of work to do on that. The constellation disagreed with Randy, because whoever steps on the path of a constellation can also be a constellation, because he's capable of the same things they are. The constellation said it was about him too. After all, he could use essences like the other constellations. The main character looked at him very obliquely, because he looked like a child. Randy began to slowly remember exactly what had happened when he entered the constellation chamber. Randy wondered if I hadn't done enough. After all, he'd been wandering the abyss for 10 years. He perfected the divine cosmic art and reached the peak of martial arts. He had even reached a level that was higher than all existing ones. The main character asked why he tries to charm or seduce people, because that is the essence of dreams and desires. Beings who enter this room fulfill their desires and find peace. It's hard to refuse my gift if you're not a constellation. Randy was excited. He wondered what she wanted from him. Constellation smiled and said to gladly explain everything if he joined the alliance. Randy was surprised at such a suggestion, for it was very unexpected what the constellation might think of people. Constellation smiled and said he was right. Constellation are selfish. After all, they can't do otherwise. But selfishness does not always mean loneliness or brokenness. If anything, he allows them to cooperate with them. After saying that, Randy realized that the constellation had decided to form an alliance because it would be good for her. The constellation said he was right. After all, a mortal looks up to them as gods, but constellations are not easy either. If a constellation shows any hint of weakness, a strong constellation will attack it without hesitation. And that's why this constellation wanted an alliance. Some constellations' future of survival is not satisfactory. The devastation and desolation caused by the constellation's obsession with conquest. It will all lead everyone to despair in which no desire can exist, and the nightmare will no longer be something to feed on. Randy asked if expanding the territory wouldn't solve the problem. Constellation thought he was talking about a farm by way of wishes, an idea that could only come from Constellation, who was originally human. The Constellation said they can't enjoy limitless potential like mortals. Just as Randy was now beyond the reach of brokenness or self-soothing, so too the Constellation was not free to control anything outside of dreams and desires. Without the risk of losing the power of essence and becoming weak, the Constellation showed its small town and said that nightmares require high-quality, three-dimensional desires. Not the kind that generated fear and anger, but a desire filled with ambition, or a sense of achieving a world of abundance. Constellation said she's just a nightmare god and can't do what she said she did in the real world. The protagonist realized she wanted to create the alliance of the weak and the alliance of the truistic constellations. Randy tells her that she has exposed a lot to her weaknesses, why she is not afraid if he turns out to be bad and greedy. She smiled and said she'd been thinking about it for a long time. But she thought it would be easier to negotiate with him than with the other constellations. But she kept quiet about the fact that she'd decided that when she saw his desire. So if Randy found out, he'd be more careful. In truth, Randy radiated great desire, but none of it was about conquest or power. The only thing on his mind was training. He always told himself if he stopped training just because he had achieved perfection in martial arts, he would lose his muscles and his desire to work. Randy said it sounded like a pretty good deal, but he still had a few more questions. Constellation was excited about the questions. She wanted to answer them all quickly. Randy asked what he should do if they formed an alliance. After all, he was pretty busy and thought he wouldn't be able to help her. After his questions, she laughed a lot. She thought he was going to ask for benefits, but he started asking for responsibilities. He was a unique person for her. She answered him that as long as the other constellations weren't attacking the alliance, there was nothing to be done. There is no point in duty. A constellation doesn't take part in something that isn't good for them. She took the bird in her arms and told him he had to do something if he wanted to. The battle between the constellations has been going on for so long it's getting boring. So no matter where you are, 'cause we're gonna be there for each other. They shook hands and Randy said he agreed to form the alliance. Constellation was very happy that he had agreed. Randy thought he was a newcomer who had just begun the journey of becoming a constellation. He was sure the abyss was full of dangerous and pretend constellations. Being in an alliance seemed safer than trying to go it alone, and he thought he could get some help getting back to Earth. Suddenly appeared out of nowhere, a large firestorm that was high. The main character was very surprised to see a kitten emerge from this firestorm. Kitten said he'd be nice to them if Randy was his avatar, but instead he did something stupid by joining the small constellation alliance. When he remembered they'd talked to him before, it was a member of the small constellation union. Randy asked why he was talking to him by telepathy, since he was standing right in front of him. The girl said that usually the constellation did not leave its territory. Randy then realized that it was just the two of them in the alliance, and it was obvious from their faces that they were rather embarrassed to admit it. The kitten angrily says, "So what?" After all, it was still profitable even though there were only 3 of them. Kitten says he heard Randy collects adamantium and orichalcum. He says he can make them into whatever Randy wants. The girl said this kitten is a famous blacksmith in the abyss. He can make any weapon for Randy as a gift for joining the alliance. The protagonist was thrilled with the gift because he had never thought of it, but he had very little orichalcum, so he asked the girl to do it later when he collected more. The girl said that honestly she thought it would be much harder to negotiate with him, but he accepted her offer before she could bring gifts. The girl again said that the constellation was by nature an arrogant and selfish creature, so before they met, they prepared something that might interest Randy. After that, he received an orang martial arts scroll. It was called Energy Vampirism. Additionally, he received orichalcum ingots. The boy looked at his body and was delighted, because it was a martial art that had the effect of absorbing magical energy. The girl said that energy vampirism was a martial art created by nightmares, but she thought it would suit him very well. The girl believed that there was no nightmare who could become a master of this art. Randy began to wonder if he had achieved greatness in the martial arts, but using magic was a much more effective way than studying martial arts. Randy threw all the bars on the ground and said he'd been collecting them for over 10,000 years. He couldn't wait for them to make him things out of those ingots. Lava's kitten of magma excitedly asking what kind of armor he wished for, he would be honored to do so. Kitten says he can create an epic sword and shield with that many materials. He offered to create an indestructible shield of adamantium and the strongest sword of orichalcum. But Randy said that's not what he wanted. He wanted kitchenware. He wanted an adamantium skillet and cutting board, and a walnut knife and utensils. Lava's kitten thought he was joking at first and asked him to answer seriously because this is serious business. But Randy said he was dead serious. From the moment he got his first adamantium nugget in the abyss, his dream had changed. He wanted the best kitchen utensils with which to prepare any ingredient in the abyss. Lava's kitten just had nothing to say to him. He was completely shocked by his words. The protagonist noticed his reaction and said it felt like he was forcing him to do something terrible. But a promise is a promise, so the cat from Lava fulfills his request by putting his whole soul into it. The girl said it was time for her to answer Randy's questions. After all, he said he wanted to know what the awakening was. Randy said it's true that he's still an incomplete constellation. He's just starting to act the constellation way. When he defeated the Varagoth and reached a degree of mastery, he saw a message from the world that said his world resonance was growing stronger. The world is eager to hear his cry. And Varagoth, in his final moment, said, "Become a constellation, not an avatar." But the guy kept thinking that he's still a man with powerful martial arts, and he needs to take one more step to become a constellation. But the girl simply replied that she'd already told him everything and that he was a constellation. She explained to him that there's no such thing as an incomplete constellation. A constellation is a constellation is a constellation is that simple. But Randy still asked further. He wondered what awakening was. After all, she had said he still had to awaken. The girl replied that she meant that he still hadn't realized he was a constellation. Even at the moment, he thought he was incomplete. Though the girl realized that he was a very special being, even among the constellations. Randy started to complain. After all, she called him special, but he didn't even know how to use magic. The girl touched his nose and said that mortals very rarely become constellations. The girl began to tell her story that she had just been born into a constellation. The girl said her power of dream existence and desire was unleashed by the nightmares. It all came together when they created me. This is the true form of the mistress of dreams and desire. Most of the other constellations are the same. Lord of blood and battle is the kitten of lava and magma. They are the constellations of his very birth. For a creature to think being a constellation is natural, but the girl explained that the guy was already a constellation. The girl told him to accept that he was a constellation. Then Randy just accepted the fact that he was a constellation. He immediately felt a great surge of power. He obtained a skill called world resonance. As a constellation invincible master trainer, Randy could use the power of the constellation. The main character completely changed his hair color and length. This all happened because of a great surge of energy. Other constellations began to notice that a new constellation was opening its eyes to the depths of the abyss. The protagonist felt very good, for he could give a great blessing, and even a message is sent. The girl said he better not go to the other avatars because they have their own constellations and he could get in trouble, so Randy had to be careful. The protagonist grabbed his head and said that from now on, if he wanted to do anything, he would have to think twice, because the avatar was the most important factor for the existence of the constellation. Because any exposure to other people's avatars could be seen as provocative. Randy could get an answer to any question just by thinking about it. The guy was remembering the past, and he couldn't understand how he didn't realize he was already a constellation, because he kept darting from side to side, trying to become the strongest. Though lost and wandering the abyss, he took it as training from the goddess. Randy even thought that the magic storm was a convenient way to move, as well as a training tool. After he remembered his mistakes, he was upset because he really thought he was training and it was all for nothing. He thought it was all training from the goddess of scales. The girl told him if he had an avatar, he should try to concentrate on it. At first, Randy said he didn't have an avatar, but then he remembered his friend, Stone Snake. The girl also added that he could restore his essence power. After all, it was possible to accumulate even more essence power than the limit allowed, so you don't have to save it. So the constellation can use their avatars to explore the abyss, and you can also see through the eyes of allied avatars. In this way, you can share vision between worlds. The The protagonist pointed his finger at the sleeping girl and said there was a place where he couldn't use it all. The girl said he was talking about imprisoned nightmares. She could hide certain plots if she didn't want them to be seen. Constellation said to greet Randy. She sent an Aruni to him. It's because of the best control I have over myself. After all, it's hard to control your urges with a nightmare. The protagonist remembered the incidents that had happened to him and immediately realized what she was talking about. The girl asked if he had any other questions. Randy said no and thanked her for her explanation. The girl said she was pleased to meet a constellation expressing gratitude. Randy had only recently become a constellation, and the girl advised him that he should rarely encounter other constellations. After all, in a fight between constellations, the one with the most avatars and the most powerful essence has the advantage. But the place Randy arrived at after much training, it's the beginning of the world. It's a poverty of constellations. The main character asked her if she'd ever heard of planet Earth. The girl replied that she had heard that many strong tidings await the opening of the gate there, because of the fact that there are many souls there, which is rare in the abyss. Randy said he was from this land. The girl told him that the gate between the abyss and the earth was already open. Everything should be a mess, but luckily it's not that bad. But thanks to your explanation of the girl, Randy finally understood. The constellation that came to Earth only looked at each other, but did not collide, because they will only be weakened if they fight amongst themselves. Some devious constellation could just take control of the souls and defeat the constellations that are doing the fighting. And so, instead of just fighting, they decided to increase the number of their followers, Randy pondered. The girl thought he was very lucky. After all, there must have been relatively good constellations nearby when the gate opened, because the evil and cruel constellations will not come to a common agreement and will simply try to seize power by force. Because all constellations behave the way they do, they have nothing to lose. The girl was sure that Randy was nervous because he had left his home planet to some unknown constellations. It would also be nice to have in their alliance a constellation whose followers were the souls of Earth. Then Randy flew up in the air and cut his long hair, for it was very much in his way. The reason his hair is suddenly growing is because he's accepted himself as a constellation. The girl asked Randy what decision he had made. Does he really want to go back to Earth no matter what? The main character just smiled and said that long hair just gets in the way of training. The girl wanted to give the guy some advice since he was planning to return to his native land. If, as the girl had said, the gate to Earth was open and the nearest constellation was watching them, Randy didn't think it was necessary to openly show that he was a constellation, because even the good constellations will turn hostile against him. If it's a constellation that can fight for the land, they're much stronger than he is. And no matter how good the constellation is, they won't turn a blind eye to the fact that they might lose the soul they owned. Randy asked the girl if she wanted him to hide that he was a constellation. The girl answered that it would be much better and safer for him, and that he didn't have to use the power of his essence. The constellation would not let him out of their sight if they knew that the constellation had returned to Earth. She advised him to blend in with the common people of the land, and afterward quietly and carefully gain followers of his own. And they will become souls that embrace its essence, for this is the constellation on Earth. The protagonist asked the girl if there was a constellation on Earth that knew about him. The girl grabbed her chin and said that it was possible. It would be good to join our alliance. After all, it would increase the strength of their alliance. Randy tried to tell the story of how he fell into the abyss after meeting the goddess of scales. The girl replied that it was a very strange story, but she had heard about this constellation. The guy said that even without being able to see the future, it's not that common. Even though it doesn't seem like it, but she might have had a good plan after all. The girl replied that she had heard that she was a constellation who constantly made a fool of herself by misunderstanding her prophecies. Well, it seems like it's almost impossible to predict the future very accurately. What's the point of prophecies if she can't capitalize on them? The girl didn't realize if the goddess of scales would help their alliance. Randy said that given the way she tried to stop the evil constellations, she's probably cooperating with other constellations. The girl and Lava's kitten were very hesitant to take her into their alliance, for she was very foolish. But they decided to accept her. They asked Randy to ask her to join his alliance since he was returning to Earth. Randy was sure she would help them, although he was worried about how she would feel about him becoming a constellation. Randy thought about how to find a way to contact her. He asked his alliance friends if they knew how he could contact her, but they didn't know a thing. They did not understand how they could know where such a constellation was. Randy awakened as a constellation and joined the alliance. However, he didn't get any closer to returning to Earth at all. The protagonist felt that he personally had to find her. After all, the goddess of scales was a key figure. because the more beings that knew of her, the closer he was to Earth. Randy became very worried about whether he would be able to return to Earth in time, for his land was in danger. The protagonist turned to the servant who was escorting him around the palace. She asked him where he wanted to go, as there were plenty of beautiful places in the area. Randy said that he already had a place in mind. He had heard from his master about the Fountain of Enlightenment. The girl was surprised that he wanted to go to that place. It was a place for their training to learn to control their desires. The protagonist smiled and said if he had to wait here, he also had to undergo the training possible only here. When they arrived at the place, the girl said she had heard that in the old days, many nightmares used this place. But ever since the nightmare constellation was born, it had been under a ban. Randy asked why that was so. The servant replied because it was incredibly dangerous here. After all, she had heard that many nightmares had gone mad during training. Randy went to the well and looked down. It was the well of enlightenment. Randy knew that the point of training was to drink water from the well. However, if that were indeed the case, it would not have been sealed and banned, because the stronger the desire of the person pulling the water, the heavier the water becomes. The protagonist started pulling water from the well and noticed that this water is quite heavy. He wanted to meditate and get rid of his desires, but the water will not become less. When Randy started pulling water out of the well started telling him his wish. It said if he let go of the water, he would come back to Earth. Randy's ex-girlfriend comes over and touches him. She said when they broke up it wasn't on a good note, but Randy realizes it's all manipulation and it's not really happening. While Lava's girlfriend and Kat were discussing his training, they thought, even if he is a master of training, it won't be easy for him. After all, this well is arousing and increases desire, and the bucket becomes many times heavier. Lava's kitten was worried about whether the training master would be okay, but the girl wasn't worried in the slightest. The sight of the constellation was on a completely different level than nightmares. At least she wouldn't go crazy. The girl wondered what illusions tormented him. She thought it was something incredible. Randy was on the verge of letting go of the bucket. The rope was very tight and could break at any moment. But Reddy kept training because by using the weight of his own desires, he's getting rid of them. He's addicted to training. No wonder he became a constellation. The girl and Lava's kitten looked at it and thought it was too much. Then they realized that the essence of the training is that he must pull out a bucket of water as heavy as his desire. For he who wants to pull the bucket out of the well sees the illusion corresponding to his desire, and the water becomes heavier and heavier. The servant was very worried about Randy. After all, she knew that a lot of nightmares had gone crazy trying to complete this workout. She asked Randy if he had a problem, but the protagonist nonchalantly replied that he was fine. He just found a good exercise machine for the first time in a long time. He realized that most couldn't even lift a bucket. After all, they had very little temptation. Randy told himself that he would 100% resist because he had a consciousness and he would not give in to any temptation. Randy spent most of the day exercising with the well of enlightenment. He told himself he could do lightweight cardio if he cleared his heart, and strength training if he let his will be willing. And the rest of the time he rested and worked on tactics, sparring with Aruni. Constellation Desire told Randy that she thought it would be much harder and longer for him, but apparently he was having a good time. Randy replied, not that he had any reason to give up practicing. When he first had free time, he started practicing right away. Hardly something because of his rush. The girl said he's a human army and a battle constellation, but Randy may have the potential to be so much more. He may have the potential of nurturing avatars and founding his kingdom. Lava Kitten finished making cutlery for Randy. It was orichalcum cutlery. When the protagonist picked it up, he was very happy about it. He told himself that with it he could cook any ingredient. Plus, he could use the knife as a sharp blade in battle. He swung the knife and spat out a lot of energy, which was a very unpleasant sound. The wishing constellation was against this kind of fun, because this knife was sharpened by a constellation blacksmith. If Randy didn't handle it carefully, it would blow the whole place apart. After the walnut cutlery, it was the turn of the adamantium utensils. The girl and Lava Cat put on their goggles to watch Randy shoot the cutlery and test its strength. He gathered some energy in his fist and was ready to fire. The force of the blow was not weak. It was amazing, because after such a powerful attack, they didn't have a scratch on them. Clava's kitten boasted that this utensil is much stronger than magical armor. Randy's little break in the nightmare world was over. Even though he was human when he entered here, he was leaving being constellations. Randy was about to leave, all the servants asking him to visit them more often. Everybody cried after them, for Randy was very kind and everybody liked his delicious food. They called him Master Gookbab. But what about Randy's invincible training master? The nightmares nicknamed him Master Gookbab. It was all because he made some food with some new items. The dish was called Hydra Meat Gookbab. All eyed this dish with caution, for they had heard that Hydra meat was quite poisonous. Randy told Arnie's servant to call her friends. After all, he had plenty of meat, so he made for everyone. The Wish constellation convinced her avatar Aruni that she didn't have to try it if she didn't want to. After all, Hydra meat contains deadly poison, and there's no need to put herself in that kind of danger. But Aruni ate it all with gusto. She said it was very warming, and she could feel her stats rising. The other nightmares were also asking for food. They were eager to taste the dish, and there were quite a few of them. After all, the nightmare's obsession with the Gookbap had caused quite a fuss. The situation was resolved only after the intervention of the hostess. The protagonist thought he could practice cooking and increase the power of his essence, but he was a little uncomfortable. He ended up causing this ugly scene. Randy had reached the border of Nightmare World. Beyond was the territory ruled by the Serpent of Plague and Darkness. This territory looked terrifying. Randy thought he should use some essence power so this gloomy guy wouldn't stress him out, but he decided to hide his identity from the world. Randy thought he would be safer that way, and then he disappeared from the sight of the constellations. He noticed that the world had become very quiet and peaceful. He couldn't believe that he was being blown away by the flood of messages from the constellations because he couldn't do something simple. The Serpent Bearer of Plague and Darkness orders all avatars to find an invincible master of training. He told his avatar when they found him not to fight him alone, because there was no way they could beat Randy. That they should never try to use force on him or they'd die. On his way, Randy met a skeleton in front of him. The skeleton said he was trespassing on his master's territory, and such insolence will not go unpunished. But his master is very generous. The skeleton told him to make Randy his master's avatar. If Randy joins him, he'll forget the disrespect and recognize Randy as a valued subordinate. But the protagonist just smiled and thought that it really does seem like a generous constellation. I guess Randy didn't realize what was happening yet. The avatar tried to skewer Mamet. The Abyss constellation were well prepared for this kind of scenario. The skeleton pointed the sword at him and said if he refused the offer, his master would come and deal with Randy. But the protagonist wasn't the least bit afraid of it. He covered his nose because the skeleton stank of rot. After that, Randy shouted that all the messengers of plague and darkness should not hide behind their avatar and show their essence. The skeleton was shocked at his behavior, for he still didn't understand the situation he was in. Randy turned to the skeleton and told him to call his master quickly, for it would be worse. But he wouldn't come out. Then Randy said he'd make him do it. Then Randy started wrecking everything around him. He said he was going to wreck everything when the constellation didn't come out. The protagonist yelled that he'd be considered a coward if he didn't come out. After all, he can't even defend his territory. The meaning of such statements was perfectly understandable. Then Randy got the skill Good and Giant Fighter. In case of victory, his essence power would be enhanced. Then the Nightmare Mistress contacted him and told him it was crazy to fight against the constellation. That's when Randy realized they could be watching him because he'd forgotten all about it. The Mistress of Nightmares said it was reckless to challenge a constellation to a fight. Randy got the base level of Space Tunguska. It was added by the Divine Space Art. Original motive at the Master of Training. Even after Randy fell into the abyss, he was never a force to be reckoned with. Being a weak person, he had always struggled with hostility. From the point of view of a powerless man, he did the best he could. But after he became a constellation, Randy changed a lot, although he didn't realize it himself. He was always hiding from the older constellations. Like the last cowards, he stayed in neutral territory, away from the prying eyes of the constellations. Randy had lost the point of fighting. He told himself he had to follow his own path, living like a constellation. The fact that Randy's opponent was a constellation didn't change anything about how he felt about him. He wasn't the least bit afraid of the other constellations. A large green smoke appeared above the protagonist. Randy immediately realized it was a constellation. This flying constellation looked pretty intimidating. It was too late to run. It was a mid-ranking constellation called the Herald of Plague and Darkness. He stood before the avatars and those doomed to die. The messenger of plague and darkness thought his opponent was crazier than he expected. After all, for some reason, the constellation is much weaker than him. The Herald of Plague and Darkness didn't understand why such a weak opponent would challenge him. He grabbed his beard and said if Randy defeats Tho, he would be completely destroyed even if he knitted himself into this battle. The Plague Herald realized if he won, he would gain nothing. But if he lost, he had a lot to lose. However, he had nowhere to go. If he didn't accept his challenge, then his reputation status would fall greatly and the other constellations would mock him. The protagonist wouldn't even talk to him and attacked him right away. Even though Randy was the first to challenge, he never let his guard down. After all, this was his first battle with a constellation. The constellation of darkness realized that the difference in the power of their existence was too great, and he must end it quickly, using his power. But it was to Randy's advantage to end this fight quickly, because if the fight drags on, Randy has very little chance of winning. Randy immediately decided to start with his strongest attack, which was called the Space Fist. The constellation of darkness felt pain for the first time, as if his essence was being torn apart. Other constellations, including the Herald of Darkness, rarely fight in person. Activating Dark Herald, he knew it was a crazy technique that Randy had used, but he didn't yet understand if it was magic or not. Randy realized his technique was working, and he didn't want to miss his chances. He started using his best to get this fight over with. The main character jumped up and hit him with a cultivation energy. The force of the blow was so great that the earth broke in half. After this attack, the protagonist realized that his opponent was being weak, so that he could suddenly attack and strike a victorious blow. The servants of the constellation of darkness watched this fight, and were all amazed by the fight between the two constellations. They realized that they were far from this level. The services of darkness didn't understand how a pathetic constellation like Randy could stand up to their unimitated master messenger of plague and darkness. The guy realized that the fight was just beginning and it would be very, very difficult for him because he knew who his opponent was. Suddenly, the constellation of darkness started begging Randy not to hurt him because he was giving up. But the main character said he couldn't fool him with that trick, so he punched him in the face. But Constellation of Darkness begged him to stop beating him. He promised to give him his territory and his avatars. The girl and the lava kitten were simply amazed. They did not expect such a turn of events, because it was a great shame for the constellation to admit their defeat, especially to give up their territories and the avatar. Lava's kitten told Randy that the constellation was actually surrendering, a view the constellation could never take away about the oath of its life. But Randy didn't understand what he meant, why the constellation would give up. The kitten says if a constellation is badly hurt, it may give up. The protagonist smiled. He didn't expect the victory to be so easy. After the victory, Randy improved his skills tremendously. His body began to glow with yellow flames. He felt much stronger than he was. Randy then held his hand out straight and said that his martial arts were in good condition, for they worked even on constellations. Randy felt a strange sensation. He began to feel rivers of pus and buildings from the rotten river of tumors. Randy began to feel each avatar, for these were his new avatars and his new kingdom. But when Randy looked at them, he almost threw up. Then he turned to the messenger of darkness and told him he was giving his kingdom back. Randy said he didn't want his kingdom back. Looking at Randy walking away, the messenger of plague and darkness was confused. Because battles between constellations are dangerous, both sides risk the wind. The winner takes everything from the loser. That's what happens to prevent a future threat from the loser. The complete erasure of the loser's existence is common for constellations. The constellation of darkness realized that this guy had spared him and left him a kingdom with avatars. He was glad, but that sense of loss was drowning him out. Kitty told Randy he'd never seen anyone take on a constellation as an avatar. He thought leaving the kingdom and the avatars was a mistake. Well, Randy said he didn't care because he wouldn't be able to control them. Randy believed that this technique he had invented in the battle with Aruni was his greatest acquisition. To get so close to an opponent that he couldn't use magic, not give him a chance to use the power of the essence, and then slay him. The protagonist thought he could fight. Even if he met a constellation much stronger than him, he would be able to resist it. Then Randy went to the other constellations. They told him that they had seen him defeat the messenger of plague and darkness in the constellation, and they were quite amazed. One of the constellations told him he didn't think he'd show up here, but he didn't seem to have any sense of fear at all. One of the constellations said he couldn't be defeated as easily as that rotten weakling. After all, he had to prepare to face the full force of his kingdom. This was the mid-level constellation of the one who turns back time. That's what Randy was hoping for. He was ready to take them all down with his power. When they heard rumors of what happened to the messenger of plague and darkness, they prepared for all sorts of scenarios. In other words, Randy now had to fight all the avatars of the kingdom. It took him years by the standards of the abyss before he faced the constellation. Well, Randy won after all. Then he met a mid-level constellation with a voice from the depths of the sea. This constellation said that she had heard a lot about him, that he had defeated many enemies, but the constellations said that it would be quite difficult to defeat him. There would be no point in their battle, so the shark constellation suggested a compromise. Well, Randy said he didn't agree, so he attacked them from behind, taking them by surprise. After years of fighting, Randy emerged victorious. Randy's rival was a mid-level constellation called the Truth Preacher. Truth Preacher had heard of him. He knew he was called the Invincible Master of Training. But this constellation was distracted by a lava kitten, at which point Randy could get up unnoticed and attack it. Thanks to the kitten, the fight lasted only hours. It was considered one of the fastest fights between the constellations. One day the main character was cooking a meal and thought he still hadn't found a way back to Earth. But he didn't seem to be in any hurry to do so. After all, it had been a long time since he had been on his territory. If Randy met a story, he would fight it, and if he met a monster, he would eat it and make a nice meal. He was always fighting and cooking. Friend, in the usual moment when Randy was just having lunch, a blue gate appeared in front of him. These gates randomly appearing in the abyss. Randy thought it would be a good way to meet new opponents. Randy didn't know what was beyond this gate, but decided to take a chance. He hoped that beyond this gate was the planet Earth. It's like the lottery, he told himself. When Randy walked through the gate, he saw before him an ordinary forest with mountains. He couldn't believe his eyes if this was the planet Earth. He thought he'd won the lottery. The lava kitten would be interested to know who brought him here. But first, Randy wanted to find people to make sure this planet was Earth. Well, when Randy entered this village, he saw goblins in front of him. The protagonist thought at first that it had been a long time, and the humans had disappeared and the goblins had appeared. Then Kitten told him that even though it looked like Earth, it wasn't. It was a goblin planet, otherwise known as Goblin Heaven. Although Randy had seen goblins in the dungeons from time to time, he thought they were just monsters. Contrary to his expectations, they could create a real village. Even though the Goblin Kingdom looked like Earth, the planet was much closer to planet Earth. That means that portals appear much more often here. The goblins of the Hilt, compared to humans, had been fighting monsters from the abyss for much longer. And so the monster fighting systems were much better than humans. But this system only worked when they encountered regular monsters. Suddenly, a planet-devouring white wolf appears on this planet. It was called Borealis Lupus, and it was said to be as strong as a constellation. The goblin commander immediately went to fight him. One of the goblins told him that he shouldn't go there because it's very dangerous. Well, the goblin leader said that he is the commander. If he can't fight this monster, then he won't be able to look his people in the eye. The Goblin King said he was no coward, said he would not run away, and would answer for his duty. This king's name was Odagon. He was read as the strongest wizard in the Hilt. Even if it was the end for the Hilt, he promised to at least leave a big scar on that monster so he would never forget it. Suddenly, Randy appears out of nowhere. He attacked this monster with his powerful attack. The monster screamed in pain. The protagonist expected everyone to be surprised with his appearance, but it was expected that everyone would be surprised by his power. Randy realized he only had one chance. In terms of combat power, this wolf was comparable to a mid-level constellation. Well, it wasn't a constellation, since its existence wasn't centered on any one thing. The protagonist realized that he now had a chance to stop him, so he started attacking him full force. Randy decided to use everything he had. He flew up to M height and began to release the blue energy from his body. The wolf was unable to fend off this attack and was defeated in one blow. After this victory, Randy's skills improved even more. Fortunately, everything went according to Randy's plan, and the fight didn't last long. The protagonist always felt a sense of crisis when faced with constellations or monsters comparable to them. Randy realized that these were creatures that mortals dared not confront. Kitten said that such strong creatures have little experience fighting their equals. Kitten complimented Randy on his strategy. Randy thanked him for that, however. If he had withstood his last attack a little longer, or had been prepared beforehand, this battle would have lasted several centuries. The protagonist realized there were many things he was weak at. When the protagonist landed on the ground in front of the goblins, he hoped they wouldn't attack him, especially after they saw what Randy was capable of. The Goblin King walked up to Randy and knelt before him. He said that the other constellations had never helped them, but Randy was the only one who had come here and helped his people. Then the goblin bent down even lower and said that Randy was now his god and his master. Then the other goblins bowed to him and swore allegiance to him. Randy was shocked at the behavior of the goblins. Then the power of the constellation Randy increased according to the number of souls who worshipped him. The world resonated with him. After that, his power constellation more began to awaken. He gained the skill of the constellation of the territory of belonging to the invincible god. The protagonist looked at his hands and told himself that his essence had become much stronger. Lava's kitten says that he has become much more powerful in his mind. But Randy thought about not showing his power to humans. He thought that humans were not like goblins. They would not submit. The reality is that they are constantly trying to destroy and fix others for themselves. There's been a lot of cases like this. Just before Randy was about to leave, the Goblin King ran up behind him and said he wanted to go with him. The protagonist told the goblin he was headed for the abyss, and a mortal like him would be very dangerous and difficult to follow. Well, the Goblin King said it didn't matter. He would follow him even into the darkest depths of the abyss. Then the goblin bowed to him again and said that he was the Goblin King of the Odagon. He said that his people must repay their debt to Randy, or they would live with a great desire to do so. The protagonist sensed that this goblin had a very powerful magic power surrounding his entire body, even compared to earthly hunters. He has a very powerful force to be reckoned with. Then Randy turned his back and said that his mage abilities would be very useful to him. He let him go with him, but told him not to let the goblin regret it later. The goblin asked him what he wanted to find in the abyss. Randy said he wanted to find a planet called Earth. Then he asked the goblin if he had heard of it. Well, it was the first time the goblin had heard of such a planet. The story till today of how the man Randy became an invincible master trainer. And just like that, the Goblin King became his subordinate. On their way to the abyss, they saw a very powerful storm. Randy said they should go into the storm to get to the abyss faster, he told the goblin. Yes, he could refuse because he wasn't forcing him. Well, the Goblin King said he would go in because he considered Randy his master after he saved him. A piece of land the size of the mainland was destroyed in an instant. The goblin was very surprised, although the magic curtain was not rare in the abyss, but this particular one was very strong. The Goblin King inquired of Randy. He wants with the help of a magical storm. Ren, I said, if done right, it is a very fast and good way to travel in the abyss. The Goblin King had heard that even the constellation avoided him. Well, for his master's sake, he was willing to go all the way. The Goblin King said since this size magic storm is too big, it will produce a lot of byproducts and will disappear. The protagonist interrogated, what does byproduct mean? The goblin said that many places in the abyss are actually byproducts of a magical storm, and this magical storm will leave behind a dungeon. That's where the abyss monsters come from. If you don't deal with them, they will just wipe everything off the face of the earth. Ever since the magic and monsters of the abyss penetrated the earth, people's lives have changed a lot. Core Island with magical power, an environmentally friendly way to generate energy on Earth. By connecting the Earth to the abyss, mankind has a new, environmentally friendly way of obtaining energy. And the other parts of the monsters are also very useful. Thanks to all this, the level of biology and other sciences has risen a lot. Amidst these many opportunities, Parker's Pound has grown rapidly. Pharmaceutical company Kaiser, a company specializing in artifacts, major players in the abyss industry. The Goblin and Randy continued to travel the galaxy to find Earth. The Goblin was very nauseous, for he couldn't move through space. The Goblin was very surprised that Randy was moving through space with ease, and he wasn't even getting sick. Randy said magic was a handy thing. The Goblin was very happy that his master appreciated his skills. He said if his master needed to learn magic, he would help him. But the protagonist refused. He wasn't interested in magic. He asked the Goblin to check the area he flew through. It was like watching in a game. Constellations can see through the eyes of their avatars. The Goblin hovered in the air. Raggy orders could have him check out what was in the shadows of the building in front of him. In the distance, they saw some things strewn about. When the Goblin flew closer, he saw that it was something unusual. There were some symbols written on it that Goblin didn't understand. The protagonist began to look closely. He could tell that this was used to wrap a special magical weapon. Most likely it was made by the same tribe that built this temple. When the Goblin looked at the bottom, his look changed immediately. He said that Randy was right. His prediction had come true. It was a huge horde of ghouls, a couple thousand to be exact. The Goblin said that he could kill them all if his master finished it. With the 7th Circle Effect Zone spell, he could wipe out those pathetic ghoulies and the temple in one fell swoop, turning them to ash so they can take care of the boss who's hiding somewhere. The Goblin asked to do this to prove to Randy that he was his proud avatar, but the main character told him to calm down. Because if the ghouls were crowding there, it could mean that they had someone or something surrounded. Randy started running with all his might. He said he had to save those who were trapped. He had already killed more zombies with just one attack. because he had read that they were holding people and/or monsters that knew how to get to Earth. He believed that they would lead him to Earth. Then the protagonist realized what they found in the square was Earth food. When Randy was fighting the monsters, he asked the goblin to turn him into something small with magic. After all, if he presented himself like that in front of whoever was stuck there would be a lot of trouble. Because not all goblins of the abyss are adequate creatures. Most of them are very evil and bloodthirsty goblins. Hunters from the ground are used to encountering goblins in dungeons. The goblin was furious because he didn't understand how he could be considered a monster, because he was very kind. Randy sighed heavily and said that people like that, and he had to accept it. It would be better for him to reincarnate. The goblin began to transform. He could use the magic of the sixth circle polymorphism. The goblin reincarnated a very handsome man. He immediately said that among the goblins he was known for his beauty. Randy was very surprised, for he looked like a perfect man and his outfit was like a wizard's. Randy noticed that the zombies just surrounded the hunters and did nothing. He wondered what kind of boss was here. The zombies started climbing the rock. The goblin said that if they had intelligence, they wouldn't just surround this mountain. Maybe sending zombies is all he can do. Then there was a very high probability that Goulet controlled a really strong army. In the abyss, these zombies were known as the Gully Kings. They were pretty strong and scary. King Taran of the Ghouls. It's a monster made up of thousands of ghouls. Those who see only ghouls and try to find the one who controls them risk suffering a surprise attack. Then the goblin in a human body made a verdict that they are not very dangerous, because for the majority of them do not pose any particular danger, but those whose skills are above average are crushed by quantity. There was a group of hunters in captivity. They were very careful about their food because they realized that they were here for a long time. They did not hope that someone would rescue them. It was their first day of captivity, the first day they lost some of their provisions. But they found a shelter underground where they could hide from the ghouls. Then they managed to close the door, but they couldn't get out because they were surrounded by thousands of zombies. One of the zombies almost got to them, but he was swatted by the stone door. Then one of the hunters used the flame of the arrow to finish him off. The commander was banging his head against a rock and crying. He realized that he had let his team down. But there was no other way out. His team had spent a whole month without being able to do anything. Randy shows up and kicks down the stone door with his strength. It was quite a surprise, for they had no hope of escape. The main character immediately asked them, "Is there anyone here from planet Earth?" The captain was in shock. He thought they were just going to die. He didn't expect anyone to save them. The other hunters began to rejoice very much. My eyes were tears of happiness. They thought it was the rescue party that had come for them. One of the hunters said his crew were idiots and they should get ready to fight. This hunter's name was Gan. He read that these are not liberators, but they're enemies who want to kill them. He pointed his finger at them and said that the restrictions on entering the dungeon would only allow one person in. How could there be two? Randy held his head up and said he didn't realize there was a one-person limit. He apologized for the misunderstanding. The protagonist said he didn't come here through the dungeon entrance. Then Gan asked him how he had gotten here. Randy said that they had come here through the abyss. They had a long way to go, and the hunters' faces showed how surprised they were. Randy made up a story that they were missing in the abyss. After the gate was opened, accidents were common. Many were drawn to the gate or the dungeon where they disappeared. Most didn't come back, but there were some lucky ones who did. But Hunter Gan didn't continue to believe them. He asked them how they could prove it. How could they prove that they were not monsters, but real people? Randy said it doesn't matter if they believe him or not. Even if they didn't believe him, they had no choice. After all, they were two energetic individuals of unknown strength who could have come here from the abyss. And exhausted, conflict-torn hunters who had been starving for a long time. Simple hunters below B rank. Then the hunters agreed with him. Even if they don't believe in such a situation, they have no other choice. The protagonist said you shouldn't be so suspicious of your saviors. Anyway, you're all from planet Earth. The commander asked what happened to the zombies that surrounded them. Randy coldly replied that they were all dead. The captain wondered very much how one man could have handled them. Then Randy pointed his finger at the goblin who had transformed into a man. Randy said he was a great wizard. The protagonist remembered the plan to return to Earth, which he shared with his Alliance allies. He recalled that they told him to keep the attention of the Earth constellations low, to discreetly expand the number of his supporters. Instead of attracting undue attention, he was going to cautiously scout the current situation on Earth. Hunter Gunn asked if he was also the missing man from the abyss. Randy answered that yes, he had an even more tragic story than he did, because he had lost his memory. People started to feel sorry for him. The goblin could barely contain himself not to sneer at them. He thought to himself that these lowlifes still felt sorry for him. Hunter Gang asked Randy. It turns out he was a mage, too, since they wouldn't have been able to do it alone. The main character smiled and said he wasn't a mage. He used a martial art. After saying that, Randy noticed that all the hunters were stunned by his answer. After all, it was impossible for them to reach such a level with just martial arts. Gan couldn't believe his words. After all, he uses martial arts. This was the first time Gan had seen such a thing. He wondered how long he had been in the abyss. The main character asked them why they were looking at him so strangely. Gan replied that they were very surprised, and that they hadn't seen a martial artist in a very long time. You're 90% more into magic now. Randy began to tell them that when he was in the abyss, martial artists were not honored at all. Randy asked what year it was. They told him it was 2039. Then they realized that he had been in the abyss for years. Everyone looked at him like he was crazy. The record was years old, but this man is now in a mental institution. So Randy set a new record in the abyss. After that, Randy showed his fighting skills. He tossed a huge rock and smashed it into small pieces with a single kick of his foot. Everyone's mouths were open in amazement because it was the first time they'd ever seen one. Randy thought that apparently they really don't have martial artists there. He was frustrated that nothing had changed over the years. They started to go outside because the dungeon was set up so that zombies were only regular monsters, but also a crowd forming a boss. They wanted to take out all the monsters to clear the dungeon, so they had only one choice to break free. They had to finish off the rest of them. One of the hunters asked the goblin in a human body. He was thought to be a rank hunter who rebelled against Richard. They thought he had lost his memory and began to feel sorry for him. The goblin thought that he would let them do what they wanted because the protagonist had asked him to behave carefully, but to him it was very disgusting. Gan told Randy that it was hard to find a strong hunter who could lead other high-ranking dungeons. Randy replied that he was aware of this and asked why they were so polite. Gan replied that they are their saviors. Since he had been in the abyss for years, they considered Randy an old man. Randy became very uncomfortable about his age. He asked them to consider only his earthly age. The protagonist noticed that all the hunters were beginning to approach the Odaigon. He turned to the other hunters and said, "Though Odaigon is a strong mage, why don't they come near me?" Randy was indignant. Gan said it was because he was a martial artist. Randy was very upset that they disrespected a martial artist so much. Then he started talking about a martial artist. It was Master Li. But the hunters were stunned by his words. They said that the year Randy fell into the abyss. Like Randy were hunters who chose the path of martial arts, even though martial arts were considered inferior to magic. Most of these hunters went to China instead of their greatest concentration. Even though the martial artists were weaker, with the recruitment of more disciples, the revival of the martial arts era was possible. There was also a living legend who had reached the rank. The martial arts had a bright future. At least that was what everyone thought. When there was shocking news on TV, the news was that the mastermind was involved in a rank manipulation scandal. In the year similar scandals came to light, in China, America, and elsewhere. In simple terms, hunters would bribe judges and change their rank. S-ranked became B-ranked, B-ranked became A-ranked, and made heroes of themselves. Randy's reaction showed how surprised he was. Then Mr. Li was also considered a ranking hero of China, but in fact he was a B-rank hero. After saying that, Randy's world turned upside down. After all, Master Li was just perfect for him. He even bought pictures and posters of him. The hunter took him by the shoulder and said that after this scandal, the reputation of martial artists had suffered greatly. Many have abandoned the martial arts. I mean that it's impossible to achieve a rank by this method. The captain said that no one uses martial arts now. After the incident, this tradition has disappeared. There are no more martial arts students or schools. Randy was in a panic. He didn't understand how his idol could be so eager about it. The main character tried to calm down. For the more he worried, the more his energy drained away. Sadness would only cause his muscles to atrophy. He asked the hunters if everything was all right on Earth, but the hunters didn't understand what he was asking. Randy decided to ask directly if there had been a constellation invasion of planet Earth. One of the hunters approached Randy and said he must be referring to the incident of the year. The hunter thought it was a real disaster. He asked Randy how he knew it had happened because Randy was in the abyss. Randy was beginning to worry, for while he was lost in the abyss, the prophecy of the goddess had come true. He hoped that he was not too late and that all was well with the Earth. The fall of that year, when a case of rank manipulation was uncovered. It wasn't business as usual that day. All the people started looking up at the sky. There was a big flash in the sky and it scared people a lot. Fire beams started shooting on the ground. It was a real disaster for the people, many people killed and injured. Then the gate was different from a normal dungeon gate, and the monsters had minds. It was a veritable army of assassins, an army that had one goal, that followed orders and acted according to strategy. Their only strategy was to take over Earth and kill more Earthlings' souls. The protagonists grabbed the hunter by the shoulders and began to shout at him strongly. He asked him what was the next thing that happened on Earth, whether the Earth was taken over by evil constellations. Hunter Gan asked him to calm down. He said they gave them a good fight. Randy couldn't believe what he heard. How could ordinary humans fight back against them? After all, constellations and avatars are very powerful. The hunter said there were a lot of human casualties, but they were able to stop them and give them a good fight back. All the countries mobilized their best hunters to stop the invasion. The guy fell to his knees from shock. He asked himself only one question, then he didn't need to do anything else. He didn't understand why he had skedaddled across the abyss. He didn't realize the goddess's prophecy wasn't wrong, or she had miscalculated. Nightmare Constellation joined this conversation. It was very strange to her, for this was not just a small skirmish, but a full-fledged constellation invasion. Even if a mortal sent their forces, would it even be realistic to stop them at all? It's not just different levels of power. Constellation and mortal are completely different. Even if there are many hunters, they are just like small insects to them. Randy agreed with the girl. It seemed very strange to him, too. He asked them how the humans had stopped the constellation. Gon replied that they hadn't exactly stopped them. It was more like a truce. They weren't sure they needed to expand the territory they were occupying, and the people suffered too many casualties if you tried to retake the lost territories. But people were very worried about the truce with these demons, and oddly enough, it's still going on. It was probably because the constellations promised to protect the Earth. The girl was sitting on the grass at the time, and she understood. She said if there were constellations here in the first place, it makes sense. Even if new constellations took over the land, they could transfer their power to the avatars and make them fight. Unlike Randy, constellations rarely fight on their own, but against Randy they'd have to go out and fight in person. That's when the protagonist realized why the truce had lasted so many years. The invasion of the constellations changed the hierarchy, and it was this that caused the Abyss to connect to Earth. To avoid a full-scale war, a compromise was reached to restore the balance of power. The truce was possible because they either didn't want to fight themselves or didn't want to lose their avatars. Then Randy said he had no business being here anyway. He said to stop the invasion of the evil constellations. He went into the Abyss, but came back too late. The protagonist felt guilty for not being able to save people. Lava Kitten said it's all wrong even though they're a couple decades late, but the situation is over. The girl also said that the truce can't last forever. There are so many other constellations in the Abyss that may still decide to invade the Earth. It meant if things got worse, the Earth would become a battlefield where the constellations would fight for dominion over the Earth. The Odagon spotted a living zombie and shot it with magic. The other hunters began to praise him, saying that his magic was truly marvelous. The hunter said he had never seen anyone use first circle magic like that. But the human goblin replied that it was only first circle magic. The hunters kept praising him more and more. It made the goblin angry because he knew it wasn't sincere. He was holding back thanks to Randy's request. The protagonist watched it from the sidelines and realized that the goblin wouldn't last long. It was obvious that they were making him very angry. Nightmare Constellation told him to be careful. The view on Earth is not enough just to hide the power of existence, because there could be a great battle between the constellations. If Randy didn't properly conceal his identity, he could provoke a great conflict. Randy was well aware of that, and said he would be very careful. The protagonist asked the hunter what they do with people who come back from the Abyss. Hunter Hans said they were getting physicals and being asked about their experiences. Most of them were just crazy. No one could take that much strain on their brains. After the invasion, a new law was passed on Earth. It was forbidden to become avatars of evil constellations. Randy understood their anger at the constellation, for they had come and destroyed their home. After the war, people had become very strict. Anyway, the procedure isn't that complicated. The hunter asked what country he was from. Randy said he was Korean. Hunter Gunn said he would have a new citizenship. Main character. He approached the Odigon and told him that he had gotten enough information about the situation on Earth. Randy wondered what the skill level of the hunters was. Then the code from Lava replied that there's a spell called level estimation. It shows the level and characteristics. That should be sufficient. But the protagonist couldn't use his essence power, because then the constellation would notice him immediately. so he was told that he didn't need to use his essence power for this spell. It was said that it was quite easy, and any constellation could do it. The main character then used the Eye of Sauron. After looking at the captain, he immediately revealed the essence of him. If Randy learned this ability, who could give out a lot more information? It was a skill Randy could train too. After a long journey, the dungeon was cleared. The joy on the hunters' faces was very visible, for they wanted to return home to the land sooner. The dungeon would soon close. Randy was very glad he was finally heading to Earth. At this time on the land of the Mojave Desert, Nevada, a group of hunters could not advance to the dungeon. A large storm appeared. It looked like storm had made the constellation. But out of this storm, Randy and his friends appeared. He looked up at the sky and sighed heavily. "I'm finally home," said Randy. The dungeon mirror of demonic illusions that Hans's hunters cleaned out in the Mojave. That was his final rank. It was with the rank. The captain was very angry because he thought he deserved better. He said it wasn't fair because there were thousands of zombies. He said the rank of a dungeon is determined by the strength of the boss. They learned their numbers when checking, so he was given rank C instead of F. Since there was no knowledge of King Gule Taruna on Earth, they didn't suspect that they were able to survive in a rank a dungeon. It turned out the captain was royalty. They called him Prince Parker of the group. And Randy was wondering why there were so many paparazzi. Looks like his friend was a star. The goblin was quite surprised that the man was royalty, but you couldn't tell by looking at him. Randy, lying on the couch, said that a real king would not be pleased with him. Even though Randy wasn't that good at English, somehow they understand what it says. At this point, Lava's kitten says that the eye of the constellation can see through lower entities, and adds that it would be strange if the constellation couldn't understand the language of mortals. At which point the doctor walks in and says the exam is absolutely done. Randy is completely healthy. The doctor said she'd never seen such a perfect body. It was as if God had given Randy such a body. The doctor was very surprised. Randy's mental health seems to have been great too. The doctor said he's going to have to go through a lot of rehab. If Randy wanted to, he could move to another country and they would help him. He smiled affectionately and said he would think about it. At that moment, a man came up to the goblin in a human body and told him not to worry if he lost his memory. He promised that the American government would help him regain his memory. Well, Goblin gave them the same answer, that he refuses and he will follow Mr. Randy. The journalist asked him what was going on in the abyss, why he was so attached to him. The guy laughed and answered how he would know, because when they met he had already lost his memory. Randy was not going to tell the whole truth, and decided to come up with such a deception. He did not want to reveal to people that he was a constellation. Reporters suspected it was because of the first person he met after losing his memory. The reporter asked Randy if he had ever considered moving to another country. They urged him to move to America. They said there was no better country for a hunter than America. But Randy was totally against it. He always said he'd think about it, but he knew he'd never leave. The four reporters started whispering behind Randy's back, curious to know more about him, because he was the first person who had been there for years. The goblin told Randy that with his magic he could easily overhear them. Randy agreed. He was curious what they were discussing. Randy heard what they were talking about. They wanted to get him to move to America. They had a plan to give him a lot of money and buy him an expensive house. They thought it would work. They wanted to send a spy to him so that other countries wouldn't lure him to another country. Goblin asked Randy if I could get rid of them, but Randy immediately calmed him down and told him not to make life so difficult. Randy wanted to get a hunter green card. To get this card, the returnee has to go through many procedures. The professor told Randy that he would now change the amount of his mana. He asked to pour his mana into the crystal ball. When Randy did it, the crystal ball exploded. The professor couldn't believe his eyes, for it was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. After the orb burst, the protagonist said he still had a lot of mana left. Randy went to the professor and said he needed to improve his rank from years ago. A bow crystal ball created to measure mana contains many times more mana than a normal hunter has. A lot of hunters couldn't handle this orb. After all, when a hunter puts Manu into it, the color of the orb changes to show his rank. Randy said he wasn't used to holding back, but he had his own reasons for using all his strength. The girl realized that he did it on purpose. She was worried that he didn't overdo it so that he wouldn't be noticed by the other constellations. After all, Earth is different from the Abyss. There are rules here. The protagonist could safely find strong opponents in the Abyss. Well, on Earth, you can't do that. Randy wanted to get an A rank because no one had ever gotten an A rank in martial arts before. If he wanted to get a hero rank, he should raise his rank at every opportunity. The protagonist wanted to see what rank he got. He was very surprised to see that he was still a C rank. He was even more surprised that the card said his age was 57. Even though Randy in the Abyss wasn't aging in the slightest, he was still 28. The captain of the hunters came up to them. He said Randy had saved his life. Now he had to pay for it. He asked them if they should stay on the land after years of absence. He wanted to take them home and told them to feel free to stay as long as they wanted. They agreed. Because they had no other choice, they got into a luxury limousine and drove home. Randy asked Richard when he was going to give away all his savings. Richard didn't expect such a question. He couldn't understand what he was talking about. Randy smiled and said he had heard him say he would give away all the jewelry if someone asked him. Well, it was all a joke. On the way home, a limo crashed into a Lamborghini. Randy immediately began to worry. Perhaps the evil constellation had found out about him being on Earth. But it was unlikely the constellation would come alone to fight him alone. When they got out of the car, they saw a man with glasses. Randy and Goblin immediately felt that he was different. He was an unusual man. It was a dragon, and Richard immediately panicked, and it was obvious he was a famous person. Well, Randy didn't realize who he was or who he was. He walked up to Randy, didn't tell him he knew him. They'd known each other a long time. Then Randy recognized him. It was his former boss who had encouraged him in his endeavors. All Richard's guards were amazed, for his boss had become a real star. They called him a dragon, for he was a hunter of rank. Then Randy heard from the guards that he was one of the strongest hunters on this earth, and he had gotten married last week, for it was his 19th marriage. He couldn't believe his boss had grown so much in hunter knowledge. Randy remembered him urging him not to go after monsters a rank above their strength. Let's go back to the year when the evil constellations invaded the world at the same time. Back then, they were called the Scourge of Soul. Every hunter fought against the monsters, and the head of the invincible Huang clan was also among them. Thanks to the efforts of such hunters, South Korea was able to resist the invasion. After this incident, they were called heroes. The government also called them heroes to the world, but they got nothing but the title. And after that incident, he moved from Korea to America. After all, hunters there were treated much better and paid more. He got good support, caught some monsters, created a company, and appeared on TV a couple times. And that's how he became a superstar. The boss said Randy hadn't changed a bit. He was still just as quiet. He remembered the letter Randy had left before he went into the abyss. And after that, he'd been missing for years. Some people started saying Randy was dead, and we should report him dead, because no one had ever come back from the abyss before. The boss said they even held a memorial ceremony in Randy's honor. They were very surprised when they saw his name on the list of those who had returned from the abyss. Then the boss turned to Richard and asked him why they were riding in his car. Richard replied that he only wanted to pay him to save his life. The boss took him gently by the head and said he thought he was taking them to some estate to tear them apart or something. Well, think what a grateful reason that would be. Randy looked around at the city, and it looked like it had been years, because there were a lot of cars flying around. This city was Los Angeles. After his brother's arrival, hunters arrived, hungry for fortune and glory. The clans of these hunters, the hunters who want to be part of these clans, and those who want to do business with the hunters. This place has become a hunter town. And when the boss came to the States, he asked for immediate reports on who came back from the abyss. If they missed any, he would move to another country. Randy looked out the window and saw that there were a lot of people in the street. He wondered why there were so many of them. The boss said they were waiting their turn to meet him. Randy didn't understand why they would do that. He said that people wanted to ask him for a chance and said he would explain it to Randy later. Randy was very surprised to see that there were pandas in his house. The boss said he got them from the Chinese government. One of his employees thought it was too much, but the boss didn't bother with him. He asked him his name and then fired him. When Randy saw it, he was shocked. He said his boss had turned into a shitty person. The boss asked why. Randy didn't understand how a man could be fired for just one mistake. But the boss disagreed with him, because he was paying him a lot of money. Then the boss called his secretary. He asked how long he had been working here and how much he had earned. The secretary replied that he had been working here for weeks and had earned $230.00. But Randy didn't agree with him. He said it wasn't about the paycheck. He treated them badly. The boss said he warned them when he hired them because they get the highest pay. If they make a mistake, he fires them right away. Randy said that to Hyung, as the former head of his clan, he should be a role model. One of the boss's assistants spoke briefly about events on Earth, what had happened in the last few years. She talked for over a minute. Then Randy learned that the evil constellations had taken over China, North Korea, Central Europe, South America, and Mexico. Because the invasion of the evil constellations in North Asia, it was May of the year. And South Korea, where Randy was born, was not occupied. In fact, it was one of the countries that handled the invasion well. But many Koreans have since left the country. Their immigration played into America's hands. Randy asked about the head of the clan, wondering when he left Korea. Randy wondered what his boss had been through. After all, women had always despised him before. So he hesitated to go to the Dungeon B rank. Well, living to years and having marriages, he's become a rank dragon and is swimming in money. Then Lava Cat suggested that Randy make him his avatar, but he hesitated because he didn't trust the boss very much. Randy began to think how he was going to say it to him, for it seemed very strange. Randy thought that if he explained it well, the boss could understand him, but the protagonist decided he would try to take him to the avatars. Vitya, the head of the clan, wouldn't give up and searched for him all the years. Randy read him as a trustworthy man. That's why he didn't really want the boss to be involved in constellation affairs. The next day, he and his boss went to the game training room. Then the boss used magic. The Lava Kitten was very surprised and said that it is the magic of the other side of the world. Because this magic is popular among the constellations, mortals don't know how to use it. The boss said that on the other side of the world, if Randy got hurt in battle, nothing happened to him in real life. It's like an incredibly immersive game. Constellation used that kind of magic to train their avatars. Randy asked the boss how he learned about this magic. Randy thought he learned it from the constellation, but the boss replied that it was a very common magic. Then the boss thought about it and said that maybe the constellation had taught someone. The protagonist was very surprised, because such a training war ground Earth hunters are very well prepared. Well, the boss corrected him right away. He says this field is more for sports. A lot of hunters appeared on the hologram. It was called hunting sport. They were called the 6-Star League, a game where 6 hunters fight against another team. Of course, in this game there are many rules: killing monsters, time attack, and death fights. Randy wanted to try his hand at this game. The program asked Randy to limit his power. Otherwise, the other side of the world might collapse. Randy realized that this was human magic, and it was not strong enough for the constellations. Randy was surprised, for after they had limited his strength, he felt as if something heavy had been strapped on him. The boy realized that his power was increasing, while he was fighting the limited forces of the other side of the world. The kitten said it was a good opportunity. The other constellations can't watch him when he's in the dungeon on the other side of the world. However, he could still use the power of the essence as well if he wished. But Randy still wasn't 100% sure if he should reveal Hyuna and make him his avatar. Because like Randy said earlier, he doesn't want to interfere with someone's peaceful fate. And leading the avatars from the beginning, not Randy's style. Kitten said if he fights as a constellation, there will come a time when he will need avatars. After all, it's pretty rare for a constellation to fight alone. Randy said that the magic of the other side of the world makes the hunter's training look much more realistic. But the boss again said it wasn't training. Is the best and most popular sport on Earth. That's when Randy realized they weren't doing it to train. They were doing it for fun. This sport evolved from a competition where hunters fight one-on-one. Most people love the sport. Randy was confused, because all he'd ever thought about before was the crisis on Earth. He kept practicing and worrying that he wouldn't make it. Worried and kept looking for a way back. Then Randy said that the hunters on the ground had become sports stars. Well, then Kitten said the raid has to learn that constellations are known to SL and WCHO. Randy can't understand it because he didn't have avatars. But for constellations with avatars, it's like indirect warfare. Probably the spread of magic, the other side of peace on Earth, somehow mediated by wars. Then Randy had a thought. Since they're doing this, maybe they spread the magic on purpose, to find new avatars. And thanks to this game, very few hunters go to the dungeon. Then Randy asked the boss why people become hunters if they don't go into the dungeon. The boss immediately answered that it was for the money and the glory. If a person likes a sport, he can try it. With a little success, he will make more money than he will ever be able to spend. Everyone lined up in front of the boss's house wanting an opportunity. Then the boss said enough talk and asked Randy why he went to the abyss. He thought he'd been cheated. Then Randy said that before he explained everything, he wanted to ask a favor of the boss. Randy asked him to raise the magic power limit on the other side of the world, because he was sick of the limit. Then the boss shouted that it was a room for hunters of a rank. Randy replied that he was a plus rank. His skills couldn't be properly appreciated. Randy said he broke the meter, but that wasn't enough to get him promoted. The boss was shocked to hear that. He noticed Randy had changed a lot. The boss said they'd been bribed and he'd help bring justice. The boss noticed that Randy was uncomfortable. He realized that Randy had gotten really strong. Then Randy told him the whole truth about why he went to the abyss. He said he went there to protect the Earth. Then Randy told him the whole story of his journey into the abyss. Then the boss realized that he had been hanging around everywhere and had become a constellation, and now he was back here to protect the Earth. The boss came up to him and started saying he wouldn't believe it. He read that it's impossible for a man to become a constellation. Then Randy said he'd prove it to him and show him what he could do. Then the boss realized that's why Randy asked to raise the power limit here. Then Hyung was going to spar with Randy. He wondered what he could do. The boss was not weak because when he died, he gained a rank of skill and activated the level up through death. The boss jumped up and was about to attack Randy. Randy noticed that tattoos were beginning to appear on his body. They were called artifact tattoos. Then the boss attacked him. Technique magic missiles, purple rays started flying around the boss. But Randy was calm. He didn't need to dodge. He concentrated the small energy in just one finger. That beam flew past his head. The protagonist did it on purpose so as not to kill his comrade. Then the boss realized he wasn't weak, but he didn't realize Randy's strength yet. He knew he had to make his opponent focus on defense by attacking before they did. Then the boss used the sixth circle magic technique of the lava path, lava appearing all around him. Randy was surprised at his skills and asked him, when did he have time to learn this? But the boss thought he was looking down on him, not wanting to put him in his place. Then he made a straightforward attack and attacked him head-on, shooting him with his red ray. Randy noticed he was using sixth circle magic again. Then Randy used his shielding technique. Boss's attack didn't even come close to penetrating Randy's shield. There was a big difference in power class. Then the boss shouted something clever in China. A false rumor began to spread. Randy asked him what he meant. The boss replied that there are viral fake videos with similar skills as Randy's. The protagonist then remembered his idol, Master Li. He had not yet fully recovered from the fact that his idol was a cheat and a swindler. Randy looked at his hand and noticed that he had little energy left after the first use of the energy shield. I guess it was unavoidable since Randy's power was limited. Randy needed to control his power so that he wouldn't destroy the world back. It had been a long time since he had fought as a human. Then the protagonist promised himself that he would maximize his efficiency. He began to control his energy into one small ball. He concentrated the ball in one hand and threw it at the boss. The boss realized things were bad and he didn't have the speed to dodge, so he used a quick teleportation technique. But he didn't have time to teleport. His magic was destroyed by a powerful aura. The boss took damage from the hit. He was very surprised by Randy's strength. He didn't understand how his skill could be used so quickly. After that, Hyung decided to enhance his body with magic. His body started to be covered with pink lightning. But Randy was very quick for him. He grabbed his right arm and brought him to the ground. Randy then said to him, "Are you trying to go to a Mid-East fight against someone who uses martial arts?" He immediately started making excuses for himself, saying that he was confused because he had never fought a martial artist before. After the fight was over, Hyung held onto his right hand and said that Randy had reached the highest level of martial arts. Randy told him he'd surpassed that level, because he's on the supreme level, and if you take it one step further, you can go beyond mortality. Then Hyung completely believed that he was a constellation. After all, he thought it was very ridiculous of him. Then he asked him what Randy wanted him to do. Randy said he originally wanted to ask for help. Then he began his explanation. Though the constellations have agreed to a truce, it's only temporary. After all, new constellations could emerge from the abyss at any time, and the constellation currently in a state of truce. They may be plotting to take over the land behind our backs, because the other constellations already have many servants on Earth, and they are well known. On the other hand, Randy would have to start from scratch, so he considered it a disadvantageous proposition. Everything answered that the youngest of the clan had been defending the land of the abyss for 10 years, and he was trying to act cool because he was older. Then Hyung slammed his fist on the ground and said he'd be worried about Randy. Then he asked him what he meant when he said he wasn't going to ask for his help. Randy said Hyung has his own life, so he doesn't want to get him into this kind of trouble. He got angry at those words. He shouted that he would help him, and he was in a bad position not to accept his help. Hyung didn't want the man he knew to be drawn into a battle between constellations, but he knew Randy wouldn't back down. The next day they sat in a cafe and discussed the future from Earth. Hyung said that in his whole life, he never thought he would make a pact with a constellation. He realized that to serve under a constellation meant selling his soul to them. Hen asked Randy, if he makes this pact, won't every action of his clan be tracked? Randy replied he wouldn't do that if he wanted to. Randy thought of a plan. The plan was to start by hiding the fact that he was a constellation. Then Hyung realized that he had to hide his power like the constellation so they wouldn't be burned. Randy said that either way. He's going to keep increasing the number of servants while hiding the fact that he's a constellation. He said he would need servants when he encounters other constellations. Hyung was already setting himself up for the battle. He wasn't afraid of how hard the battle would be, even if it was against a constellation. Randy said the magic that's often used in sports is called an alternate universe. It's also used by constellations. After all, it was quite strange that people participating in hunter competitions were using this magic. The reason why this magic is so widespread is due to the fact that constellations fight in a similar manner, as the servants of the constellations are sent to do battle with each other. Because there's a good chance that the constellation intended to make the hunter competition as easy as possible for them to choose a servant based on their level of performance. But Goblin disagreed with Randy. He thought it was speculation. He didn't believe a constellation could look at such nonsense. Even now, most constellations are beating in agony with boredom. In any case, Hyung realized that if he had to fight with Meadow like in the hunter competitions on Earth, it could be a great advantage for him because he had participated in such battles. Randy thought it was very important to increase the servants. He must become the object of their envy. Hyung said he knew what he was talking about. Randy should have been famous as a hunter. He must be the strongest hunter. After all, when the class of dungeon opens, this is the type of hunter that the country's government will be begging for help. Even though people claim that the hunter of their strange is the strongest, they know very well, deep down, which hunter is the strongest. And he said he understood, and he thought Randy certainly had the necessary abilities. But the problem was how they would demonstrate them to the world. Hyung said he knows how many groups he's responsible for, and it's not just one clan. All cores and items in the dungeons are bought by the company, as well as extra support with bonuses and so on. As long as Hyung's servants prove their loyalty, they will reward you generously, which is why people want to get into this clan all the time. Well, Randy didn't understand why he was telling him to join the clan if he could do it without him. Then Hyung slammed his fist hard on the table and shouted that Randy wanted to hide the fact that he was a constellation. He needed to hide his power properly. Randy said he was right, but Randy decided to limit his power to the maximum level. So as long as he can control his energy, he should be fine. Hyung said he'd send him to a clan that accepted the best candidates, so he could look for some nuggets there. After all, Randy could take them as servants if they proved useful enough. Randy agreed, and said it wasn't a bad idea. Well, Randy was afraid they'd be against it since few people like hunters who use martial arts. Hyung Tae also agreed that they wouldn't like it at all, because once they reach A-class, they will become strategic weapons that will rule the state. Only those who have achieved high performance can be recognized as S-class. When you think about it, that's pretty amazing. After all, less than a person around the world has been honored with this title. Hyung pointed his finger at Randy and said he wanted to get started and do what they could. They were going to go to the qualifying round. This qualifying round was called Uz. Hyung said there's a lot of hunters coming, and Randy needs to qualify and win to be accepted as a pro in the league. He advised me to go to the preliminary tour in a week, and to get settled in here in the meantime. Then Hyung gave him a smartphone because a lot of things have changed in the last few years. Randy picked up a smartphone and couldn't figure out how to use it. Randy passed near the arena. The arena was very large and had a blue ball at the top. Randy immediately realized it was a new qualifier. As one of the hunters came out near them, he was in a gold sports car. Randy realized the hunters hadn't changed a bit. He wondered if the man who won the tournament would turn pro. One of the guards said that these are qualifiers for the S-Class League. Well, there will be a lot of D and E-Class hunters here as well. After all, they always have other options, so he asked Randy not to worry and see this as a rewarding experience. The guard didn't know Randy's full strength yet. At this time, Odaigon was having fun on his phone and playing games. He was curious to explore what this thing was. Randy said he stopped playing those games. He said he'd be back soon. He had to look at the building. He realized it would take all day. He was interested in competing with other hunters. The protagonist entered the tournament room of the hall. There were a lot of journalists, TV people, and YouTubers there. Randy walked into the center of the building. He entered the virtual world. He realized that he had to keep his power under control, or the virtual world would be destroyed. The protagonist began to concentrate his energy, his hands. He realized that after a while his first fight would begin. He didn't need to overdo it to keep his opponent alive. He successfully entered the virtual world. His strength and dexterity were limited. Randy hoped to use his fist of energy within certain limits. If he fought in a virtual world with limited power, his existential power would increase, and then he could use various other techniques. But Randy was in anticipation. The harder it was for him, the more his strength increased. And it was working well. His opponent was twice as big as he was physically. You could see that he was very aggressive against him. He was ready to take Randy down in a fight. His rival says he's going to destroy him. He has to run away so he doesn't kill him. At which point the referee intervened and yelled that they would be disqualified if they started fighting before the whistle blew. His opponent found out that his opponent was a martial artist. He was a bit surprised because it was the first time he would be fighting against a martial artist. He had always fought only against mages. His opponent immediately came up with a plan for the fight. He was going to keep the distance between them, use the magic of the second circle of steaming, and then use the magic missile boost. He hoped that Randy didn't know that he had passive skill-guided missiles. The fight had just begun, and Randy's fist was already near his opponent's face. It was obvious that Randy was faster than him, and he punched him hard in the face, so hard that he fell backwards onto the subway. The audience was just shocked because it was very fast and very powerful. They didn't expect Randy to win. The match was over. Randy won after seconds of fighting. Randy thought it would be much harder. He was very disappointed in his opponent. The referee raised Randy's hand and his opponent was carried out on the decking. It was a good day for him. As Randy was having a cup of tea and relaxing in his dressing room, a man approached him and wanted to tell him important things. He said that Randy was very different from the hunters of today, and he was very impressed with him. The man said most of the hunters last year were no match for Randy. You couldn't call them hunters in a real fight. Randy answered him that he had thought so at first, but now he thought it wasn't so bad. It doesn't matter where you train, as long as the strength is the same in the end. The man then asked Randy if he knew the reason he was here. Randy replied that he was a scout and had come to poach him for his team. The man replied that he was absolutely right, and he wanted to ask Randy to join the Embeddis clan. Randy said it was the first time he'd ever heard of such a clan. After all, he was a returnee from the Abyss, and it hadn't been that long since he'd returned. Randy wouldn't have heard of him, but the man stood his ground. He said it had to be, which made Randy labor to get his bearings, that he was worried about what to do next and which team to join. But he didn't even have to worry about that, because their plan was going to help at all. They promised that they would guarantee a 1.5-man share with a percentage of the raids. The man also promised that he would provide tremendous support, and he would be personally trained in magic by top-level hunters. But the protagonist was against it because he was only used to martial arts. The man did not understand what to say to him next. He said Zato Randy will be able to go to the dungeon together and provide growth, thus acquiring new skills. But Randy smiled sweetly and said he'd be looking for a clan with martial arts users. The man said he in no way wanted to downplay his potential, but he thought Randy was still a rank hunter. Getting promoted isn't that easy. The man said Randy would regret it because their clan is the best. Randy wondered why he would be sorry. He wondered how much they would pay him, and why they had decided to come to him at once, since he had only had his first fight. The man said it was the strength of their clan. He said it was courage. Well, Randy thought it was more of a trick than courage. The man waved his hands and asked anxiously what the trick was. Randy said that, for example, the man had gotten some information about him beforehand. It's been done a lot of times in the past. The main one was to keep newbie hunters for themselves by bribing the appraiser. The secretary came in and told Randy to get ready for his next fight. The man said he'd support him in his next fight, too. Randy was warming up and thinking how he would fight his next opponent. He didn't want to reveal his full strength yet. Randy decided to start by showing what the rank could do. He was itching for a fight. Before he went in, Randy decided to invest 90% of his internal speed energy force and limited the power of martial arts. His true strength is steadily increasing, but his speed is too slow. Lava's kitten thinks this is nonsense and asks what speed he wishes for. He said a good solution would be to recruit avatars and prepare a constellation temple, or it would be worth it to increase the number of worshippers. Would practically already be underway, the judge spreading his arms and telling the rules of the contest. Randy decided to test his level with his eye. He saw the essence of his opponent. His level was 81, strength 155, agility 80, stamina 68, mana 100, intelligence 63. The opponent's name was Gregory Martinez. He's close to the ranks, specializing in close combat. Only Randy didn't understand why he'd need a bow in close combat. The fight began. Martinez immediately pulled out his bow and started shooting. Well, while he was raising his bow, Randy was already under him and he hit Martinez. His opponent was knocked back about a meter by the blow. Martinez is going to have to figure out how he got that kind of speed. Martinez got angry and started to save energy. His mom was red in color. He decided to start right away with Trump's melee attacks. He attacked Randy with his strong attack. This attack was called the Thousand Fists. All the spectators of the fight were shocked. They thought that after this technique, Randy would be finished. After all, this technique is a martial arts user Shahov's technique, but a close fight with Martinez is very dangerous. But it didn't work for Randy. He hit Martinez and he flew to the edge of the arena. Journalists thought he was a real monster because he had already defeated 2 hunters with just 1 punch. The man said he had to sign a contract with Randy any way he could. One of the men said that if you think about it, he finished all the fights with 1 punch. Another man added that this was true because it was the qualifying rounds from the ranks. But still, you don't often see all fights ending with 1 punch. Randy was on TV. He was a revelation. Everyone was talking about him. One of the reporters said Randy was pretty good, but he read that he's not the strongest hunter on planet Earth. There are much stronger hunters than him among the contestants. He thought Hunter Eugene was much stronger. He specializes in one-on-one combat. That's why he doesn't go on raids, but only against humans. The protagonist kept running down his opponents one by one. Even Eugene lost to him, even though he was considered a real contender for Randy. The audience thought Randy was crazy in a good way, because they'd never seen a hunter beaten so easily, not even Eugene. It was time for the finals. His opponent's name was Laurels. He was from the Rainbow Clan. He thought Randy's moves were obvious, and it would be an easy victory for him. Well, his opponent lost in a matter of seconds. He couldn't block his punches because they were very powerful and fast. The judge raised Randy's hand and said that this was the winner of the qualifying round from the ranking. Randy looked up at the time and thought it was a total cakewalk for him. People couldn't believe that a martial arts user had defeated a mage. To them, it was beyond reason. In song alone, he's been practicing combat for about 10 years. His level could tell the enemy's tactics just by his breathing. Even hunters considered experts in single combat were nothing to Randy. The protagonist stood on the pedestal and raised the cup up. But to him, it was only a trifle. Randy walked the red carpet and was immediately surrounded by everyone and started asking a lot of questions and taking pictures. Randy wanted to lure his rivals to his side by any means necessary. But he noticed those glances. They were not looking at him well. However, even if it was in a qualifier from the rankings, winning over all the competitors was a significant event. Randy looked like a real treasure in the eyes of the constellations. Randy realized that he'd been burned. He had to hide his power, but it was hard enough. One of the red constellations. You could tell by the look on his face that he was very serious. He warned Randy to stay out of their business. The kitten of lava and magma says that the contract on the Avatar has nothing to do with the agreement, so he can do whatever he wants. The warrior shrouded in madness and blood warns that he can attack the constellation at any time without the agreement. There was a big altercation between a constellation and a magma kitten, also a constellation. Even though it was only an exchange of messages, the pressure was killer. The kitten answered the warriors with such confidence because no one knew where his territory was. A warrior wrapped in madness and blood warns that he will never forget it and declares that he will avenge all his avatars. Randy overheard the whole conversation, and he said he wasn't going to sign a contract with a loser like that. So get out. The constellation of madness replied to Randy that he didn't know what he was talking about. He didn't know that all arrogant mortals were inevitably punished. Randy replied that a constellation of madness can't even go on a rampage in front of other constellations, but he still called himself a warrior wrapped in madness and blood. Randy repeated again that he wasn't going to make a contract with him and asked him to get the hell out of here. The constellation of madness left and promised him revenge. Other constellations were impressed by Randy's courage, such as the constellation of the monk pursuing glory and the constellation of the fighter of sweat and blood. Randy said he didn't know what it was about the rest of the mortals. Well, he's going to have to fight this constellation someday. The kitten of lava and magma, impressed by the mortal's response, handed him a soul shard. The rest of the constellations interrupted in shock. Randy asked him what he was doing and didn't understand what the kitten was doing it for. The kitten of lava and magma whispers in his ear that this is part of the strategy and he needs to accept it. Soul shards among the constellations acts as currency. Now the kitten of lava and magma gave them to Randy on purpose, to provoke the other constellations. On the one hand, Randy needed those crystals so that the other constellations would look down on him. Randy thought that up to this point he had only cared about power, because he hadn't even thought about such things. Anyway, he thanked Lava's kitten for it. Lava's kitten said it was important. In fact, He was a little surprised that Randy only realized it now. Hyung's servant comes in, he bows to him and says he didn't succeed. Hyung was furious and said to get that damn appraiser alive. But at this point there was an investigation to catch him. He clutched his head and shouted, "What clan is this bastard from?" He could have guessed that the Ambitus clan was involved. The Ambitus clan, though considered a powerful clan, is no match. After all, a powerful clan is empowered by the government itself, while the Ambitus clan is just a newcomer that's just starting to gain strength. Everything began to wonder what this clan was up to against them. After all, they knew it was dangerous to deal with them in their current position, and there was a very glaring provocation. He thought the Ambitus clan would enlist the support of another powerful clan that was trying to oppress them. At that moment, a girl comes in and tells Hyung that the results of the qualifying round are in. She said that Hunter Randy won sectionals. The man bowed and said he would call an appraiser right away to assign the new rank. And if there were any problems, he would take full responsibility. Hyung said he had the right idea. He was very happy to hear that he was pleased. The next day, the rank evaluator came by and said Randy was a B rank. Hyun disagreed with him and said that the evaluator was blind and should give him a higher rank. But the evaluator disagreed with him and said he gave him a decent rank, and he knew what martial arts users do in real combat. The man almost jumped on the appraiser after he said that, but Randy stopped him. He told Hyung not to embarrass him. Then the protagonist whispered in his ear that he should be careful, for the constellation had begun to take a great interest in him, and there was nothing wrong with taking things slow. Then Hyung calmed down a bit. He scratched his head and said that in any case, B rank is good too. Hyung said he wanted him to join the Iroquois clan, but if he was ranked, he'd be looked down upon. Randy said martial arts users, even with a B rank, would be ignored. Then Hyung slapped Randy on the back and said it didn't matter. After all, they knew Randy was 1,000 times stronger than them, and he'd show them what he was all about. Hyung reached into his bag and said he had a nice gun in his collection, and he decided to give it to Randy, but Randy didn't understand why he needed a gun. Randy said he didn't even know what he was getting him. Hyung said he'd look so much cooler this way. He pulled out a very beautiful sword. You could see it was very sharp. It was called the Sacred Moon Sword. It had a durability of 400 attack power. It could use the skills of Blazing Vengeance and mana regeneration after slaying an enemy. Randy said it was much better than he expected. Well, isn't that a Chinese artifact, but a rank artifact? Hyung replied that it was given to him in China. Randy said that's what all thieves say, but Hyung immediately denied it, said he was telling the truth, that the Chinese government gave it to him as payment for his help. Well, Randy still didn't believe it was a weapon of rank. At the time, China, due to the invasion of the evil constellations in the north, was on the verge of destruction. Discovered and several extreme problematic dungeons at once, and 3 A-rank monsters burst out. The first monster was Ubume, the second monster was King Mehu, and the third monster was Baiji. Then Hyung went to help and received the gift of this. The 3 animals gave him strength. Then Hyung said they should forget about it because he wanted Randy to meet his manager. He said he already had a daughter. Randy couldn't believe it. He thought his daughter was his niece, even though they were about the same age, because Randy was in his late teens. The next day, Randy cooked a delicious steak for the girl. He really enjoyed cooking. She knew right away it was her favorite. It was Texas barbecue, brisket, weighty chunks of meat marinated with seasonings and then smoked for a very long time. However, this spicy brisket turned out to be much more flavorful. The girl's name was Ain. Randy said that the secret to flavor is magic. There is actually a special magical flavor that cannot be compared to other tastes and aftertastes. Unlike the dishes, the meat the Ainu had been given was full of magic. The Randy goblins looked at her and whispered, for they did not understand what was happening to her. Suddenly she jumped up from her chair and said that Randy should become a chef because it was delicious. She suggested that Randy open a restaurant and the girl would be an investor. Randy was confused and said he liked Korean food better. When the food was gone, the girl suggested that they should get back to business and said she'd be Randy's manager. And she asked him if he knew her duties. Randy replied something like overseeing schedules and movements. But the girl said a first-class manager is a little different. The girl said she knows at what ability the hunter is at, what it takes to make him stronger. Analyzing all of this is her duty as a first-class manager. The girl said that she is the highest class, and that she liked the way Randy handled his fights with confidence. And she and her daddy Hyung thought they needed a real raid team. Then the girl got up from the table and said Randy was very uninformed. What I know is that the government gave this vegetable garden to a rich MP. That's the way the world is now, said the girl. She went to the window and said that the Ikoros clan is full of psychos, but their abilities were commensurate with the pay they received. If Randy was going to join her, he'd have to be trained to match them. After that, the girl gave her number in case Randy needed him to call. After the girl walked out the door, she thought, as her father Hyung said, that he looked too normal for a returnee from the abyss, and he had a very huge amount of self-confidence. She wanted to teach him so that he could resist magic users. After all, he would soon have to face the monsters from the B-rank league. Well, the girl didn't know what Randy was capable of. The next day, Randy and the goblin were working out at the gym. The goblin said that if anyone from the clan came after him, he would destroy them at once. But the main character said not to do it. If he wants someone, he should ask them first. After that, Randy wanted to do a test. He closed his eyes and concentrated on meditation. This meditation allowed him to connect to the constellation broadcasts, for the sake of learning in advance the countless constellations that he would encounter in the future. At that moment, Randy, who was the constellation of the invincible training master, wanted to challenge any constellation to a fight. Well, not one constellation decided to fight him. They all ignored him. Lava's Kitten and Magma says that only constellation not on the same level responded. A constellation fight is when two constellations choose an avatar and compete. The loser pays the appropriate price. Of course, they have to be on the same level. But the name of the training master isn't familiar to anyone. There's no reason to accept a fight from the constellations. What to take? The protagonist scratched his head and said there was nothing left for him to do but make himself known and recruit avatars. Randy wondered why there was no news of the virtuous goddess of scales. Randy began to worry about her in case something might have happened to her. The morning of the next day. This is the Ikoros clan training base. The manager said there are individual training rooms and dormitories. Plus, he added that everyone has a different set of abilities and everyone trains differently. Anyway, he let them know if they needed it. Then Randy said he was going to the training room and asked where the goblin would be during that time. Well, the goblin had something to do. He showed the toy he was going to play with. This game was called Golden Escape. The goblin liked it very much. Then the protagonist realized that he was really hooked on this game, but he wasn't really paying attention, and he wanted to start muscle strength training as soon as possible. Randy just walked into the gym and saw a very pumped-up girl in front of him. The girl was doing bench press exercises at this point, and she had an incredible weight on the barbell. Randy got closer, and he noticed that this barbell weighed about a ton. He realized that this was a very strong melee hunter. The girl noticed him and asked the guy if he cared about her, since it was the first time she'd seen him. Randy smiled and said he was impressed with the girl's training. The girl smiled that she was very pleased for such a compliment. She greeted the guy and said her name was Beth. When they shook hands, the girl withdrew her hand with fear. She was shocked because it was the first time she'd seen a man who was stronger than her. Then she realized that he was also a melee mage. Norm said he's a martial arts user. Those are completely different things. Randy asked her if she was surprised. Beth said yes. How could she not be surprised? Because she didn't expect to meet a martial arts user of B rank. She wondered where Randy trained. The protagonist wondered if she was telling it like it really was, because she was unlikely to believe him that he'd been years in the abyss. The girl realized that martial arts weren't so useless. After all, she thought she was capable of learning anything that could be used. The girl was very determined, and she said she was ready to learn any sport. She showed Randy her fighting moves. Randy was quite surprised. Freddie said that she could fight off zombies and monsters. Beth said she was a member of a ranking league and ranked 19th. But this was the first time Randy had heard of the league. The girl wanted to test the guy to see what he could do. She told him to follow him. They came to the hunter's training room. It was quite large. There was a white-haired guy waiting for them. He was practicing and holding a punching bag. He asked the girl who the guy next to her was. The girl pointed her hand at him and said that he was a beginner martial arts user. He said his name was Anthony, but he thought they'd recognize Randy because he's a popular person. So Randy said he was seeing him for the first time. Anthony began to tell me that he had cleared a dungeon called Siege of Okarash and set a new record for night raids, and in the shortest time possible he had risen to rank B. The girl said that he had returned from the abyss and could not know about him in any way. Then Anthony said there was nothing to be done about it and said he was the ruler of the clan. He invited Randy into his clan and said he had to obey him, and then all problems would be solved. Randy asked the girl if Anthony was a psycho because his behavior was very strange. The girl told him to leave the situation because he was always like that. They got in the ring and they were ready to fight. Randy noticed that the girl was eager to go into battle, and he wanted to teach her one thing so she wouldn't go near a martial artist. He attacked her with a very fast attack, but the girl managed to block the blow with her sword. Then Ben started fighting very seriously. She realized then that martial arts are very dangerous. Randy was surprised that she had time to block his blow. He realized right away that she had a great reaction. The protagonist cornered her and attacked with powerful blows and fast ones. After all, he had read that no matter how fast the magic was, the girl was still inferior to a martial arts user's blows. Ben decided to just spice up the punch with magic power. She practically hit Randy. You could see that Randy was surprised, because no one had ever hit him like that before. The protagonist realized she was a very good fighter and had a pretty good attack speed for a magic user. Randy immediately wanted to recruit her into the avatars. The girl wanted to use protective energy. She concentrated a great deal of mana in her right hand. But Randy just punched her in the stomach, a regular low blow for him. He didn't want to overdo it so he wouldn't accidentally hurt her. Ben lay on his knees and asked how his blow had gone, for she was sure she had activated the magic. Randy replied that he had used a different force for the blow. That's different from strengthening muscles with magic. But the girl didn't want to give up, so she decided to attack again. The protagonist began to play with her. It was obvious that she was no longer strong enough to continue the fight. He wanted to demonstrate his abilities so he could recruit this girl into the avatars. But Randy doubted that she would agree the first time. The protagonist looked at her face and thought he'd overdone the attacks. But Ben liked it a lot, and she wanted to continue this fight. But the main character attacked her one more time and she fell to the ground. Then Randy asked her if she'd had enough. The girl said he was really good at fighting, but she wanted to fight him again. The guy asked her if she was not going to fight until victory because she had chosen the wrong opponent. But the girl could hardly stand, but she wanted to continue the fight. The protagonist began to knead his fists, for he liked such persistence. The rest of the people in that gym watched that fight with their mouths open. The girl was pathetic to look at. Her whole face was like a tomato, and she said she was done for the day. Well, Randy got excited. He started telling her she was being weak, because now the fun is about to begin. But the girl screamed to be rescued from the psycho. Ben was lying on the couch, unable to get up, saying she'd never been so tired in sparring. Randy said he hadn't had enough training, and asked the girl if she was interested in martial arts. Beth said not a drop, because she was sure she could beat Randy with her own strength, and she promised herself she'd train harder and get stronger. Randy said that she could use martial arts to remove her shortcomings, but she didn't want to hear about it because it was a matter of pride. She pointed her finger at him and said that pride doesn't allow you to learn from your enemy. And from that moment on, she considered Randy her enemy. It went without saying that they would say hello when they met, but she would no longer accept help from him. Randy's face showed how surprised he was by this conversation. After saying that, the girl just turned around and went about her business. Magma and Lava's kitten, saying they should have taken better care of their opponent. But Randy disagreed, because to lose on purpose is humiliating. The next day, Ikaros training. It was a training room inside the imagination. That's where Randy met his old friend Richard. Richard was happy to see them. The protagonist asked him if he was joining the Ikaros clan too. Richard smiled and said that it was just the way things were. Randy was a little surprised, for Richard was from a rich family, and it was strange that their family had no clan. When everyone was gathered, the clan mentor came. It was a hunter of a rank. His name was Ernest. He said he hoped to find good hunters in his clan. Ernest then asked the boys what the hunter's main weapon is against the monster. He answered that he himself was the ultimate weapon, and that was the right answer. Because the power of unwavering faith in yourself, without it, nothing would have been possible. Thanks to his faith that he could become stronger, Randy also survived a long time in the abyss. One of the hunters approached Ernest and said that last year he had said different things. Ernest told him that believing in yourself is also considered a true answer, and his faith is sincere. Richard replied that it's a team effort, and it was also the right answer, because the hunter's weapon that can fight back against monsters, non-magi and non-objects. The most powerful weapon is unity. Even a ranked hunter would not go into a dungeon alone. Ernest concentrated Manu in his hand and said, "Even if he is awakened or has a high rank, people are naturally weaker than monsters. After all, no one knows what can happen in the dungeon. Therefore, one must be prepared for anything." Ernest then raised his right hand up and distributed his power to the other participants. Today was a pair training. Randy at this moment was looking at his friend Goblin Odagon. He was very happy to have him around. Then the protagonist noticed a guy who'd insulted him at the gym. He thought he was weird at the time. This guy immediately turned to Krenda. He thought that Rent was afraid of him and said that he wouldn't worry. He wouldn't hurt him so much. The protagonist was shocked by such words and such arrogance. Randy thought to himself, He's a constellation, and he should be paired with this weirdo. When Ernest put everyone into pairs, he used the art of illusion of the highest level. After this technique, a purple hole appeared behind them. A very scary monster started coming out of that hole. This monster was called a wyvern. It was like a dragon-strong monster defined as B rank and above. You could see how worried the others were, but Randy didn't care because he was much scarier than Vidal, and the goblin was playing his game. Ernest noticed that the newcomers were not even afraid. But he was not surprised because the chairman would not recommend just anyone. Then Ernest ordered his animal to attack them and told them to dodge. Most of the participants were overwhelmed with fear. They realized that they were too slow to dodge such a big monster. The blonde guy wasn't afraid either, for he believed that despite his wide breathing radius, his magic would allow him to dodge easily. Then this guy used a level 3 magic called Accelerated Hashansa. The protagonist realized that they were bound by magic, and he was about to be dragged after him. That was very presumptuous. Then Randy punched him in the neck and knocked him out so he wouldn't be a burden to him. The mighty dragon directly shot with its flame at Randy and the blonde man. But the protagonist managed to fly up and save his and this guy's lives. The other curators were very surprised. Ernest's assistant asked if martial arts allowed such speed. Ernest replied that they surpassed magic in terms of speed and evasion, and this guy was the most outstanding martial arts user he had ever seen. Ernest thought it might be because of the influence of the abyss. Ernest thought that the power of his skills was incredible, regardless of rank. Such a hunter is very strong in real combat. Then Ernest realized why the chairman liked him so much. At which point the blonde woke up and was very angry that Randy had hit him, but the main character said it was because he was too slow. Randy advised him to move even faster next time. The blonde man advised Randy that he would be at a disadvantage. He wanted to use magic, and for the sake of it, he would just adjust to it. The blonde man was very angry that Randy wasn't listening to him. Bet watched them from the sidelines. She felt very strange about what they were doing there. At this point, Ernest snapped his fingers and said we'd stop there for now. He liked the way most of the hunters worked out, especially Randy. Ernest then asked anyone who failed to complete the task to leave the site. Ernest said that the next task would be an attack. Most of the hunters were very tortured. They didn't expect there would be no break. Randy began to feel that the attack would be down, for he had a very good sense of distance. Then Randy grabbed the blonde and flew up because he sensed something dangerous down below. And Randy was right, because a huge worm had emerged from beneath the earth. It was called by the ancients the sand monster, shaped like a stone-eater. It always lurked in the ground and, catching a vibration, attacks and devours its prey. It is a very terrifying predator, dwelling in Dungeon B rank and above. The other hunters were in a panic. They thought it was too tough for them. There was a great fear in their eyes. Then Ernest told them that if they couldn't even react to it, they had no right to be called hunters, and advised them to focus on training instead of grumbling. But Randy was looking forward to the challenge of being in the Iscaros clan. He said it was to his liking. After this battle, only Randy and the goblin in a human body were standing. A rank B hunter approached Randy. His name was Smallwood. He asked Randy how he knew that the monster would come out from below. Randy replied that he could tell by the sound. Smallwood was surprised because he did not hear any sounds. Thus, the clan's training continued. The next exercise was a 3-man evasion. Then training in resisting magic, containing comrades who have fallen under the influence of illusion magic. It was clear that after these trainings, most were very tired. The guy's boss said it was just a warm-up, and he said that the next training was clearing the dungeon. The main character was surprised. He did not believe that they would truly enter the dungeon. But Smallwood says that in their time, the dungeon can be modeled on the underbelly of the world. Smallwood added that Randy was from the abyss. He thought that Randy had seen a lot of things in that world. Randy began to study the personality of his opponent and noticed that he was also a melee fighter. When the protagonist saw his statistics, he was quite strong than he thought. Then Randy said that you shouldn't judge people by their appearance. By the way, if he is going to recruit him as an avatar, he needs information about the skills. Smallwood was only glad of this because he did not expect that someone would teach him martial arts. Randy said that even if he taught him without effort, he would not achieve anything. After all, only one person achieves success. In addition to master the highest category, it will take at least years. Smallwood ran after Randy and asked him to teach him martial arts. Smallwood stopped Randy and said that he was a martial arts fan as a child. Randy asked him why he didn't study these arts then. Smallwood looked at him and said that in his time, almost everyone who used martial arts of the first generation retired. There was nowhere to study. Randy clenched his fists and said it was awesome, and he agreed to be his mentor. If you show your abilities, the prestige of martial arts will rise on its own. The main character gave him a very strange exercise. Smallwood was very uncomfortable, but the main character told him to be silent and feel the flow in his body. After that, Randy pinched his head from both sides and told him to hold the pose. When Randy asks him, "Don't magic users use mana to strengthen the body?" Smallwood replied that this is not done through the body, but through the use of one's own mana, because they attract magic from the outside. Randy was surprised because he didn't know how it really works. Then he thought of starting the circulation of his own mana. Randy put his hands on his back and told him to take his time anyway. If he can't control it, Randy will contain it with his own mana. Randy decided to take a risk because he thought that mana and Nigong were similar. But fortunately, everything worked out. Smallwood asked Randy if there was any other way. Randy replied that there was no, and this was the best way he knew in martial arts for a magic user. And it's okay, such a big expense. The main thing is that the blow turns out as it should. Smallwood hit the air with his right hand, and a lot of mana was poured out of his hand, and he received the skill of a blow shrouded in mana. This technique enhances the mana strike, replacing Nagong. The higher the user's level of understanding, the lower the chance of failure. Smallwood was pleased. After all, he did not expect that everything would work out for him. He had completely different sensations than from a simple blow. Then Randy thought about the use of mana in martial arts, but he had a very low impact level. A short time passed after the inner training hall. Then the commander clapped his hands and said that the break was over and they needed to get ready for the next training. He looked at his journal and said that now he will explain everything. What kind of training awaits them? And he said that the 6 would form one group and go into the dungeon. Your task is to clean it quickly and safely. The participants were in anticipation. It was clear from their faces how they wanted to tear everyone apart and pass this test. Randy noticed the ferocity in their eyes. Then Smallwood said that in his clan, only the first team participates in real battles. If you show up in training, Randy might get there too. Smallwood said that he is not assigned to the first team, but he participates in their competitions quite often. Then the main character looked at him and said that it's okay because you don't need to be ashamed of your weakness. Smallwood said that he was not weak at all and had nothing to be ashamed of. Then Randy grabbed him by the shoulder and said that he was great. After all, he compensates for this with his efforts. At this moment, the head snapped his fingers and said that they were starting to formulate groups. Then he showed them a table and said that using this table they would find their participants for the group and they should start training. Then the main character noticed that they did not intersect with Odagon in any way. He was wondering if they did this on purpose. The girl held her head and said that she was unlucky with the group and their group was doomed to failure. Randy said that she offends him because she underestimates his strength. Then the commanders began to consider the participants. The first participant was Randy. This was a hunter who had not yet recovered from returning from the abyss. Returned from the abyss after years. The next participant is Richard Parker, third son of the Parker family. The next participant is Anthony Schnander. This was a guy who completely lacked team spirit. And there were 2 more participants, Smallwood and Hittaker. Elizabeth held her head and said that she had never been kicked out of the first team, but this time she was sure that they would lose. But Anthony told her not to worry, because he would protect her, and that she should trust him. Then they will be able to say that Anthony is striving to take a leadership position. Randy didn't mind. He didn't care who the leader of their team was. Anthony told them to listen to him and follow his every order. The main character asked the girl what abilities Anthony has. Elizabeth replied that he is a generalist. He likes long-range fights, and he excels at close-range combat. Apart from his super strange personality, he has some pretty rare skills. Then the chief used the eye to look at his statistics. After all, he did not plan to recruit him as an avatar, but after the girl's words, he decided that he needed to look at his statistics. When Randy looked at his skills, he was quite surprised because he was strong. The main character thought that he was a natural psycho, because he was too narcissistic. For a hunter, using his abilities is also a kind of training. The more you use them, the better you become at them. 2 skills that Anthony has. These are mental defense and narcissism, each above rank B. When Randy looked at him, he realized that these skills could help him maintain his spiritual strength. At this moment, one of the participants approached. His name was Whitaker. He ended up on the same team with them, but it was clear from their reaction that they treated him very badly. Randy asked the girl why they were acting this way. Elizabeth replied that this guy only has money on his mind. He is someone who judges people based on personal gain. Then the guy said that he was not such a bad person. The whole point is to give and receive back. People just can't accept it. The guy read that he gives as much as he gets from it. The main character said that this sounds very reasonable. Smallwood spread his hands and said that this guy should not let him deceive him. Smallwood pointed his finger at him and said that when he was in the first team, he was friendly towards him, but as soon as he could get into the second team, he completely blocked him. The guy said that he was a B-class hunter, and he was a high-demand healer. He suggested that everyone work together because it was beneficial for both him and everyone. Randy was surprised and said that he didn't need it. The main character said that he could fight just fine without all this. Whitaker said with alarm that he should not say such nonsense. After all, he believed that every hunter should need his abilities. The guy approached Randy and said that even if he uses martial arts, you should try his magic, which will work on everyone. Randy said that he really didn't need it. It was clear from the guy's face that he was very dissatisfied. He believed that all hunters needed his abilities, but here he was rejected and humiliated in front of everyone. Whitaker turned around and left, thinking that Randy had not yet adapted to Earth after wandering through the abyss. The guy believed that Randy would soon realize that he was missing out on a big opportunity. Some time passed as the team descended into the dungeon, which was called the Test of the Snake Path. The girl opened the map and said that according to the rules, it is necessary to clear it as quickly as possible. Do not interfere with the opposing team. Elizabeth then suggested that they need to make sure they have food and supplies for the weeks, and then we'll split up and go inside. But Anthony disagreed, because he believed that he should be able to focus on magic. The girl said if he doesn't like something, he should just leave. Anthony took 3 steps forward and said that he would stand in front. Elizabeth began to shout at him. She believed that he was talking nonsense because he could be ambushed and would be forced to engage in close combat. The girl believed that she, as a melee expert, should have stood in front instead of him. Elizabeth approached him and told him that he should obey her orders because it made a lot of sense. After all, she believed that he was not as good in close combat as she was. Then the guy turned to her, pointing his finger at her, and said that he was better than her and shouldn't be ashamed of it, because she would be an incredible hunter if she could cope with him. The girl could barely restrain herself. She wanted to hit him very hard to send him flying, but she understood that they were a team, and a fight was not the answer. Anthony again said that he would go first, and that his partners could help him from behind. Then Randy ran forward. This really surprised Anthony because he didn't understand what he was doing. Ahead, he met a stone chameleon monster. He was considered quite dangerous. But the main character destroyed this chameleon with a wave of just one hand. For him, it was very easy. Randy looked back and told them to hurry up and start joining him. Anthony ran forward to overtake Randy because he believed that he was the commander and he should be the strongest. Then he saw a chameleon in front of him. This chameleon was quite large and dangerous for him. He used the Hashan's acceleration technique to attack him from behind faster. But he didn't succeed because Randy was ahead of him. Then Randy took out the sword that his old comrade Hyung gave him. This sword was considered the national treasure of China. It was called the Heavenly Moon Sword. Randy has changed the appearance of the spatial storage device obtained from the stone serpent, and now wears it on her belt. Thus, he can get anything he needs at any time. Then he picked up this sword and thought that he should try with a faster sword. Anthony turned to him and shouted that it was his chameleon. Then the main character told him, shouldn't he save his strength for a stronger monster? You're our trump. Randy said this sarcastically, but Anthony took these words seriously. Anthony thought and said that Randy's logic was perfect. Anthony waved his hands and told Randy that he would deal with a monster stronger than Randy. The main character continued to destroy the monsters one by one. For him, it was very easy. Anthony was very dissatisfied because he did not have time to kill monsters for Randy. Then he grabbed his head and told himself that he was strong and he would not lose. You didn't go up to Randy and tell him that from now on he would be completely serious, and he promised to show Randy his ability at 100%. Elizabeth was very unhappy with the actions of Randy and Anthony. She believed that they could not do whatever they wanted. After all, there were traps everywhere, and they had to be careful. The girl thought that only Anthony was worth worrying about, but they were both sick bastards in the girl's opinion. At this moment, the commander was watching them from the conditions room. The partner asked Ernesto if he planned to permanently join Anthony to the first group. After all, objectively speaking, Anthony is quite good in battle, the commander agreed, but he has problems with cooperation. Every time he participates, teamwork completely disappears. The guy said that his growth has slowed down a lot lately. It is obvious that he is not interested in training properly, but he is a hunter who will be worse off if he ends up on the second team. Then Ernest said that they still need to observe them to draw a conclusion. If everything continues as it is, he will make a decision. Ernest went up to the girl and asked what happened. The girl replied that it would be better if he watched it himself. They saw that their team's work was completely smooth. Even Anthony calmed down a little and obeyed the commander. The main character said that he would take on 3 monsters in front, and the girls would give monsters on the side. In this way, they divided the number of kills so that there would be no quarrels and everything would be fair. They destroyed these monsters in batches. Randy said that this was not all. They need to prepare even more. Smoget said that the girls need to take care of the monsters because others are coming. Elizabeth was angry that they were giving her orders. She believed that she knew everything. When Ernest watched this, he was shocked. After all, he did not expect this team to work together. Elizabeth couldn't believe it either. She didn't expect to pass this test so consistently with such a group. The girl turned and suggested that they rest a little. After all, she believed that they needed to restore their magical power. Stallwood thought it was a good idea and said that he and Whitaker would stand guard. But the main character shouted that there is no time to rest, because there are enemies everywhere and they need to prepare for battle. Anthony supported his words and said that they need to hurry. The girl was surprised that he trusted someone's words. Anthony approached Randy again and told him that he would show him what he was capable of. Anthony told Randy that he didn't need to despair. "Even though you're not that impressive, you're pretty good," Anthony said. The main character sensed danger and fought off the attack with his right foot. Elizabeth was surprised because she did not see where the attack came from. Anthony began to mock her and said that this monster is called a stone gargoyle. Stone gargoyles. She has high endurance and attack power. A stone chameleon shaped like a devil. They are able to disguise themselves as stone, so this enemy can turn out to be a real thorn. The main character said that they have nothing to worry about because they always attack when we are distracted. Ernest's team watched from the sidelines and were quite surprised that Randy was controlling Anthony's character. Ernest said that he has leadership qualities. It is not surprising that the chairman recommended him so much. But Ernest was upset that he was a martial artist and not a magician. The assistant told Ernest that the group was moving too fast and was quite dangerous. Well, the Armenians said that they know what they are doing, and if they are destroyed, it will serve as a lesson for them. Ernest believed that luck is also, in a sense, this ability, and you need to be able to possess it. Trials of the Snake Path, one of the dungeons about which information is open to the public. This is a dungeon where, years ago, China invited a group of A-class hunters on a raid. Although the monsters that appeared there are only B-class, this combination of monsters inside is very cruel. Removal is difficult to handle, which is why this is an A-class dungeon. At one point, the main character was attacked by a stone gargoyle. It was a fairly fast attack, but the main character repelled her attack and killed her with one blow. When Ernest and his assistants watched this, they were quite surprised how he dealt with this monster so quickly. Then Ernest thought that he might have fought with them in the abyss, because the way Reggie reacted to her attack suggests that he had met them before. Ernesto wondered how long he had been in the abyss. Elizabeth said it was a trap, and she said that they should stop here to look around instead of recklessly moving forward. The majority calculated that this was a good idea, because as long as they were open on all sides, their situation would worsen too much, and they would simply return to this road. But Randy was against it, because he said that this monster was too easy for him, and they should move on because this monster was Class B. Elizabeth remembered Ernest's words to be destroyed, also a type of training. After all, she believed that they could not cope and would not give to the end, because they acted recklessly in Elizabeth's opinion. The main character made a tent and said that in the past he had to do everything with his own hands. Then he turned back and noticed that everyone was looking at him very askance, and asked why they were all looking at him like that. Then the girl took out a magical thing and said that it was a new acquisition. The girl put him on the ground and said that they would use him as a sentry. The main character said that this will not work on stone gargoyles. Elizabeth agreed with him, but it would be better than just doing nothing. Whitaker used magic called Motion Detection Ignis. A circle formed in his hands. After this magic, a blue shield appeared that surrounded the tent. Whitaker said that magic for detecting the movement of living beings is very useful. Then he asked the girl, "Isn't it useful in this situation?" The girl replied that all these conversations began only because of the use of magic, and that he began to behave like Anthony very arrogantly. Whitaker smiled and said that he could heal, buff, and also set up an alarm for the camp. When it comes to non-combat situations, you really can't find a great hunter like me. Elizabeth replied that even if he said so, he was not relieved of his duty as a duty officer. The guy got angry and told her who she took him for because he didn't try to refuse duty. The girl perceived him as an idiot obsessed with money. Smallwood perceived him as a bad person who doesn't think about anything other than money. Anthony perceived him as ordinary trash. After these words, Whitaker ran up to Randy and said that their words were too harsh and asked Randy if he thought so. Whitaker took Randy by the shoulder and said that his comrades say two cruel things. They are evil people who insult their own comrades. Elizabeth and Smallwood were surprised that he was acting this way. They thought that perhaps he realized the value of Randy during today's hunt. After all, each of the participants understood who played an important role today. The one who played the biggest role was Randy, who led the group in vanguard, a martial artist returning from the abyss. Everyone had little food, so Randy said that he would cook them a stone chameleon. His comrades looked at him like he was crazy. They understood that he had been in the abyss for a long time, but for them it was very strange. At the same time, in the instructor's room, they saw that another group was moving towards the center, and they understood that the gargoyles would soon begin to move. They were wondering if the team would be able to repel the gargoyle attack. The entire Seacat group was destroyed. Half of Agnes's team was also exterminated. All survivors retreat. Ernest said that it was too difficult for them, and they failed the task. One of the assistants said that since some hunters are running away, the rest will now have a hard time, especially this team. Then he noticed Randy's team and was surprised what they were doing now. At this time, the main character was preparing a stone golem. He cooked it in his golden frying pan, which was given to him by the lava cat because of joining the alliance. The girl said it looked pretty tasty. Stallwood thought that they all needed to calm down because that's just what it looks like, but they were all interested in trying his food. When Ernest cooked it, it looked quite delicious. He combined chameleon meat and rice, but the main character did not say that he was not going to treat them to this. It was clear from the reaction of his team that they were very angry. Well, Randy added that they said monster meat looked bad, so he just wanted to show them what it should look like. Anthony took 2 steps forward and said that he didn't say that. The pillar was behind him, and he was very angry because Anthony had said this many times. Then Anthony grabbed his head and said that he had the right to eat it. He began to suck up to Randy and said that he had great respect for his abilities, because he read Randy as a strong hunter like him. The main character held out a plate of food and said, since he says so, he will give him some. You could see from Anthony's face how hungry he was and how happy he was with this food. When Anthony tried it, who said that it was delicious and simply delicious, Anthony felt that he had regained his magical power because he had eaten food containing a large amount of magical energy. He was quite surprised that such food quickly restored his magical power. The main character thought since the alternative world is a virtual world, even if he uses the ingredients, they just revolve around him. Then the main character wanted to try using more ingredients and frying them with rice and meat. After that, Elizabeth and Whitaker ran up and began to say that only Smallwood spoke like that, and they didn't say that. Smallwood said they should be damned, because they said that too. Then the main character held out a plate of food and told them all to come to him and eat. After all, Smallwood looked so unhappy, so stop teasing him. The team who watched this were surprised that they were eating a chameleon. They thought it was very abnormal. Ernest smiled and said that this was simply incredible. The assistant asked him if we could stop them. After all, this chameleon can be poisonous. Ernest told him that in such a case they would not be able to eat it. If it were slightly poisonous, they would immediately spit it out. Obviously, he must have a rare skill that allows him to cook a monster. Then the assistant asked if he could get this skill in the abyss, due to lack of food. Ernest replied that considering that the air is full of mana, there is no particular need to eat anything. Then they realized that it was because he just wanted to eat, although Randy didn't need it in the abyss. The main character felt that there were monsters around them, and shouted to everyone that it was an ambush, and everyone should wake up. Then Randy said that there are not only stone gargoyles here, but also other different monsters. The main character felt that a much larger monster was coming here. They were attacked by a huge number of stone gargoyles. They all began to surround the dungeon boss. When Ernest saw this, he couldn't believe his eyes. He knew that these were intelligent monsters. He read that Randy first had to realize that it would be difficult for him to face them. After all, there was another monster called the Stone Hunter. This is a huge worm monster that has power on a completely different level. It goes through the earth and stones. Their diet consists of stones. Well, this is a ferocious monster that also mercilessly hunts down hunters. Ernest believed that this was the end for them. They were unlucky to be noticed by a stone hunter. Randy used a technique called the Celestial Maneuver. Clones began to emerge from it. The main character began to destroy the monsters one by one. Anthony did not want to retreat, and decided to use a technique called high-speed ice bullet. But he didn't succeed. Randy shouted that there was a monster below him. It was a stone hunter. The main character managed to grab Anthony and remove him from the monster's mouth. This monster was quite large when Randy saw it. He noticed that it looked like his old friend, the stone serpent whom he met in the abyss. The stone snake attacked them and sprayed poison from its mouth. The main character jumped up and was opposite this monster. At this moment, Randy wondered if he should deal with him without using his sword. At this moment, Randy used his sword and caused a lot of damage to this monster in the neck area. The main character began to attack him from all sides. This snake could not follow Randy's speed and oppose him with something. When his comrades watched him, they all had their mouths open because it was quite powerful. Elizabeth said that he definitely has the inability of a rank B hunter, but much more. Then Randy decided to finish him off with one blow and cut this monster into 2 parts. Ernest could not believe his eyes. He realized that the hunter Randy was not just an unprocessed diamond. Ernest realized that Randy had reached his full potential. He couldn't believe that the chairman was able to attract such a good hunter as Randy. The next day, in the Hyung's Dragon building, Ernest came. It was clear that he was determined. Everyone expected to see him here. He asked how the guy he recommended was doing. Ernest replied that he should have said that he had recruited an A-class hunter. Hyung drank tea and replied that if he said that, he wouldn't believe it. Ernest agreed with him, however. It seemed to him that the government would later express dissatisfaction with this matter. What they didn't tell them was that a Class A hunter was with them. But Hyung didn't think so, because he believed that they made a mistake and that they could tell us. To realize the importance of something, people need to lose it. Ernest thought that it would be problematic to get him recognized as an A-class hunter, but it was only a matter of time. They just needed to make sure that he showed real results. Ernest asked if he would continue to be interested in working with them and being a Class A hunter, because there would be a lot of other companies that wanted to take him. Hyung said that he doesn't have to worry about it because he will take care of everything. He looked sternly and told Ernest to trust him because he knows everything. At this time, enter the lobby of the clan building. The participants looked at the composition of the first team. This team included Randy, Anthony, Elizabeth, Smallwood, Whitaker, and Richard. Some participants were surprised that Randy got in too because he was a martial artist, and they weren't treated very well. Anthony heard this conversation. He approached them and said that they were idiots. After all, they called others glory only because they themselves were weak. After all, how can a hunter be so biased? One of the guys started to get angry with him. The second guy wanted to calm him down because they understood that they couldn't cope with them. Anthony turned around and said that they were just nothing. He believed that his news was a very worthy opponent, and his name was Randy. The next day, Whitaker began showing the city to Randy. He did this because he had been in the abyss of years. They arrived in the city in Chaenotun. This city is popular for black markets. Randy was surprised that the government allowed illegal trade. Whitaker replied that as long as they do not export to other countries, the government does not touch them. Organizations conducting business on black markets do so legally. One of the advantages is that you can easily buy dubious things. When they were choosing things for themselves near the counter, someone was watching them. They wanted to take revenge on them for the master because they insulted him. Their master was a constellation of warriors of madness and blood. It was his avatars who found Randy on Earth. After all the walking, Randy and Odegon bought a lot of food. Randy said that this will all become the food we sit. Whitaker said that he would definitely need this because he knows how to cook monster meat. They came to the Castle of Magic. A lot of magic is used in this building. They were already waiting at the entrance and were met by a security guard. He recognized Whitaker and said that he would take him inside. Whitaker said that we need to rent clothes and change into them. Randy didn't understand why they had to change their clothes. Whitaker said that after all, they need to explore basic decency. There are also several other rules here. You can't talk about this to anyone outside. Nothing can be said if you are caught, and finally, there is no need to cause inconvenience. Everyone must follow these rules. When they entered the center of the building, they were all well dressed. Whitaker said that the auction would not start immediately, and they needed to play roulette to have fun. He boasted that he was an expert at roulette and had never lost before. Then Randy thought that they were allowing him to win because he was a hunter of the Ikaros clan. The guard was talking on the phone and said that there were 3 hunters from the Ikaros clan. He was told to focus on their service time, and they ordered him to keep an eye on it and make sure that not everything went smoothly. He told information about these 3 hunters. One of them debuted as a professional mercenary based on the number of victories in the current preliminary tournament, and another martial artist. Then he remembered the Mountain of the Hua sect, who was in charge of the illegal auction. He was a martial arts clan representing Chinese martial arts. They kept their identity a secret because martial arts had become weaker recently. At this time, they cannot help. but they really want to look at the Icaros hunter, who is a martial arts master. One of the guards told the other that maybe they should just ask the hunter what martial arts he has and what he uses. The other guard replied that he was a crazy idiot, and this is complete nonsense because he will understand that they are agents. Plus, other people will find out that this auction is being organized. Randy can't wait for the auction to start. He was wondering what would be in it. Whitaker replied that it would start soon. A couple of minutes later it started. Whitaker told Randy to look at everything carefully. During the auction, the spear was sold for $. Randy immediately checked the statistics of this spear. It was called the Phytron spear. Looks great, but has low efficiency. Something like this for such a lot of money. The next weapon was a small knife. Randy was very surprised because after such a good spear, they slipped such a small knife. It was called the Flaming Thunder Dagger. Durability 100, attack 150, subspace storage skill can be used. The subspace summoning skill can be used. Then Randy thought that these skills were very good and very useful. The main character wanted to buy it. He read that he would really need this dagger. He took out his card. This card was given to him by his Hyung. Hyung gave him a card. Randy asked what it was. He said it was an unlimited black card. As long as Randy doesn't use the deposit from his clan, he can use this card whenever he wants and buy something for himself. Then Randy replied that he didn't think he would buy anything. Then the Hyung took him by the shoulder and said that he was trying to look cool here. You want to shut me up to make yourself feel better. The main character did not understand this behavior and said that everything is in order and he will take this card. And they didn't offer very much money for this dagger. Randy asked why this dagger was so cheap. Whitaker said that it was simply not the best item, because only people with perception in their eyes or similar skills come here. Then Randy said that he would buy it. Whitaker did not understand why he needed it. There is a reason why people don't want to buy it. He didn't understand what Randy wanted to achieve. Then Randy raised his hand and offered $. No one else raised the bid and he bought this dagger. Whitaker didn't understand, even if it was cheap. Why buy something like that? Randy replied that it's good to have something that you can never forget how to use. But he still didn't understand where this dagger could be used. At that moment, someone grabbed Randy by the shoulder. The main character did not understand who he was. The man in the raincoat said that Randy would no longer be able to live normally after insulting the warrior of madness and blood. A very strong wind arose. It was all due to mana. People didn't understand what was happening here. At that moment, the guards ran up and told them to stop right now, or they would leave this room. But the man in the cloak threw them away only with energy. Randy noticed that he had risen to rank B, and it seemed that the warrior was not completely reckless in Randy's opinion. After all, he was trying to take revenge for what happened before. The main character noticed that he was behaving very arrogantly while these people were hiding behind him. But Randy decided that it was not worth taking the first step, although he believed that this was a very great opportunity for him. The main character threw away his jacket and pointed his finger at him and shouted that he demands battles and constellations in the name of the undefeated avatar of training. And as a member of his family, he must deal with it. Odagon watched what Randy was doing and he thought that Randy was very good at bluffing. But since the warrior has never heard the name of the avatar of training, he ignores it. But the main character continued to bluff and provoke. He said that he was afraid of a duel. I believe he is just a real coward managing his subordinates. And it worked. He said that he would accept his challenge to the Battle of the Constellations. Randy thought that after this incident, it was better for him to leave here. The man said that he has now sealed this place, and now his blood festival will begin. The main character smiled and said that he was the one who was trapped now. Odagon began to use magic and said that first he must cope with him. Randy grabbed him by the shoulder and said that he was grateful for his help, but leave everything to him. Odagon didn't understand why Randy was doing this. After this, Randy used his technique called the Heavenly Finger. After this attack, he pierced his enemy through with his sword. When the guard watched this from the side, he was simply shocked, because he had never seen such martial arts at such a high level. After this attack, Randy the man was still alive and said that he would take his blood. But these words did not frighten Randy one bit because in his life he had seen much worse enemies. The power that Randy received from the nightmare demons is called the basis of absorption. It was clear that after these words the monster became a little nervous, because he did not expect Randy to be so strong. When Randy absorbed the energy, he blew this monster into small pieces. His other partners were in a panic because they already realized how strong he was, and they wanted to stop him quickly. They decided to pounce on him and finish him off with one attack. At this time, the subordinates of the war lost their power and they fell to the ground. The warrior descended to directly take possession of his minion. His face began to fall asleep with red fire. After this, the warrior collected the spattered blood and strengthened his power. There was a lot of energy from him. The main character realized that he was jumping between his subordinates and controlling them. He thought it was a little greedy. Randy understood that if he looked at the amount of magical power he had now, he should surpass even a rank hunter. Randy understood that if he stopped him here, he would simply destroy himself. So it was best for Randy to dodge. These are his attacks. Then Randy activated the ability to suppress the strong and help the weak. If Randy confronts the warrior's subordinate directly without beating him, his strength will increase significantly. The warrior was already above Randy's head. Randy noticed that it was yours quite quickly. The main character perfectly repelled the attack of his opponent, using the skill of full counteraction. Then Randy again passed the sword through his body. The sword passed through life as an important organ. After this, the warrior recognized his strength. Randy was preparing for the battle constellation. The warrior called Randy as a member of his family who would participate in the battle of the constellation. At this moment, the lava and magma code tells Randy that everything is going according to plan. Randy asked his teammates how he acted, or if he acted too impatiently, because fighting after becoming a high-class constellation could make a strong conflict. The lava and magma code says that everything is fine and there is nothing to worry about. The security guard ran up to Randy and bowed down before him and said that he was very sorry. He was ashamed that he had missed someone's proper identification. It was a mistake on the part of the auction house. But the main character was not angry with him and said that he would not spread this information, so they don't have to worry. Then the guard asked Randy to give him some time. This was about martial arts. He invited him to his office and treated him to a cup of tea. Randy said that these days it is very difficult to find someone who uses martial arts. He was very interested in how the security guard began to learn it. The main character apologized for asking such a question. He was just happy to meet other martial artists. At that moment, an old grandfather came out without his left leg, and Randy asked if he had heard of the Hua Mountain sect. The main character replied that he had heard before that it was some kind of group that was popular in China about years ago. Randy also remembered that his idol named Li Shiwan lived there. Grandfather answered that he is, and whether there is a Ziwan. He thanked Randy for remembering him. The main character was simply happy from this meeting. He took a pencil and a piece of paper and asked him to give his autograph. Li Shiwan was very pleased that someone remembered him, and he happily signed this piece of paper for Randy. Randy was also very happy, because he had been waiting for years to meet his idol and get an autograph from him. After the autograph, Rennie asked if the Hunter clan was part of the Hua Mountain sect. Li Shiwan replied that this was true. Then Randy realized that they wanted to ask him for something. Li Shiwan said that he wanted to learn martial arts from Randy. Then he remembered the story that China dealt mercilessly with any hunter who refused to swear allegiance to them. The foot hunters left China, using the Great Invasion as an excuse, dreaming of an independent life or seeking revenge. The Hua Mountain sect is a clan consisting of such hunters. Once they decided that one day they would return, but this turned out to be not easy. During the Great Invasion, the leader of the Hua Mountain sect, whose name was John, lost an arm and a leg. His skill gradually became weaker. After this story, Randy appeared. The elders who came to see what the commotion was about saw Randy's fight and couldn't believe their eyes. At this moment, Li Xiang ordered that Randy be asked to come here. Li Shiwan said that Randy was one of the strongest fighters he had seen. Then Randy remembered that in the abyss they told him that Li Shiwan was a fake. And after that, the number of fighters decreased significantly. The guards were also interested in what they needed to do to reach the level that Randy reached. Lava Cat told Randy to tell Randy that it was true. Even if this is not the case, they will be interested in you, and Randy will be able to appropriate them to be his avatars. Randy thought about his words, and he said that he was right, and he needed to increase the number of avatars. Then the main character admitted that he really helped him in his training. After this truth, the amount of faith directed to the training avatar increased. Randy felt empowered, and his existential power increased. At that moment, a yellow ball appeared in Randy's hand. Then Randy realized how other groups were gaining strength. Li Xiang said that he was not going to study with Randy for free, and they offered him their loyalty in exchange for his teaching them. Then Randy thought that their loyalty, he was not sure that he needed their loyalty, and he said that their proposal was too harsh, and he asked me to think before giving an answer. After his words, everyone bowed to him and said that I would wait for his answer. The next day, Randy came to his friend Hyung, which was located in a large building. As soon as Randy walked in, his Hyung immediately asked him if Randy was able to adapt to the Ikaros clan. Randy replied that he thought he could, and he had read that he was pretty good at it. Randy said there are a lot of strange guys there. Hyung said that they are not strange, and most likely it is Randy who is strange. Hyung said that Randy used all his power to read his mind. Randy said it wasn't necessary and it was written all over his face. After this conversation, Randy got down to business and asked if he remembered the Hua Mountain sect. Hyun thought for a moment and replied that they used to be a martial arts clan in China a long time ago. They were destroyed during the first wave of chaos that occurred in China after the Great Invasion. The second time they were destroyed was when Li shuffled his rank. However, the rank brawl was probably ordered by the government. After all, he could not do this only on his own. Then the Hyung asked why he was asking this, and believed that he was looking for a shroud. But Randy replied that he had met them and wanted to take them as his students. Hyun was surprised, because he thought that they had broken up or died, since there was no news about them. Randy said that as the owner of this city, his information-gathering skills are not that great. Hyun replied that he doesn't keep track of what happens to the guys. Hyun pointed his finger at the Rand and said that in any case, if he needs help from them, just ask. If they refuse, then send them away. After all, they knew what they were getting into when they asked you for a favor. There is no need to worry about them. After these words, Randy said that he would have a battle with the warrior. Hyun didn't expect it to start so quickly. He believed that Randy was not prepared and had few assistants. Then Randy smiled and said that everything is fine. After all, this guy doesn't know that he is a constellation, and he himself is going to fight in this battle. Hyung said that you are a very smart move, but he suggested that we should be a little worried about Randy, but he knew that he was fighting well. And he thought that Randy would win. The next day, the Game of Stars began. The training avatar accepted a request for battle from a warrior. The events of the battle are discussed fairly. All constellations agree to the terms of a fair battle constellation. The training avatar proposed a battle on his own, and he offered the avatar himself. His opponent was convinced that he would win 100% because he believed that the warrior announced the battle of a constellation with another constellation. The warrior relies on the strength of blood. If he wins, he will receive the Blood Fortress. Randy covered his nose. He was disgusted by the land of the orcs. The cat exclaims and speaks that this place must be quite expensive. Dreams and Greed say that this place is a territory that only high-ranking constellations can possess. Randy couldn't believe it was good territory, but he had nothing to offer as a bet. If Randy wanted to call the bet, he should bet everything he had. Avatar of Training put on the Cardinals of Plague and Darkness, a creature that turns back time and a voice that lives from the abyss. Both parties agreed and the contract was completed. If someone loses, their existential power will increase. The cat says that all he needs to do is win. The main character jokingly said that he would do so. One of the constellations looked at another constellation who was fighting with the trend, and he said that he would definitely suffer if he became a subordinate of this constellation. Some subordinates prayed that the Avatar would win the training. The battle of the constellations has begun. They will fight until one of them admits defeat or dies. Randy was already looking at his enemy and was ready to fight him with all his might. His opponent was the Demon of Contract and Order. He watched the fight with great interest. The Demon of Order made a surprise attack and attacked Randy from behind. Randy blocked the attack with the sword his Hyung gave him. During the battle, the main character realized that he was doing so that Randy could no longer resist. After that, there was a very serious attack from his opponent. Well, Randy dodged to the right. His opponent was surprised that he dodged because most of his opponents had not dodged this attack before. The Demon of Order attacked Randy again, and he missed him by hitting him with his axe into the empty area. Then Randy realized that his opponent was a berserker type. If he is strong in magical defense, he is also able to defend well against much more serious contacts. Then Randy's opponent realized that he had underestimated him. He was stronger than he expected. Just think that there were other constellations under the Rendi. But the constellation considered them very weak to me. Even if that servant is a good fighter, he is probably at the beginning of the years in terms of level, and he will never be able to beat Avatar Agrada. Agrada wanted to get rid of him, wanted to kill him and would trample his dead body. He didn't want to let down his boss, who had great expectations for him. Beyond the abyss, in the territory of the Cardinal of Plague and Darkness, there was a skeleton constellation which Ronnie had defeated earlier. He was devastated when he lost the Avatar training. But it's actually not that bad. After all, he took pity on him and did not take his servants or dead territory, and that was quite generous of Randy. Then an announcement appeared in front of him that Avatar Training was betting on the Cardinals of Plague and Darkness. a creature that turns back time, a voice that calls from the abyss, a convulsive seeker in the battle of the constellations. When the Plague constellation read this, he was quite surprised that the Avatar himself, without training, made a big bet on him. He contacted Randy and asked what happened. Roddy said if he needs to fight, he must call to fight for everyone, and he asked to lend him servants. Roddy very much doubted taking his help. After all, he did not know his servants because he did not trust them. The fight began. It was clear from the size that his opponent was much larger than him physically. They immediately responded to Agridy's magic with the full counter skill. After the collision, the Agridy's axe pointed at his shoulder. After this, the Akrata fell into curse madness, after using side regeneration. The power of the Crimson Regeneration skill has increased due to the Curse of Madness. The main characters noticed that after this technique, the strength of his opponent increased significantly. Then Renee wondered if this meant that he would become stronger when he took more damage. If he was a hunter, he would be somewhere in the class. Taking into account how restless he is, he may even be higher than S-class. In his next encounter, Randy used the Divine Finger to deflect his attack. The hero placed his hands on his chest and used artificial absorption. It was clear how the strength was leaving him. Randy began to absorb magical power using the absorption art skill. The narrator, who loves rumors and explanations, says that he is reckless because Randy took risks when he used this technique. The main character understood that the battle was dragging on, and he used the three-color skill at the peak of flowering. The pure internal energy of this skill absorbs the magical power of the Akrata as it is. But Randy's opponent didn't want to wonder. He took him from his hand and told this man to let him go. But Randy added more energy. His opponent could not stand such pressure on his brain. Agrat lay on the ground and asked Randy to kill him. After all, he will never give up like a gladiator of war. Then the main character looked up and asked if he should kill him to end this fight. Then Dima agreed with Randy that the fight is already over. Fighter Sweat and Kulakov also agree. He asked for it to end with dignity. After Randy's victory, the warrior of madness and blood passed on the Blood Fortress to him. His first constellation battle is over, and now he can join the ranks of the constellations on Earth. The main character noticed that his current rank. He was very interested in finding out what it was. Then Randy saw the goddess of Libra, who thanks to her he became a constellation. He was very glad that she was alive because he could not find her. The next day, a joint discussion meeting of the Alliance of Small and Medium Constellations. The topic was, what should they do with the goddess? The cat from Lava and Mom wanted to talk. He says that they need to be careful with stupid constellations. Then, in the constellation, the Desire supported him, and she said that she agreed with him. After all, the goddess of Libra looks slightly incompetent. Then the goddess of Desire turned to Randy, and she said that he wants to become an ally of the goddess. However, you must be careful. Just because she doesn't have any bad intentions towards him doesn't mean she's harmless. Then the main character thought and said that there is a high probability that the goddess of Scales knows who he is, and it would be good to lure her to his side. Then Randy asked his alliance friends what the constellation rating was. Then we told the cat lover that we should first ask this question to the goddess of Libra. The next day, the main character came to the territory of the goddess of Scales. When Randy saw this territory, he thought that he had come to the wrong place and did not believe that this was the territory of the goddess. Randy was surprised that she did not have a single service or subordinate. Code is stunned and asks, "Could this all be a trap?" Then the dream constellation realizes that the situation with the goddess of Libra is quite difficult. Then Randy told them not to rush to conclusions. After all, this does not mean that she is finished just because she has no subordinates. When the main character went inside, he saw the goddess of Scales who did not react to him at all. Well, the Libra goddess bowed down to Randy immediately and began to apologize. She said that she should have sent him to the tower last time. But Randy wasn't mad at her. He said that it was already in the past and there was nothing to worry about. The main character said that the last time they saw each other, nothing had changed. He is very happy to see her. Then the military temple asked Laurenti, "Didn't the invincible training avatar object to you coming here?" The main character realized that she thinks that he is a servant of the avatar. Randy decided not to tell her everything right away, and he said that this Terra is a generous and kind person, so he gave him permission to meet with the goddess of Libra. Then Randy said that he was here for another reason, and his team wants to enter into an alliance with the goddess of Libra. Then the goddess of Libra said that she would be honest with him. Many times or later, Randy would still find out about it. The goddess of Scales took her head and with a nervous smile said that she was left with nothing. The goddess was a powerful constellation that was located around the higher constellations. When other constellations want to know about the future, they bring gifts and bow before her head. And every time this happens, her alliance will grow. But now that's all in the past. Now the goddess's power is comparable to that of a low-rank constellation, and she can barely maintain this status. The Libra goddess said that she continues to lose her battles with the constellation. Then Randy said that the battle of the constellations is a very scary thing. Just think that such a strong constellation would fall into wounds just because it lost several battles. Then the goddess of the scales said to find him. She sent her strongest angel, so she continued to lose. By the time she realized it, it was already too late. Randy said that his teacher is looking for very reliable constellations compared to strong constellations. After all, the world is a constellation, which is usually judged by how strong it is. The goddess felt both touched and jealous. Then the main character said that Avatar is everywhere. He is generous and takes care of his servants. He is also very careful in battles. Then the goddess said that she would like to enter into an alliance with him, but she doubts that he wants to enter into an alliance with her. She was afraid that they would both end up giving up on her. Her ability to foresee the future was also greatly weakened. Randy said it wasn't that important. After all, his master only wants to get some advice on the current battle. Even if her power has weakened, seeing the future is still strong. The goddess of Libra began to cool down and said that this was a magnanimous constellation. I felt a little overwhelmed, and in this case, I decided that it would join the Union. Since the first gates opened on Earth, the constellation has been fighting for this planet. This is a treasure that holds billions of souls that cannot be found anywhere else. But the constellation could not easily come to any conclusion in their battles. In the end, the most powerful constellations that were on Earth established some rules. They made the contract left by the most powerful constellation, which puts its existence on the brink and swears by it. Therefore, it has a power that makes it indestructible. Then, for the sake of it, he said that the constellation that will become the first in rank will rule the Earth. After all, place number 1 is still empty at the moment. The condition for becoming number 1 is unknown not only to me, but also to the rest of the constellation. The Libra goddess suggested that this required a huge amount of extensional power. Then the main character then asked who is number 2. The Libra goddess replied that constellations cannot know the rank of other constellations, but she guessed who it was. This is the master of slowness and silence. He has a strong and evil constellation that has occupied the northern part of China. Then the main character asked how many battles and games he needed to become number 2. Randy asked what rank the Libra goddess had. She replied that but Randy believed that rank was not the most important thing. The Libra goddess placed her hand next to Randy's. After this, Randy gained the skill of clairvoyance. The main character asked his alliance partners what they thought about the goddess. They replied that everything was fine. After all, it is one of the constellations that existed from the very beginning, and it is still possible to predict the future. The goddess seems to be very reliable. Lava Cat said that she has a very good character, and it is unlikely that she will give her alliance. It sounded a little sad, but it would only benefit them. The Lava and Magma Cat says that he has the feeling that the goddess does not like the Avatar's training. Randy asked why. The Constellation of Desires replied that this is very natural. After all, it was this constellation that stole the man whom she was going to make her servant. In any case, until Randy finds an advisor, he must try to remember to gather faith and belief. The cat decided to act as if he didn't hear it. The constellation of dreams and greed also pretends not to hear him. The next day, Randy came to his young. It was clear that he did not expect to see him today. It was clear from Litsukin that he was worried about Randy. After all, he understood that Randy would fight against the constellation. Well, Randy said that he won this fight. That you grabbed him by the shoulder and said that he knew that Randy would win and he believed in him. And he asked me to tell him what happened in this battle. Randy said that the constellation of warrior and blood and madness was such an idiot. Hyung drank water and said that he has always been an idiot. Then Randy asked if he had met him. He said that they had not met personally, but he had seen his servants. Randy said that he needed to examine what he had acquired and was preparing for the next battle. Well, Randy understood that he shouldn't rush. Then the Hyung smiled and said that Reggie should help him. But at that moment, Hyun's daughter came in. She slammed the door hard and shouted why he wasn't answering her calls. He said that he answered every call she made. But the girl said that she was talking about Randy, because she wanted to collaborate with him. The girl said that she tried to call him several dozen times. The girl came closer to him and asked him to tell the truth if Randy did not want to work with her. Then Randy gave the phone and said that he forgot to charge the phone. The girl grabbed her head and said that nothing could be done about it. She started calling about a fight date. Randy didn't understand what she was talking about because he didn't have any fight planned in the near future. The girl said, "Why is he so surprised? The party is asking for all the fights in advance, so now I have to participate." Then the young said that he also had a request to Randy. The girl pointed her finger at her father and told him to look for another hunter anyway, since Randy would be busy building his career. The girl asked Randy to go with her, and she would explain everything to him along the way. A couple of hours later, they arrived in a limousine to a beautiful place. Then Randy realized how rich his young was, because he used an entire ship for a measly dinner. Randy asked Lawrence if she often had dinner like this. She replied that she came here to talk calmly. They entered the restaurant. The girl said that it was Chef Morella, and today he arrived for us. Randy peered into the commoner's dormant skills. His strength increased. The more Randy uses the Eye of Constellations, the more powerful he becomes. Randy managed to get to the heart of Morella. He had top-class cooking skills. He used the same similar skill as Randy. Randy said that he was a very good cook. The girl smiled and said that she didn't know that he had already heard about him. Chief Growth said that he can find out the essence of a person by looking at his energy. And he told the girl that this was an internal instinct. She moved towards the guy and said that she was bored. Well, Randy said the food tastes delicious, but the girl meant that there is no magic in this food. Then Randy understood everything she meant. The girl said that she would be happy with this food if it were filled with magical power. Then the girl got down to business because she had already talked about the upcoming competition. After all, ordinary beginners don't get many calls to fight, especially if the hunter is not famous. Then Randy asked about himself. The girl asked him not to be offended. But people and spectators believe that Randy won his title by fraud. This means that Randy can go to B class. After all, he deceived others by saying that he was in the S class. But the main character was not surprised at all. The girl asked why he was not surprised. Randy said he's past the age where he's surprised by that. The girl said that Randy has all the qualities to become a superstar. Randy replied that he was glad to hear, and he just wanted to try it. The girl was a little surprised that Randy agreed to this. It was not like him. At that moment, in the press conference room, one of the fighters, his name was Maximilian, was giving an interview. He is a B-class hunter at level 21. The word is the constellation arrogant elf. He spoke very bad things about Randy, saying that he was a coward and a pervert. And he said that Randy would be a complete coward if he refused to fight him. When Randy saw this excerpt, he immediately knew that this was his next opponent. He asked the girl whether there were many such elves on Earth. Lawrence replied that there are not many of them, but they see them all the time when the gates open. Randy said he was going to beat the crap out of that elf, but he didn't need to be angry right now. The girl smiled. After all, she was very glad that he agreed, and said that he should beat this arrogant elf until he was at least half dead. Then Randy realized that she was definitely Hyun's daughter because she spoke exactly like him. Randy asked when the battle would take place. Lawrence replied if it was convenient in the next 2 days. She promised that she would collect information about the opponent and send it before the match. Then the main character said that he would gladly accept his challenge. Lawrence adjusted his crib and said that he needed to listen to all the questions and answer in a moderately provocative manner. Randy needed to glare at each other and pose a little for the camera. Then the main character sat down at the table in front of the journalists, and they started asking questions. The reporter asked how Randy thought whether a martial arts user could hold out in the B-rank league. Freddie answered calmly and said that they would only find out if they had a fight. There is a debate about the gimmick for the barangay qualifiers. What do you think about this? The journalist asked, and he asked Randy why he lowered the rank. Randy replied that it was the fault of the person who measured it incorrectly. And it's not me you should ask about this, Randy answered quite calmly. The journalists were in a stupor because they did not understand why it was so unstitched. And with such behavior, there was nothing more to say to them. At this moment, Randy's rival entered the dialogue. He began to insult him again and called him a shameless asshole. He thought that Randy had messed up the ranks. After that, he pointed his finger at him and said that Randy is a very treacherous guy. The elf said that for Randy, their fight would be a real death sentence for him. But the main character didn't even look in his direction, and said if he were so gold, he would have already attacked if he had a claim against him. The opponent did not understand what he was talking about. Randy said that if his opponent was so unhappy, he could have already found him and knocked him down. And he pours out anger after waiting until the schedule of matches is established. Then he turned to him and said that he was giving him a chance to attack and fight in reality right now. The journalists were surprised by Randy's behavior. For them, it was a show. Randy's opponent replied that this was against the rules. Randy said that he was angry but still follows the rules, and if it were him, he would have already hit. Then the main character walked up to the microphone and shouted that they had seen everything. He gave him a chance to fight, but this idiot got scared and ran away. Randy recalled that his opponent didn't even have experience in dungeon cleaning, and if it were him, he wouldn't show his nose in shame. The main character warmed up the fight very well. All people became interested in going to this fight and watching. Randy said that he didn't care whether he fought in the virtual world or in reality. The girl watched this from the side and was quite surprised by Randy's behavior. She thought that it was somehow barbaric and thought that she should have told him that it would be better if he cursed his parents. Then the girl said that he was yelling. Since he came out like that, the other side is also trying to trample him. Randy must overcome this by any means necessary. The assistant said that they contacted Sifola, and she promised to come right away and help. Lawrence said this was great information and he should keep in touch. The girl thought that if she edited the practice match and released it to the masses, it might improve Randy's image. The girl promised herself that they would use all the cards. Randy said it would be better if they didn't schedule a practice match. The girl asked why. Randy said that this match would not help him in any way, and he was just wasting his time. The girl told him to think again, because even if he has a lot of experience in battles, fighting a hunter is different. Randy said that he knew everything, but he was fine, and he asked to cancel the practice match. The girl replied that it was good, because she had nowhere to go. The main character began to leave and said that he was glad that he had met such an understanding manager. And he said that he would train alone before the match, and that she would call him if she needed him. The security guards were surprised by Randy's behavior. They were against canceling the practice matches because this is already a tradition, and if he loses, there will be more consequences. But the girl replied that he wanted it that way, and they should trust him. Lawrence thought she would change something if she expressed her opinion, but it wouldn't work with Randy. Our main character was preparing for battle. He came to the Icaros gym. He met his comrades Anthony and Elizabeth. You didn't say you saw his interview. That was pretty bold. Elizabeth said that this is a cool provocation, and he is a master at it. Elizabeth said that they were very surprised when they saw him in this gym. Anthony said that she was not going to help Randy. She just decided to give him some advice for his growth in the future. Well, Randy didn't even pay attention to him. He just said thank you. Anthony said that he was better than his opponent Randy. The girl was unhappy because Anthony didn't even fight him, and she was able to defeat him. The main character said that he plans to train alone until the match. The girl asked Randy if he really didn't need their help. The main character began to meditate. He said that he turns on his imagination. A terrible devil appeared before his eyes. Randy had recently fought against his avatar. The constellation's power increased by a notch. The principle of spiritual training has been studied. Obtained a skill of rank spiritual training. The girl didn't understand what it was and why she saw it too. Then she thought that this was illusion magic, but wasn't the level too high for magic. Randy continued to fight him all night. He was very exhausted. You could see from his clothes how hard he worked. After all, his clothes were almost all torn. The day of the Hunters Stadium competition has arrived. Quite a lot of spectators came. This was due to the fact that the audience at the press conference was well entertained. Lawrence walked up to Randy and asked if he had a good breakfast. After all, you shouldn't skip breakfast, even if you're not afraid that it won't be digested. The main character calmly replied that he had eaten. The girl took him by the shoulder and told him not to be nervous. She didn't understand how cool and fearless Randy was. The main character entered the arena. He looked around and noticed that there were quite a lot of spectators, and it was very impressive. He recalled that in the past, hunters died in battle with monsters, but now they have turned into celebrities. Most of the spectators booed him, saying that he was a fraud and that he belonged in prison. Only one of the spectators shouted for Randy to win. Randy was very surprised. The main character promised that he would show what martial arts means. Today's match will be a signal for the revival of martial arts. Commentators began to voice them. They said that Maximilian was aiming for the top 10. His popularity was simply amazing. His opponent is newcomer hunter Randy. It's been a while since he entered the league from rank, and at the moment his rank is set to B. There was a lot of controversy about this, but the commentator said that he did not think that Randy had a rank fight. Still, Randy returned from the abyss years later. After spending so much time in the abyss, it's not surprising to get all sorts of complications. There may also be some weirdness with the rank measurement. After all, if he defeats Maximilian, that will be the proof. So the match begins. For the first time in a long time, a martial arts user enters the arena. Everyone was eagerly waiting for him. Freddy noticed that it was a ruin. Virtual reality was actually implemented inside. Everyone was in anticipation because the battle promised to be great. Randy's opponent said that he would definitely emerge victorious and called him a redneck from the abyss. The fight began, and Randy immediately ran to the attack. Randy wanted to grab him, but his opponent used flight magic and flew into the air. Hunter Maximilian increases the distance, but Hunter Randy is not far behind. Maximilian was shocked by his speed. He understood that Randy would have grabbed him if he had not immediately taken off. Randy had to do something. He couldn't just stand there and do nothing. Maximilian came out of hiding and shot with his green onion. This attack was quite good, excellent penetration ability, and also had a homing function. But the main character used the divine space art skill, and all the arrows aimed at him were reflected. His actions greatly angered the elf. The magma kitten screams to disgrace this aristocrat. Randy found out his location and rushed towards him at full speed. He didn't even pay attention to the arrows. The main character quickly found out where his rival was hiding. Randy told him to attack, and he would fight off all his attacks. Well, Maximilian said that he was caught using the green onion technique. Green symbols started appearing above Randy's head. It was quite dangerous. But the main character said that for him it is very slow, and this technique lacks agility. Randy easily scattered these arrows on all sides of the arena. Suddenly, Maximilian realized that he had completely depleted his mana, and Randy was in his prime. Suddenly, the first round passed. Randy didn't know about it and therefore delayed the fight with his opponent. The main character turned and said that they would see each other in the second round. Maximilian told his coach that Randy was a real monster, and he needed to be tested for honesty. The coach told him to listen carefully. He needs to forget about the bow and keep his distance and focus on recovery. The coach told him to forget about magic and was stalling for time with the help of the first and second circles. Maximilian said that it would be very difficult against such a guy. The coach said that this was better than losing, because without victory he would be nothing. Maximilian shouted to him to shut his mouth because the constellation had chosen him as an avatar. The second round began. It was a completely different location. Maximilian used acceleration and began to run away from Randy. The main character stood up and told them to end this so that his opponent would not completely disgrace himself. Randy easily caught up with Maximilian. Maximilian didn't understand how he could be so fast. The essences were very surprised at how fast the two hunters were moving. Maximilian swung his left hand to hit the markets in the face. But the main character used the milky strike blow and hit Maximilian in the face with his left foot. After such a blow, Maximilian lay on the earth, completely knocked out. The judge shouted that Hunter Randy finished Hunter Maximilian in the second round. Looks like the top 10 hunters should start worrying. They have a new opponent, a truly outstanding martial artist. So much so that everyone wondered why martial arts users disappeared. After this battle, Hunter Randy was ready to give an interview. The journalist said that it was just a perfect match, and Randy didn't miss a single blow, finishing the second round with a knockout. What a feeling he had. Rennie said that nothing special happened. The opponent was just too weak. All the spectators said that Randy was the best fighter, although before the start of the fight, everyone said that he was a real thief. Randy felt that he had gained new skills and had a surge of energy due to his popularity. Although only slightly, the essence's power had definitely increased. Randy's friend got sick in his right eye. It began to glow red, and his skill for predicting the future was sharply activated. He didn't understand why the Libra goddess skill suddenly activated. The main character began to see that Las Vegas was engulfed in flames. Many monsters appeared and attacked the city. They were all torn out because it was not possible to clear the dungeon in the limited time. When I realized that this would be a real disaster. Hyun watched Randy's interview. He was quite interested in seeing what questions he answered. At this moment, a servant comes in and says that he received a personal call. Hyun thought that it was his ex-wife or ex-ex-wife calling him. He said that he would give them pockets of money and did not understand why they were bothering him. Well, the servant said that this was not it, and some guy appeared and introduced himself as Lee Chang-shik. He did not expect to hear this, because they had a fight when he moved to America and had not contacted each other for a long time. Hyung thought he saw Randy's match, so he contacted the former. They immediately asked him why he didn't say that Randy had returned, and his Hyung replied that he didn't remember them being so close, especially after cursing him before he left. Chun-shik told him to forget about it and gave the phone to Randy. Hyun replied that he is not obliged to give him the phone if he needs it, then let him call himself, especially now he is not around. Then Chang-sik asked him not to be offended and asked him to connect them with Randy. Hyun said that God apologized for what he said when he was already in America, then he promised to forgive. Chonchik shouted that there was no way to apologize to him. Then His-young replied that he would contact him himself and said that he was blocking him. Hyun gave the servant's phone number and didn't understand why he didn't want to apologize because it wasn't that hard. Randy noticed that the girl was very depressed. The girl thought that the manager should deprive her of her rights because she could not even determine the ability of her client. If you think about it, Randy was very confident in himself. As a manager, she should have trusted him more. Then Randy asked her what she thought his chances were of winning. The girl replied that 9-1 that he would lose. The main character thought that this was too much and she greatly underestimated him. The main character said that she had never seen him fight and she should not despair too much. On the way, they met two guys. They knelt in front of Randy and asked him to teach him martial arts. The main character said that he had already seen them and said that they should have a teacher. Randy did not understand why they needed him. They said that the main residence of the school is Huashan. From position, I immediately entered 5th position. They recalled that their teacher taught them different techniques, but their coach was a rather angry and nasty person and scolded them for every little thing. So they came and knelt before Randy because the elders' teachings were too outdated. Randy grabbed his chin and said that he understood the essence of the problem. Besides, they have already asked to train them. Then the main character thought that this was a chance to increase his faith and authority. Randy answered well. The girl and the security guard were quite surprised by this answer. Then Randy ordered them to go and convey his words that he was the avatar of the invincible god of training. He said that he would teach martial arts to those who became followers of the god of training. They were very happy. One of the guys said that there were no problems because they wanted to study and train. Another said that the clan was originally founded because they love martial arts. The next day, a bloody fortress was obtained in a duel with a warrior shrouded in madness and blood. Randy walked in and noticed something very small. After all, these possessions were obtained after the battle between the constellations and the warriors. The main character himself entered the territory of the orcs for the first time. Randy was quite interested in how Odegon was doing without him, whether he was improving without him. He was too busy and therefore entrusted everything to them. At this time, Odegon was very angry with his students because they are fools and cannot learn even such an easy element of the spell. Randy came to visit his friend. Odegon was very glad that his owner had arrived, although Randy asked him not to call him that. Renee said that he saw that teaching magic would not bring any results. Then he decided to teach them martial arts. Then the main character took the axe and said that he would teach how to handle this axe. The main character showed all his techniques. He successfully used the martial art skill C+. This technique was called the Green Dragon Axe. Randy asked if it would be easier for them to learn, but the answer was silence. The monsters discussed and still did not understand how to do it all correctly. Randy began to flex his fists and said that there was nothing to be done. Since they don't understand with words, they will have to master it with their bodies. They trained for a very long time. The monster successfully mastered the skill of the Green Dragon Axe technique. The monster's name was Goragoza. It was a pity to look at his face. After all, it was all beaten up from training. The main character began to smile and said that this time they are making the technique a little more complicated. But Garagonza didn't want to train anymore. He wanted to rest. After training, Randy looked at the sky and dreamed that he wanted to build a training base for monsters here. But he understood that the construction would take a lot of time, so if he wanted everything to work out quickly, he needed to visit the constellation store. The main character began to look for a constellation that was selling the building. He was very interested in whether there were such people at all. Then the main character met a constellation called the Dancing Snake. It will show its special building. Erendi can look around everything properly. She offered all her items, but they were very expensive. Randy thought that he had earned a lot, but he simply did not have enough money. The Dance Snake decided to give Randy a treat and gave him a wonderful 8 Sins rice vodka. This is vodka from the series All Wounds. Randy thanked her for this and said that he would never forget her kindness. They said goodbye. Well, Randy thought that his problem had not yet been resolved. After all, he had very few points and was unlikely to have enough to buy. The main character met another constellation which was called a traveling merchant selling destinies. The main character waved his hands and said that he was now looking for soul stones. The traveling merchant says that there is no need to worry about this. He searches for what is necessary for all constellations, from the highest to the lowest ranks. Randy was happy, but Lava's kitten said that he was somehow suspicious. Then he showed all his prices. A box with a random building cost dollars, another box cost dollars, and a third box cost dollars. The traveling merchant swears on his name and reputation that there is no deception here. Since this is the first deal, he promises to give a good discount when buying 2 boxes. Randy didn't think twice about it and decided to happily take up the offer. Then the traveling merchant wished him to use the goods for a long time. Randy opened the boxing task. Chaos is unleashed. I am deciding your fate. This model is a type of small temple, an ancient and dilapidated warrior's shrine. If installed, all inhabitants will receive the strength of an ancient warrior skill. Due to its dilapidation, the building will collapse within days. The main character said that this did not suit him. I opened another box. House broke free again, deciding his fate. The power of destiny is increased. His definite destiny is increased by 1 step. Temple of the Shining Elf. If installed, you can learn the skill. Randy remembered that this was the building of the elf he fought with. He remembered that this was the magic that the Elf of Light gave to his avatar. The main character thought that he had sold it because he no longer needed it. Randy installed this house and it was quite large and beautiful. The kitten says that there is a huge problem. Randy said don't worry about it being an elven temple. Among the subordinates of the god of training, there are no people capable of mastering the Shining Elf bow. But the fact that it exists won't make it any worse, and they decided they could use it later. Randy opened the door and returned to his friend Hyung. Randy has not yet fully entered the room when his Hyung is already greeting him, and he shouts that he is the star of the fists in Korea. Randy asked what kind of star the fists were, and he was told that this was his new nickname, and people really liked it. Well, Randy said it sounds so-so. This time Randy did a great job, but he was advised not to relax too much. After all, the top 10 are real. First of all, most of them are avatars. Randy said he'll figure it out somehow. Hyun said that Chun-shik called. The main character was surprised. He did not expect such a call. Hyung thought that Randy was very happy, and began to be jealous because he feeds him, helps him, acts under the name of your avatar, and provides him with financial support. Randy said that he didn't even say a word about it, and considered it a trifle. He refuted his words and said that he was not petty, just that this man was very bad, and advised Randy not to hang out with him. Randy said that he was here on a completely different issue. After that, Randy explained in detail what the goddess's blow had shown them about the destroyed city of Los Angeles, which was drowned in fire, and the invasion of the Skull Drakes. Hyung was surprised that this was Las Vegas, one of the most secure cities in the world. Well, Randy said that it was definitely Las Vegas, and asked him to show him support, and he would personally deal with them. Hyuna was thrown into pot, and he said that you can't go to Las Vegas. He said that Las Vegas is not under his jurisdiction, and it would be very difficult for him to help Randy. Hyun said that now they can only go there and explain the situation and try to convince them. Randy was surprised, because he himself said that he went to the sauna with the president and did not even have any influence. Hyung grabbed Randy by the shoulders and said that it would be better if he went instead. After all, they will not discern sincere thoughts in his appearance. Rangi replied that he should have lived a more righteous life so that he would not have to hide from anyone later. Hyun said that he just organized a merger of businesses and got divorced a couple of times. That's all. Randy exhaled and said that he would talk to them himself. Hyun said that he probably thinks because he is new in the ranks of hunters, and they suspected him less. At this time in Las Vegas, a large clan controlling Las Vegas was called the Black Cactus. Randy approached them and said that he came from the Icaros clan. Hunter Carlton was talking to him. Randy wanted to see the head of the clan. Carlton said that he cannot just meet with the head, he must first make an appointment. Randy said that in this case, they need to quickly schedule this meeting. Carlton told him to tell him the name and not to be so cocky. Randy gave all his details and that he's a B-rank hunter. Carlton recognized him. He saw him on TV when Randy defeated Maximilian and said that he was just handsome. He gave the thumbs up and said Randy's fight was killer, and he regretted that he did not go to their match. Then the guard asked if everything was okay with Carlton. He replied that, of course, he said if Randy wanted to destroy us, he could easily do it. Then Randy asked where the head of the clan was. Carlton asked for forgiveness and said that he was inside. All sorts of scum often wanted to see him. Carlton said that the head of the clan allowed them to enter and offered his help to help him find out where it was. As soon as they entered, she immediately began to scold Carlton for wearing glasses while working. Randy watched from the side and immediately realized that this was the head of the clan, a girl, and that this girl had character. And I thought to measure her strength. Her name was Roxanne. The level was she was wondering what the man from Icaros was doing here. Roxanne told Randy to let go of the formalities and get straight to the point. Randy said that their clan will lose to the monsters and he is here to offer help. Roxanne immediately became angry and concentrated the fire into her right hand. She asked him to repeat what this meant because she thought that he believed that they would not be able to clear the dungeon. Randy said the situation is getting worse. An underground explosion of rank B or higher will occur in your vicinity. If the dungeon is not cleared in a timely manner, then hordes of monsters will pour out of it. The unleashed monsters were nothing short of a natural disaster for human society. The girl asked him if he really wanted to say that he found out about the appearance of a dungeon, about which we had never dreamed. Randy said that he used the latest magic and saw what would happen to Los Angeles. The girl began to suspect Randy that they would destroy the dungeon and would completely ignore them. But Randy said that they would never do such a thing. Randy asked to be allowed to watch from outside so that he could react in time if there was an explosion because one mistake could lead to the death of many people. Roxanne said that he returned from the abyss and stayed there for years. Then he could be called a first-generation hunter. Randy asked what she was getting at. Carlton said that most of the first-generation hunters are considered heroes. They were always on the side of the people. The girl thought that this would be useful for them because in any case he would only observe. Randy said he would intervene if they couldn't close it. But they didn't understand what this was for, because they could clear the dungeons of rank B themselves. Roxanne said okay, but she said that she would check on him and she never forgives those who lie to her. She grabbed him by the shoulder and said if suddenly he deceives her even once, then she will go to hell to punish him. The street of Las Vegas, I watched the markets, and so far everything was normal. People walked quietly and went to work. Randy asked if the dungeon is rank B, then the boss is rank B. This means the head of the clan is interfering. Randy wanted to know about her abilities. Carlton replied that she was simply the best and called her sister. Then he realized that he had let it slip and asked Randy to pretend that he had not heard it. After all, he will be screwed if information about their relationship leaks out. Suddenly there were emergency messages saying that a dungeon had been discovered and that all clan members were gathering. There was an abandoned building on the outskirts of the city. A blue portal appeared, and people said that they were incredibly lucky. Then people realized that this hunter from Icaros was telling the truth. But that was not what was important now, because they were surprised at the rank of the dungeon. After all, with so much mana, this is definitely rank B. Entry was limited to one person at a time. Then people realized that only one person could enter, and it was quite dangerous. Everyone started making noise because there was an emergency and an evacuation order had been announced. Randy was surprised that no one was running, and people just continued on their way. Then Randy approached one of the guys and said that there was an evacuation order. The guy said that he was some kind of sick because he knew that nothing would be dangerous, and if they move away, they won't see any show. The lava and magma kitten irritably advises you to leave these idiots. But the main character says that it's impossible. Can't he let them die? Randy told them to get out alive, but the guy replied that he didn't want to and they had a free country. He grabbed the support and left large cuts there with just his hand, and he repeated for them to get lost. Then the head of Roxanne stepped in and told everyone to start evacuating or they would kill them. Randy asked why so many people stayed to watch. Carlton replied that they always do this, and they are very interested in hunting monsters. Then Randy realized that during this time they were too accustomed to dungeons. After all, you all stood on your ears in time to get away as quickly as possible. Suddenly there was a strong earthquake. The strength of the earthquake was points. Roxanne told them to check the screen and launch the drone and check the monsters so as not to let anyone go. Monsters began to emerge from the portal. There were quite a lot of them. Roxanne was surprised because there were more monsters than they thought and they couldn't find the boss. Poppy Lizard Alute uses the artifact more often, subject to erosion. Until the Lizard Man Mage is caught, they will not be able to get out of the thicket, subject to erosion. The city began to be covered with green threads of wood. The guard asked what they would do with the people. The girl replied that nothing could be done because those who did not listen to them and did not evacuate from here would die. Then Randy asked if his help was needed, because it seemed that because of the BA, the headquarters had noticeably shrunk. The girl said that without an agreement between the clans, everything could end in a lawsuit, and she asked him to go somewhere safe. Roxanne ordered everyone to prepare for battle, because the monsters were becoming more and more numerous. Carlton said that it was a shame that she left, because he really wanted to see Randy at the skill. The battle began. It was quite a very difficult battle because there were a lot of monsters, and they continued to come out of the portal more and more often. It was an S-class monster. It was called Vyogosaurus. The hunters fought back as best they could, but it was clear that their strength was running out and there were more and more monsters. Then she said that she needed to deal with these monsters as quickly as possible, and made a technique for enhancing the magical power of Enos. She used the fiery whip infit technique. With this technique, she killed 3 monsters at once. The girl said that Carlton must guard the Icaros hunter. Otherwise, they will have problems if he gets hurt. The girl did not yet know how strong Randy was and greatly underestimated him. But he said that he had gone somewhere. They began to panic that someone had killed him or he had been hurt. At that moment, the monsters attacked the married couple and were ready to eat them. But the main character succeeded and repelled this attack with a sword. Randy used his sword and used a technique called Lunar Moon. With this technique, he destroyed 5 monsters at once. Carlton watched this from the side, and I say that it was damn cool. People began to thank Randy for saving him, and next time they promised that they would definitely listen and leave from here. Roxanne ran towards Randy. She screamed what was he thinking as he ran away from them. If he interferes with the affairs of the district that he is not responsible for and gets hurt, it could cause a lot of legal problems. The main character told her not to worry and promised to take care of the problems on the other side. The girl said that Icaros would not just forget everything from his words. Roxanne thought that with his abilities, he could be one of the strongest hunters in Icaros. And she thought that with such a guy, perhaps she could close her eyes to what had happened. The girl thanked him for his help and formally thanked him as a token of gratitude. Randy said, "Let's leave it for later. After all, there are still plenty of monsters here that need to be killed." Randy went on the attack. He understood that judging by the movement of the monsters, someone was controlling them all. In this case, there must be only one behind it all. Roxanne thought that this was a reckless idiot from the Icaros clan. Where could they possibly find a monster like him? Randy said there was a monster ahead on the left at the intersection, and he said that the magicians were preparing for battle. The magicians began to shoot at the monster, but all the shots missed the monster, although they were nearby. The girl noticed this and told them to prepare protective magic, but for the sake of it, he interrupted her and said that it was not necessary. With just one swing of his sword, he killed the monster by cutting it into 2 pieces. The boss of the dungeon appeared. He was 100 times larger than those monsters, because it was the chapter. Randy immediately realized that he had seen this monster in his prediction. Then the main character thought that for such a large monster to be under someone's control, the owner must be somewhere nearby. Then Randy noticed him minutes later. He was at the very top of the roof of the building. Randy immediately wanted to kill this monster and attacked him with all speed. He had a scepter in his hands, which made him such a big monster. The main character cut his head with his sword. An army of hunters tried to contain this monster, but it was very powerful. Roxanne promised herself that she would destroy this monster at any cost, and used her powerful technique. She covered the entire monster with fire. Everyone thought that after this attack, this monster would not survive. The Lizardman Mage is defeated. All the monsters began to disappear. The forest that covered the city also began to disappear from the tops of the buildings. People began to notice this, and their joy knew no bounds. One of the hunters said that Randy saved them all, and everyone called him a real hero. Journalists began to ask him questions. One of the questions was that many people consider him a real hero because he made an invaluable contribution to closing the dungeon, and they asked Randy to give some comments. Well, the main character was serious as always, and began to deceive that he was not trying to save people at all. The journalist said that Randy meant something natural to humans. Randy replied that he got rid of the Marines before they started killing, so it might look like he saved the city. But the journalist believed that Randy saved it all. Randy touched his throat with his finger and used a point block. Then Randy repeated again that he did not save anyone. The journalist could not speak for a while because Randy blocked his ligaments. Randy asked not to be made a hero because he didn't like it the most. The main character thought that under no circumstances should I become a good-natured person in the eyes of people. Otherwise, I would be criticized if I helped even once. Randy believed that you shouldn't show yourself as a good-natured simpleton. Carlton admired Randy and said that he was incredible and wanted to be like him. The girl told him not to bring in nonsense, because what happened was only possible because his very existence was unique. A martial artist is extremely rare these days. Strength reached its highest point as a result of hard training and enormous combat experience. He became an absolutely unique person. The girl said that, to be honest, after meeting him, she no longer understood why there were so few martial arts users left. She thought it was worth getting closer to the Icaros clan. And there is nothing wrong with making friends with Hunter Randy. There was a lot of publicity on the internet that Randy attacked the journalist, although he simply cut off his ligaments for a minute. When my Hyung read this, he almost fell out of his chair laughing. Randy asked him what was funny. His Hyung replied that it was very funny to watch. Then Randy recalled that he also hit the journalist. But the Hyung said that all sorts of nasty things are written about him on the internet, and they embellish them very much. Randy replied that it was not worth his attention. And he said that the cactus expressed its gratitude. This time, too, they properly divided the rewards for the raid. Hyun spread his hands and said that we are talking about trillions here. And she asked Randy if he didn't give a damn. He asked him not to behave like that, because when you run a company, every cent counts. Randy replied that he did not run the company and did not see a problem with it. Hyun smiled and said that Randy had never thought that it was very similar to running a company. The main character said that he would receive a well-deserved reward in the order of things, but he didn't want to talk about it and asked when his rank would be raised. Hyun said that I don't know, because after Barong the assessment becomes more difficult. It all comes down to clearing dungeons. The main character stood up from the table and said that he would go because he needed to train several guys in martial arts. Hyun looked at Randy and thought that he was preparing the hunters of the Icaros clan. He considered him a very good person. A training field controlled by the Icaros clan. Randy brought in guys who asked to train them. They were very embarrassed that Randy brought them to such a place. The main character noticed this and told them to feel at home. Everything was amazing for these guys, and they looked at every wall and every corner. After all, they trained only in dilapidated gyms, but here, everything looked amazing. Another girl came. She said that she represented young hunters from the Huashan school. This girl's name was Iris. Then Randy asked if it was true. The man replied that, yes, she is the best among us. Then Randy asked the girl if she was related to Master Xiao. The girl replied that she was his daughter, and how Randy knew about it. The main character did not want to talk about it, and abruptly changed the topic and offered her water. The guy asked for forgiveness, and said that he didn't want to embarrass her. The girl replied that everything was fine. Then Randy thought that her father was also in Los Angeles. Eros asked for forgiveness and asked when the training would start. Randy turned and thought that he had completely forgotten that they were here for training, and he told them to all follow him. The main character said that they would start doing squats with a barbell. Since they are all hunters, this shouldn't be a problem for them, Randy thought. The guys didn't really like working out in gyms and thought something would be much easier. Randy said we should start doing squats. After all, they must feel the strength of their internal energy and the strength of their muscles. Thanks to the title of Training Avatar, his subordinates will receive additional bonuses during training. Little did they know that the training they were going through was an incredible opportunity for them. No constellation would have suited them as well as Randy suited them. The main character told them that they would train like madmen. I had no mercy for the body. The guys were completely exhausted. They had practically no strength left. Randy said he was done with the warm-up. The guys were shocked because they thought that this was the end of the training, but this was just a warm-up. The next training session began in Icaros's training room. Everyone was surprised because there was very good beauty from the inside. All the guys understood that high results could be achieved here. Randy said that for martial arts training, there is nothing better to use than the terrain. He used swamp, which was very sticky. The swamp was knee-deep. The guys were moving very hard. Their bodies were frozen, and it was very difficult to walk. As they reached the end, they saw a wooden mannequin in front of them. They didn't take him seriously. Suddenly, this dummy knees the guy in the chin. His partner was simply in shock. After this incident, everyone attacked this dummy. Well, this dummy was much faster than them, and they couldn't hit it. Randy said that first they trained their muscles in the gym, and now they need to fight against a mannequin. The girl asked, and that's all. Randy replied that they must go through this step in order to move on to the next training. Then Randy turned and started to leave and said, if you can handle her, then let me know. He will be waiting. They continued to attack. They hoped that they would finish with this dummy quickly. At this time, Anthony, Elizabeth, and Randy were sitting in the restroom of the Icaros clan. Anthony praised Randy for his work in Las Vegas, but said that Randy was far from him. The girl replied that he was delirious and asked him if he could handle it better. Anthony began to straighten his hair and said that Elizabeth was very much turning his words around. This is why she cannot become a good hunter. The main character told them to close this topic, and he asked which of them wanted to learn the arts. They thought it was very suspicious. Anthony asked if there were any catches or conditions. Randy told them not to talk nonsense. After all, he is not going to force anyone to do something in return if they have no desire. Let them tell him so. Elizabeth said if he trains her, then she will also teach him something. Randy wondered what she could teach him. The girl answered magic, what else? The Lava and Magma Kitten says that this is a great idea. The constellation of dreams and desire also supported this idea. The virtuous goddess of Libra also strongly recommends trying something new. The main character was thinking whether to agree or not. But his friends from the Alliance said that at this rate he would become a stupid jock who knew nothing but martial arts. Randy thought about it and decided that magic wouldn't hurt him, and Randy asked what he would study and what he would like. Elizabeth said that she would teach him defensive-type magic. Anthony said that since he uses martial arts, he will certainly teach long-range magic. But the main character said that he wants to learn healing magic. From their glance, the main character realized that none of them knew how to use it. The main character stood up and said that he was very sorry and needed to find the person who owned it. The girl told him to stand and asked why he needed this healing magic, because he was an attacking warrior. He needs to leave this job as a healer, and his job is to fight. Then the main character thought that perhaps he could ask for training about the constellation of the goddess. She will probably have some healing skills. Randy came to the territory of the goddess constellation. She was sleeping on the big table at that time. Randy told her that he wanted to learn healing magic, and he asked her to help with this. The Libra goddess said that the training avatar probably couldn't teach him this. The goddess of Libra did not yet know that Randy was a constellation. The virtuous Libra goddess grants him the divine healing of the fifth circle. Divine healing rank A. Randy used this healing power in the name of the virtuous goddess of Libra. Randy noted that it is not so easy to immediately master such power. The goddess of scales asked for forgiveness. After all, she does not have much strength, and she can't give Randy more power. The Libra goddess said that originally he was supposed to become her avatar, so she should at least do this. She asked him to wait, and was sure that she would find something else if she looked hard enough. Randy said everything was fine and there was no need to worry so much. He made a note to himself that he would never turn to her for help again because she was very emotional. The next day there was a competition in the main hall of Icaros. Once everyone had gathered, they were plunged into the endless tower dungeon that had been created. Randy didn't understand why everyone was so surprised from the outside, because this was the first time he had heard about this dungeon. The Infinite Tower Dungeon, a couple of decades ago, appeared in a dungeon of such complexity that it broke an infinite number of hunters. And if there were F-rank monsters on the first floor, their strength would increase in the world of Ascension. It was an A-rank dungeon, which subsequently simply exploded because not a single hunter was able to clear it to the end. Ernest said that in this training, the winner will be the one who is ahead of his rivals and reaches the highest floor. He hastened to assure that something underground is more complex than its original. The participants looked at him and could not believe that they were given such a difficult task. Randy says that this dungeon has a very terrible fame. Lisa would say that, of course, yes, there is a reason why no one can completely clear the dungeon. The main character began to wonder who the creator of this dungeon was, because it was simply amazing. The Lava and Magma Kitten asked Randy not to get excited about such things. In any case, he thought it was better to go in groups. Even if the difficulty increased, he believed that by clearing the team we would gain an advantage in battle. Anthony spread his arms and waited for Randy to invite him to his team. But Randy approached the girl and said that they would go to the tower together. Anthony shouted that he shouldn't trust her because who knows what's on her mind. The main character asked him whether he is with us or not. He did not answer that, of course, yes. Before the start of the task, Randy noticed a girl who was in school clothes. He thought she was a schoolgirl or a student. He began to look at her essence. Her name was Eiley. Currently, she is a servant of the constellation. Randy could not fully discern her essence. The main character was surprised that she serves the constellation, and in addition, she has quite rare skills. Elizabeth noticed that Rennie was staring at this girl and said that judging by her clothes, she was made of ivy. Randy asked what ivy is. Elizabeth said that it would be difficult to explain, but she would try. Lately, there are a lot of private schools that teach awakened ones. Among them, one of the most popular is Ivy. Anthony started bragging again and said that he also graduated from Ivy School. Randy replied that they didn't ask and they weren't interested. The girl noticed that they were looking at her and decided to come up to meet them. Randy extended his hand and said that he was very pleased and asked if she spoke English. The girl was surprised how he understood her. Randy replied that he has such a skill and understands the language. The girl said that she knows French, so she can speak Contra. She spoke a little more in Korean. Anthony and Elizabeth watched this and could not understand what language they were speaking. He did not say that he did not even know what they were speaking, but they looked very happy. Randy decided to take an interest and ask what constellation it serves, but the girl replied that because of the contract, she could reveal his name. Then Randy realized that this was a constellation with complex agreements. The main character said that they were forming a team and invited the girl to join them. The girl said that she was happy with this offer and would fight with them to the end. Randy said that it would be very awkward if they communicated in different languages and asked her to switch to Korean. And after that, they took out a translation device to make it easier for them to communicate. At this moment, another partner, their friend Smallwood, arrived. Meanwhile, The territory of the Avatar is training Fortress of Blood. The monsters continued to train in Odaigon tactics. At this time, Randy asked Odaigon to go with him to a good place. Odaigon happily agreed. He was very glad that the owner finally needed him. He thought that there was a big crisis. Before leaving, he told the Marines not to even think about taking a break from training and promised them to return soon. Odaigon realized that this was a fake dungeon. He really loved this dungeon because of the different monsters. Anthony said about Odaigon that he was just a hunter with a pretty face. People should be like me. Anthony considered himself wonderful and extremely capable in everything. Odaigon got very angry with Anthony and said that he would show how capable he was. Randy held his shoulder to keep him from doing anything stupid. The main character pointed his finger at him and said that he would replace the Hetera. Randy asked if he knew how to use healing magic. Odaigon said that we would understand a little, but he does not specialize in it. Randy grabbed him by the neck and told him to use healing magic this time. Their team left the portal and was ready to carry out tasks. Before they started doing the tasks, Randy wanted to show them something. These are books about the entry-level martial arts that his Avatar training master gave him as gifts. The comrades looked at these books and did not understand why there were such strange names, and they should read it. The constellation says that if you learn these books, you can prepare even better for this battle. Elizabeth said okay and will teach and train everything. Elizabeth told Ira that Randy would teach them free martial arts. Ari didn't understand why he needed this and thought that Randy had nothing better to do. They entered the first room. In front of them was a crowd of skeleton monsters. The main character immediately said that he would keep them under control and divert the entire attack to himself. The battle began. The main character immediately began to destroy all the monsters in a row. After they destroyed everyone, Randy thought that it was too easy than he thought. Smallwood laughed and said that there wasn't even any work left for him. Anthony was arrogant as always and said that he could handle it himself. Randy said they were done with the first floor and were ready to move up to the second. They climbed to the second floor of the tower, and we were met by angry boars. Anthony didn't understand what such an evil kind of monster was doing here, and there were quite a few of them. Odaigon immediately began to use magic to contain these boars. This technique was the great illusion of deception, a type of illusory magic that destroys the minds of monsters. After this technique, the monsters were very scared and crouched down in fear. Randy didn't wait either and attacked them with all his might and called his comrades. He destroyed these boars with one attack. The boars scattered in different directions. It was still easy for him. Later, Class B monsters, special wild boars, appeared. They were much larger than usual. Elizabeth said that they were getting closer and closer and told Ilea to prepare for battle with them. Lisa understood that it would take her a long time to activate the magic and decided that she would start with the initial sword technique. Elizabeth performed a technique called the martial art of basic sword technique. The girl used this magic and shot at the boar with all her might. Ilea also acted well, and with her attack she cut the boar into 2 parts. Ilea said that martial arts is a very powerful ability, that they are very good and very easy to use. Randy stood behind them and said that they did a good job with those boars. They need to get to the next floor without delay. They went up to the 3rd floor of the tower. There were blue lizardmen there. They dealt with them easily. Then they went up to the 4th floor of the tower, where a B-class monster, an ice wyvern, was waiting for them. Elizabeth was shocked because it was a rather strong monster. Smallwood also did not understand what such a strong monster was doing on such a small floor. The monster fired its technique. Blue fire came out of its mouth. Elizabeth and Smallwood thought that they were finished because the attack was quite powerful. When they opened their eyes, they did not understand why there was no damage. It was Odaigon. He healed them with his healing technique. He said that this is an ancient magic circle, which is very different from what people use. Randy told him not to overuse this technique and to concentrate more on attacking. The entire team attacked this monster from all sides. After this, the monster was defeated because he could not cope with everyone. Randy stood on the defeated monster and said that they did a great job and the 5th floor awaits them further. 5th floor of the tower. Elizabeth was wondering what monster would appear this time. A flying witch woman appeared in front of them, with strong wind and energy coming out of her. They called her a banshee. Since she is a spirit, most people don't walk through her like that. They said it was a Class A monster. Randy was stretching his arms. He thought that you were a great warm-up for him, and today they will have an excellent battle. Well, from the faces of my comrades, it was clear that they were in shock and a little scared. Suddenly, a strong ultrasound appeared, which put a lot of pressure on my ears. But this technique did not work on Rend and Odaigon. Randy told him to use the treatment, and he'll try to buy them some time. The battle between them continued for quite a long time. Randy understood that this was not an ordinary opponent. He attacked from behind and thought that he would end her now, but his attack went right through. His face showed how shocked he was. He did not expect the attack to go through. Then the main character realized that she needed to be finished with one blow, because there was simply no other way to defeat her. Randy said he needed Odaigon's help, but he wasn't done with treatment yet. But Odaigon understood that Rennie was more important to him, and ran to his aid. His partners did not understand how he could simply stop using restoration magic halfway through. Then they noticed that the magic was still working on them, and that he was able to use such high-level restoration magic on the move. Then they realized that he was definitely a special class healer, and he was very incredible, and he was better than a hitter. Randy asked him to use augmentation magic on him, so that this magic is strong enough for Randy to work and destroy it with one attack. The main character used the glowing sword technique. This gave him an increase in damage. His entire body glowed yellow. After all, there was very strong energy. Randy attacked with all his might and wanted to destroy her with one blow. He went right through her. Everyone thought that after this attack, she simply would not survive. Then Randy noticed that she used enhancing magic, and it turned out to be stronger than he thought. So much so that Randy could not fight without any restrictions. The main character noticed that we were badly wounded, and took his chance by cutting her body into pieces. After that, she liquidated herself, and there was a very strong explosion. Suddenly, they were informed that the dungeon had been cleared. Elizabeth did not understand why everything was so fast and so easy. Nobody understood what was happening. Then they thought that the 5th floor was the last, and did not understand the meaning of the name of the dungeon of the Endless Tower. If it only has 5 floors. Then the main character thought that they really didn't know that they would be in a real battle. Smallwood said there is no deep meaning here. Then the head of Ernest approached them and told them to get ready to go to New York. A plane was already waiting for them. Then he said that a new dungeon had appeared since the clan responsible for it had failed, and now it was time for Icaros to try his luck. Everyone was happy, because they finally wanted to fight in a real battle. They arrived on the east coast of America, Lego Long Beach. Many journalists were immediately waiting for them, and they wanted to ask many different questions. The main character noticed that there were a lot of people. Burness asked what class the dungeon was. He was told that it was originally Class B, but due to the failure of the Erst clan. But Ernest said that he should not be underestimated, and asked how many people are allowed. They told him that 300 were already inside. Radek had already entered when he realized that his clairvoyance skill was activated. The main character began to see a vision of a lot of frightened fighters. There was a demonic god constellation by a crazy bastard who made a contract with him. Everyone began to evacuate and run away. Realized that someone had entered into a constellation contract with the demonic god. Lava Kitten asks him to be careful. If Randy entered the dungeon, no one else would be able to help him. If a minion enters the dungeon, whoever the constellation can only watch him. It even works heavily on the demonic god constellation. Lava and Magma Kitten says even the constellation is excited about this. So please be careful. Randy said that's good, and said that he shouldn't worry so much about him. He knows his strength. Elizabeth took the beer and offered it to everyone before entering the dungeon. Smallwood suggested that Randy rest for a while and drink beer, but the main character said no. Feed her. Of course he doesn't want to lose his muscles, but then he said that he was joking and just doesn't like alcohol, and it would be better to drink a protein shake instead of alcohol. The girl said that these people are not going to come up with a plan, and then she asked that Randy should teach them a little lesson, but the main character answered, who is he to teach them? Iris started shouting at them that they were very rude. Then Randy thought that learning Korean on Korean dramas had its side effects. Then Randy began to think more and more because Ilea is a servant of the constellation. Maybe she was the one who made a contract with the demon god constellation. At least the clan scout checked her. Then Randy told her to go with them. The girl was surprised and agreed. The Icaros clan began to enter the dungeon. One of the men thought that if others came in, wouldn't it be theft of the reward? And you shouldn't assume that only the Icaros clan has a chance. Whoever clears the dungeon first will emerge victorious. After all, the clans simply hold each other back, and there is nothing wrong with that. One of the hunters heard this conversation. He shouted that he would also enter the dungeon in an hour when you finish preparing. They entered the dungeon, but Elizabeth did not understand what it was because they seemed to have entered a portal, but for some reason they ended up in some strange place. Friend, a very strong wind began to blow. This wind was called the blowing wind of chaos. He began to separate the contenders. Randy realized that this was very bad. Then his parents were transported to another place. He realized that he was left alone, and they were separated. An incomprehensible man lay in front of him. It was clear that he was tortured. He really wanted to drink water and asked for water. Randy took the water and began to drink it. He told him not to rush and drink the water slowly because if he rushes, he might harm himself. While he was drinking water, Randy asked what clan he was from. The guy replied that he was from New York and his name was Aranaz. The main character asked if he had seen the rest of the hunters from his clan. Aranaz replied that he had not. Then he recognized him because he was Randy himself. He is the same Korean hunter, martial artist from Las Vegas. Randy said this is not the time to talk, and he asked what happened here. And he asked me to briefly tell you the current state of affairs. Then Aranaz told him everything that the hunters were the first to grumble in the dungeon. As soon as they entered the dungeon, they were immediately separated, just like us. And while they were looking for their comrades, they were attacked by monsters. In addition to losing his weapon, Aranaz broke his leg and fell. Then Randy thought it was a two-headed chaos hound. After all, after this, it's quite difficult to port. The guy was surprised by his skills and said that this was expected from the Icaros clan because he even had information about the monster. The main character stood in front of him and said that they no longer had a choice. Aranaz was scared because he thought that Randy was going to kill him. Randy said he was just going to heal him early and wouldn't do anything to him. Aranaz told him not to say such nonsense because he did not believe that Randy would be so friendly. Randy approached him and said that first he would help him straighten the bone. There was a very strong scream because the pain was terrible. Randy said that now he needs to use healing magic, but concentration is important because he is not that good in this area yet. He used the Libra goddess healing technique. The goddess's healing power increased slightly. The guy's leg began to heal because Randy used high-level healing magic. The guy was surprised that he stood up on his leg because it was still broken a second ago. The main character took him by the shoulder and said that he had finished and would continue to take care of himself. Aranaz thought that there was someone who uses healing magic on a person and who was seen for the first time. When he ran after Randy and asked him to join him, Randy answered him that he doesn't even understand monsters and doesn't know their entire essence. Aranaz said, although I don't know much about them, he is familiar with the area. Randy contacted Odaigon through magic. Odaigon was very glad to hear him, because he did not know where he had disappeared. He found the rest of the Icaros clan hunters, and very quickly. For his own safety, he placed magical marks on their things, and that's why we managed to find them so quickly. Randy said that in any case, he was going to go deeper into the forest, so he asked to bring everyone else to him. On the way, they met a two-headed monster. Randy said that this is a chaos hound. The main character has often fought with this monster. This monster was about the same level, and could improve its skills every day. Randy used his sky finger and shot the monster. It hit them in the face and managed to blind them for a while. Randy understood that he had to take advantage of the chance and cut this monster into two parts. Randy said that knowledge and strength make it much easier to win, and he just needs to understand his attack, dodge it, and attack. Randy began cutting the monsters into pieces. Aragaz was perplexed and asked what he was doing. The main character said that he had no supplies left, and there is no poison in this meat and we can eat it. Aragaz was shocked that in the Icaros clan they had valuable information, but he thought monster meat was disgusting. Randy felt several hunters to his right. He couldn't figure out who it was. Aragaz said that there was no one there and it seemed to him, but Randy insisted on his own and said that he heard conversations there and they need to go check who it is. They saw heaps of hunters in front of them. Aragaz did not understand how he knew about this, or how he heard them if they were far from them. One of the hunters recognized Aranaz. His name was Ichidore. They were surprised that he survived and asked what happened. They were wondering who was next to him. He said that he came to you from Icaros. He said that Randy saved him and cured him and gave him water. Other hunters thought that this was nonsense because they were surprised that he helped another clan. Randy gained veneration. His existential system increased. Randy couldn't understand why she was getting taller and taller. He hadn't felt such a surge of strength for a long time. Aragaz said that Randy used a healing technique. Even though he had nothing to do with him, Randy asked him to stop because he didn't really like praise. But he didn't stop. Then Randy said that he was stubborn and knocked him out so that he would not talk much. Randy warned him to stop. It was better to hear from the man who saved his life. The rest of the hunters were shocked by Randy's act. They considered him crazy because he hit a member of his clan in front of them. They did not understand why he hit the hunter who praised him, but they believed that he knew his business. Randy asked why so many people had gathered here. He was told to look to the right, and then he would understand everything. The main character saw in front of him a golden sandbox that was counting time. Randy felt very strong magic from this device. Then they asked him what it was. Randy replied that there was summoning magic. He was told that sand had been pouring since they came here. Randy thought that the boss would probably be called upon, and they were waiting to kill him. Then there is a chance that there is a constellation of the demonic god here, and the guy who entered into a contract with it. Randy used his eye power to see who was capable of what. He began to look at everyone to understand who was collaborating with the demonic boss, but he couldn't detect which of them even used the constellation eye. Well, Randy was sure that they would reveal themselves when the time came. Traitor with a poisoned dagger. This is the name of the constellation of the demonic god who entered into a contract with the hunter of the Ambitus clan. In fact, this is not such a strong constellation, but compared to mortals, it is too powerful. With a bow, it is also difficult to determine how strong their master is. Ures mistakenly believes that his master is one of the strongest in the abyss. He always said that he would definitely do everything in the best possible way because his master should be satisfied. Probably when the sand in this clock finishes pouring, the boss will appear and this will be a Randy chance. The clan suspected Randy that something was wrong with him. They were very worried about him. He especially worried the lawyer Ures. But later he said that it doesn't matter because he has the master's dagger himself. Then the head of the clan asked Randy to join their clan for a while. After all, wandering around a dungeon alone is suicide. The main character thought that he would be fine anyway, but that was no longer important. And he agreed because it would be more convenient for him to keep an eye on people. They offered him food because they were worried that Randy was hungry. One man said that he could give his portion and give it to Randy, but the head said that he had only recently recovered and was not worth it. Everyone started to have lunch. It was clear that everyone was hungry, however. They were trying to eat their rations sparingly. The main character said that their meeting was destined by fate, and said that he would treat them. Randy took out a large piece of meat from the killed monster. Everyone was surprised that this was monster meat. Well, for the sake of it, he said that they had nothing to worry about. After all, it is not poisonous and very tasty. The main character went in a different direction and told them to wait for him here. The head told him not to go anywhere because it was very dangerous. After a while, Randy came and had even more food. The head was surprised where he got it so quickly. Randy was glad that he had gathered all the ingredients and could start cooking. The main character began to cook and cut the monster's meat into small pieces. The head asked how and where he got the spatial artifact from. Randy wondered why he was asking if this was the first time he had seen something like this. The head said no, and that was absolutely not the case. It just seemed to him that he took some seasonings from there, but it was logical because Randy couldn't get them out of the dungeon here. The head found this suspicious because usually people would add poison or medicine to food. However, he adds spices. Randy used a pure burst of internal energy to fry meat with this technique. The other men in the clan were surprised how a martial artist could cook so well. The main character prepared food that looked very appetizing. He was the first to suggest trying Arenaza. His mouth was watering from this food. Arenaz asked if he could really try it, and began to cut the food and eat it. When he tasted this food, his body began to glow with happiness. He said that every piece melts in his mouth and he regained his magical power. Randy asked him if he liked his food. Arenaz said that you were the most delicious dish he had ever tasted in his entire life and asked for more. Randy extended his hand and said that of course you could and wished you bon appetit. The entire clan was eager to try this food because they had seen the reaction of their clan members' food. When they tried it, they were simply shocked. How delicious the food was. And they couldn't believe that the Icaros clan was developing such things. Then the leader of the Ambitus clan appeared. He invited Randy to come with him until his clan arrived. They don't even have a healer. The head was nervous because he said that they had a healer, and there was no need to lie. The head of Ambitus began to persuade Randy to come with him. After all, the Clan of Lights of New York has a very weak clan. The two heads began to quarrel very strongly. Randy stood between them and asked them to calm down. The avatar of the demonic constellation appeared. Then no one knew that it was him, and asked the head that they must take this hunter with them. After all, there are many other clans here. The head said that he was talking nonsense, because it was he who was now gobbling up his food on both cheeks. The other guys were saying that their magic power had been restored to the limit of our endurance. It would be difficult for them to launch a surprise attack here. Suddenly everyone noticed that the time on the clock had run out, and they were expecting danger. Time is up, the night of laziness and defeat appears. Everyone was in a panic because it was the boss and everyone began to prepare for battle. A demonic constellation began to emerge from this gate. Yes, this constellation completely came out. He was very big and strong. People couldn't believe their eyes and said what kind of monster this was. After all, they had never seen such a monster in their lives. His ally did not know when to start. He waited until all the hunters drew their strength and he attacked them. The demon said that the knight who served the goddess of laziness and defeat, and he said that who will pass his test first Then Randy realized that this was not a constellation, but simply a knight who obeyed the constellation. This dungeon is called the Shrine of Defeat and Sloth. Maybe this is the demonic god constellation trap. Creating a dungeon requires probable amounts of existential power, but no one knew how large the constellation must be to be able to control this. The knight asked everyone who would pass his test, and said that he would not wait long. The leader of the clan, Schreiber, was very scared and said that he was talking complete nonsense. The hunters began to attack him, and began to use the long-range magic of the fifth circle. It was not difficult for the knight to repel this powerful attack with one swing of his sword. The head was shocked. He blew up the magic. At the same time, without any movement, almost everyone began to understand that this was an S-class monster. The main character looked at him and felt the existential power of the constellation. The knight continued to protest to them, and said that only one person at a time could take the test. He chose the leader of the Schreiber clan, but the leader did not want to ask for his life. Then the knight stood next to him and wanted to make the technique of forced teleportation. He pointed the sword at him and said that he was starting to do this. After that, the man simply fell to the ground and was motionless. Everyone around him looked at him and couldn't understand what happened, because he didn't even touch him. The knight said that he was conducting a test, and he said that he would test the next applicant. After that, 3 more people fell to the ground. People could not understand what was happening. The knight said that they all lost and did not pass his training. He did not calm down and asked who would be next. These people began to wake up. Everyone around was asking what happened to him and whether he was alive. One of the men said that he did not know anything. The moment he collided with his sword, his strength suddenly ran out and he could not move. He could not understand what to do with him because attacks on him were useless. The best way out is to run away. Randy approached him and said that he was challenging him. The men were shocked by his courage. The guy told Randy not to take risks because the guy came out thanks to luck and he could really die. The knight asked him if he was ready for the test. Randy confidently answered yes. He placed the sword near the relay and said that he was starting the test. The sloth knight began to use the line shackles. The shackles began to weigh on Randy from all sides. Then the main character understood everything, how he deprived them of the will to fight. These are shackles from which it is quite difficult for a mere mortal to free himself. These shackles were called the shackles of laziness. But yet Randy is a constellation, and he is the invincible avatar of training. Randy realized that this constellation has a quality that is completely opposite to his. The main character told himself that he could not lose because he always wanted to become stronger. And he told himself that he wanted to become stronger. He promised himself that he would become stronger. The main character began to release his power and tore these chains apart. Then the knight said that he had passed the test. The main character was surprised and asked if this was the whole test. The knight answered yes. After all, it is very difficult to free yourself from laziness. This test shows who has the will to overcome laziness. Because Randy passed the test, the knight allowed him to meet his master. He raised the sword up and pointed it towards the sky. The sword lit up with a yellow flame. The strength that was supported by the sanctuary of laziness and defeat has disappeared, and the dungeon will soon disappear. The main character found this very strange. Other monsters began to run. Then Randy asked the knight that he promised that he would meet with the master. The knight said that these monsters are also part of the test for her and he needs to pass it. The knight raised his sword up again and said that he already felt her presence. And then Randy said something is not over yet. The main character understood that these monsters would soon be here, and this was very bad. After all, he will have to not only fight but also protect everyone. Other people did not know about the danger, and smiled because they did not think that they would soon return to Earth. Randy realized that if he did not avoid such a disadvantageous situation, then he would have no reason to grow further. Then he acquired the skill to suppress the strong and help the weak. And overcome yourself, all these skills were activated. If Randy protects the weak, his existential system will grow. They began to notice monsters in the east. The drones were destroyed. Heat sources of strange medium-sized monsters have been discovered in the south. People didn't understand why maybe more is coming to you, because they had already enrolled the dungeon. Nevertheless, it was a special place, and they had to hold out until the dungeon disappeared. Everyone began to prepare to use magic. Then they realized that they were not even waves of monsters, and they did not imagine that there would be such similar problems here. Then Randy shouted very loudly to everyone to get together and fight to the end. The head said, "Why should they get together? Because if they do that, they will provoke more monsters to attack." Randy answered that in any case they are coming here, and he asked them to listen to him and gather if they did not want to die. This was the important part. His level had reached its limit, and he was thinking which martial arts should he use right now. The main character decided that he would attract all their attention, and he ran at full speed towards them. He appeared around these monsters and was serious. He dodged the monster's attack and used the heavenly finger. Randy made the monster very angry with this act and began to run away from them to attract their attention. The main character noticed that more and more monsters were starting to run after him. The hunters did not understand what was happening there because there was a very big sound and a lot of monsters. No one had ever seen such raids in their lives. One of the heads shouted for them to help Randy, because it was hard for him alone. They said that he was right, and began to use skills since the monsters were collected in one place, and used an area spell. The main character said that they should continue to shoot at them and not worry about him because he dodged their attacks. The head said that the martial artist was much stronger than he thought, and had never seen such strong warriors. One of the guys thought that thanks to the fact that he attracted all the monsters' attention, they were able to concentrate on the attack. And after that, he himself wanted to become a martial artist. Randy continued to distract the two-headed monster from the hunters. This monster was quite fast and large. The main character used the golden blade technique. His speed was so high that a strong blue smoke formed behind him. The monster fell to the ground. There was a very strong sound because it was very healthy. The other hunters could not believe their eyes, because with one attack he knocked such a healthy monster to the ground. Randy took a deep breath and said it was all over. Other hunters began to approach him and tell him how incredible a fighter he was and just a cool person. One of the traders understood that he needed to kill as many people as he could before the underground was closed. Otherwise, his master will be furious. He understood that first he needed to get rid of Randy, because he was the most dangerous fighter he had seen. He looked and saw that no one was looking. He wanted to sneak up from behind and attack him. He swung the blade and shouted, "Die!" He had a great thirst for blood. At first, he thought it was very easy and surprisingly simple. But Randy simply blocked his hand and he poked himself with a knife in his own hand. Randy asked him what he was doing, when he asked Randy if he had suspected him from the very beginning. The main character told him to kneel down and throw his dagger. If he agrees to cooperate, Randy will feel sorry for him. He started threatening Randy and says that he doesn't even know who his master is. Randy replied that whoever he was, there was nothing he could do now. But he replied that this was not the end and Randy was just a weak hunter. After that, he began to scream loudly that Randy attacked him and wanted to kill him. They could not understand what was happening and who attacked whom. He showed his injured hand and said that Randy poked his hand. But the main character said that this man tried to kill him secretly and the dagger got stuck there because he fought back. The man said that he was lying. After all, how could he fight back if, according to his words, he jumped out suddenly? Two men said that they recorded the raids and watched everything on camera, but it was difficult for them to see the picture because the scene of action was not visible. The man continued to say that he attacked him and should be detained, but the head had doubts about it. The man said that we are from the same clan and they must protect him. The head replied that he did not believe that Randy attacked him and could have done so. Well, the other hunters were more suspicious of this man and thought that he wanted to kill Randy out of envy. Then the man said that they believed him because he treated them to meat. But the head said that he ate more than everyone else and there was nothing wrong with that. The head said that he is a good person. If he doesn't stop, they will consider him guilty. The man was very angry because his clanmates did not believe him, and he took out a dagger. He released a poisonous mist to poison them all. One of the hunters said that he would take care of him. But Randy said that it was dangerous, and it was better not to approach it yet. But the hunter was very confident in himself, because he considered himself a rank B hunter, and Urez, at best, had a rank C. He was confident that he would deal with him. Randy said that he made a contract with the demonic god Constellation. It is better not to underestimate him. Urez used the magic of the fourth circle, which is called the Fang of the Wave Serpent. This attack caused good damage to the self-confident hunter. After this attack, his amulet was broken. This amulet protected him for a long time. After this attack, he fell to the ground and began to writhe in pain. Urez began to gloat at him, and he said that the rank B hunter was writhing more because of his attack. After that, he still wanted to use such an attack to finish off the hunter, and wished them death. The main character began to approach him and said that the end was only for him. Urez shouted not to make him laugh and used the cursed dagger technique. Randy used the top of the soft series, which is the strength of martial arts. The ideal body for martial arts, heavenly martial body, excellent understanding of the principles of martial arts, a state of perfection. When all this is combined, the result is a flowing ball technique. Then Randy has mastered a new martial art, and his existential power grows. Randy easily repelled his attack with one swing of his sword. It was surprising that he repelled such an attack with just one movement. Ures was shocked because the constellation itself gave him such a skill. The main character came even closer to him and said that you shouldn't rely so much on your constellation. After that, the main character used a technique in the palm of the origin of the soul. This technique was of high rank. After such a blow, Ures was very badly damaged, but managed to escape thanks to his technique. The traitor's magical power protects the body of the Ures. Thanks to this, he avoided instant death. Ures said that he did not let everything end. Thus, he promised to kill as many hunters as he could thanks to his master. After that, he raised the dagger and made a poisonous cloud of life force transmission. In simple words, he turned his blood into poison. The main character believed that he was a real idiot for not stopping, and decided to kill them with his own life. At that moment, Randy's group appeared. Behind him was Odagon, who shouted to him with joy. He asked for forgiveness for being so late, and he promised that now he would sort everything out. Odagon used a technique called raindrop detoxification. A large circle of magic formed above the sky. Heavy rain poured from this circle. The Odagon technique neutralized the Juressa technique. Then Juris realized that it was all over. Randy was unhappy because he arrived much later than Randy expected, and he asked if they had met monsters along the way. Odagon said that no one listened to him, and everyone had their own whims. Anthony said that he was exaggerating, and how can they trust and listen to the healer? Elizabeth said that she likes it better when the leader is a melee fighter. Irene said that she was always taught not to trust anyone. Then Odagon asked Randy not to leave him with them anymore. The main character noticed his hysteria and said that he was great and he was wrong. They returned from the dungeon. A portal to their original location was activated. Randy looked at the screen to see his prizes and rewards for a job well done. Randy was given a dungeon reward because he passed the sanctuary test. This is a reward given personally to the one who fulfilled certain conditions in the dungeon. This is different from survival compensation. This time, the only one who received the award was Randy. As an incentive, he was chosen as the successor of the goddess of defeat and laziness. He inherited the power of the said constellation. Then the main character saw a very bright light in front of him. He practically could not open his eyes. When the light faded, he saw in front of him a girl whose left eye was glowing. The girl said that a lot of time had passed since her last awakening and named Randy her successor. The girl said that she would teach him everything that he should do as a servant of the constellation. Randy asked for forgiveness and said that he was also a constellation. The girl said that she didn't hear, because only mortals can enter the dungeon, so he cannot be a constellation. The main character said that he didn't want to upset her, but she was wrong. Then she asked how he got here. Randy replied that he was here to deceive other constellations. The girl looked at him and understood that no matter what it was, he definitely had great ambitions, and she considered it a delightful constellation. Randy agreed with her and said that the constellation always finds successors in this way and transfers its power to them. The girl said that this is an unusual practice, and this place has a long history. In the distant past, she possessed the most powerful kingdom in the abyss. But despite her desire to lose and laziness, she simply continued to win over and over again, which increased the amount of work they had to do. Eventually, she grew tired of her victories and her strength, and after a while, she got tired of everything and sealed herself. How long did Randy get involved in all this? Acting like a mortal, the girl said that he was also a rather interesting constellation. In any case, she could not believe that her successor would be a constellation, and she thought that he didn't need her. After all, he himself can gain authority and increase it, and he said that in that case, goodbye. Randy didn't understand what she meant because she was trying to convey her status as a constellation. But Randy had more questions. It is said that he inherited the power, but his existential power did not increase. Randy asked what happened and how it could be explained. The girl replied that the reason was that she had almost no existential strength left, and he inherited these crumbs. Then she told him that authority is much more important, and there are always ways to increase existential strength. But Randy didn't understand her, and said that he was an avatar of training. Shouldn't he be prohibited from gaining a reputation for defeat and laziness? Then she pointed her finger at him and said that her successor had misunderstood her. After all, victory and defeat are two sides of the same coin. The same applies to training and laziness. For example, let's imagine that you lost for the purpose of cheating. This will be considered a defeat or a victory. Or let's imagine that Randy took a break to recuperate. This should be considered as training or laziness. She said that Randy is a young star, so he needs to train according to his qualities. But over time, when Randy fully understands what a reputation is, then such a quality will appear in him automatically. Many constellations are busy increasing their existential power and starting wars, but in the end, what is much more important for the constellation is awakening the power of its own qualities. Then the main character understood everything, and he gained the skill of understanding the quality of the constellation. His strength grew. Randy has discovered a new skill called enlightenment. Thanks to the great enlightenment, Randy is no longer bound by the quality of the constellation. Randy thanked her for explaining it to him, and he learned a lot more. It was clear that the girl was sad and said that she was also happy and said goodbye. Randy said that he was her successor and asked her for a favor, so that he could call her in difficult moments. The girl smiled and said that of course he could, but he was kind, so she thought that he wouldn't do it. Randy disagreed with her and said that he would call her if necessary. She grabbed him by the shoulders and said that she hoped he wouldn't do this often. Randy said he'll try but doesn't promise. His meeting with the goddess Lenny was over. After Randy leaves the sanctuary, he will return to Earth. Then Randy thought about a lot of things to think about on a large scale and understand their essence. Then the main character recalled that previously he was devoted to his martial arts, but now he will try his hand at cooking, magic, and others. Randy knew this instinctively, that training is not just a small part of life. Everything that happens in everyday life can be considered training. Then Randy thought that his thinking should become more flexible and promised himself to train without restrictions. Randy came to visit his friends from the Alliance. The main character asked if they were waiting for him. The goddess of desires replied that of course, because they lost contact with him as soon as he entered the dungeon. The girl said that the servant entered into a contract with the constellations of the demonic god, and also a contract with the constellation in Lenny. If the contract is valid, there is nothing wrong with it. When Randy can figure this out, it will be his strength. Randy got the impression that they were talking conditionally, and it was their business. He threw up his hands and said that he had no idea how he could use his reputation when it comes to defeat and laziness. Then the goddess of desires suggested that he use defeat out of laziness, but Randy said there was no point in that. Randy asked them if they found something about a traitor with a poisoned dagger. The desire goddess said that it doesn't seem like the traitor is strong enough for the constellation. In terms of rank in the constellation war, Randy is approximately on the same level with him. Then the main character said that he did not need to worry too much about him. But there are bad rumors around him, that a traitor specializes in various schemes and tricks because he is also annoying, since his servant or subordinates can stage a surprise attack. The goddess of desire said that his name is the constellation Randy, the constellation that was first mentioned in the game. The cat says that the madness and blood that happened to the warrior in the dungeon certainly attracted the attention of the constellation. The next day, their team was all assembled and they came to have lunch. Randy did not understand why they asked him to eat here, because he believed that they could eat anywhere. Smallwood told him that while in New York, he should go to Hunter George. Anthony also added that Randy said that he had never been to this restaurant, and promised that he would like it. Hunter George, one of the few restaurants in the world that serves monster meat. When they entered this building, they saw in front of them an aristocrat who complains about everything in this life. The aristocrat said that it should be oily, the oil should drip from the bite. Anthony said that of all places he was complaining to George's hunters, and she thought he was a strange guy. Then he greeted them and asked them from the Icaros clan. Elizabeth recognized him. It was the leader of the Schreiber clan. Randy managed to meet him when he fought against the knight in the dungeon. Schreiber was also glad to see them. Schreiber shook Randy's hand and thanked him again for what happened in the dungeon. The main character replied that it was nothing special and asked what was wrong with this food. Schreiber said he asked them to recreate Randy's monster dish, but they couldn't do it no matter how hard they tried. This conversation was overheard by George Manuel, the owner and chef of a restaurant called Hunter George. He was very surprised when he heard that Randy had prepared a dish from the monster. Type of cooking monsters, a very rare skill. George the master cooks only the monster dish. People with the same talent but a different vision arouse his real interest. George approached Randy and wanted to ask him for a favor. He asked to give him a master class on a dish that Randy prepared in the dungeon. Randy immediately told them that he was not a real chef and that they should not expect too much from him. George said he wouldn't hope for it, although he looks like he's looking forward to it like crazy. Randy placed the Minotaur meat on the table. It was some of the best meat ever. Randy touched the meat and wanted to soften the ingredients by injecting internal energy into the hard meat. This is Randy's abyss-trained meat recipe. George Maida looked, and it was very surprising to him. After all, normally they would have to accumulate mana within a few hours. Randy said he cooks this meat using martial arts. He began to cut the meat at a very high speed. From his movement, the meat flew up 3 meters. The other chefs couldn't believe what they saw. Randy asked if he could use some seasoning. George, with a trembling voice, told him not to be shy and take what he wants. The main character put the meat in a frying pan and used magi to light a fire, and to create a unique scent. Randy showed what he had done and said that there was nothing supernatural here. George said not at all, and he was very unbelievable. Then they served Randy's meat to the customers for them to try. They really liked it. It was very tasty. The next day, Hyung asked Randy a question about the dungeon. Randy said that nothing happened. The constellation demon god's servant attacked me, but he was not very strong. However, just by looking at the published information, the Hyung knew that Randy had done an excellent job. And if you think about it even better, it will be considered normal since he is a constellation. Hyun said that in any case, he called Randy on time. Then, President Nguyen, otherwise known as the head of the dragon artifact, came through the door. Hyung asked Randy if he had any idea what he was doing. Randy answered briefly that no. Hyun asked if he knew what a monster core was. This is the total mana of the monster. Now many companies are developing their energy business. These days, they even make artifacts from it. Among them, one of the leading companies in the field of artifacts made from the core is our subsidiary dragon artifact. Randy didn't understand why they should meet and what connected them. Hyun said it's always great to have more useful connections. To develop artifacts, a hunter is required to help test them. So Hyung wanted to introduce you to each other so that Randy could work on the same team with him and collaborate. The main character replied that he agreed and he would try. Hyung looked out the window and told Randy to get used to it. After all, later he will ask him to become the president of this company. Randy asked what he should do regarding development and artifacts. And Nguyen replied that research and development is very important in this business, but in fact, since there are many people who are interested in this business, what happens behind the scenes is quite brutal, and in the end, his strength will come in handy. Randy asked again what he should help with. He didn't understand his entire position. He was asked to help them find a researcher, Ronald Totten, an outstanding artifact researcher. He managed to successfully develop the latest magic of the third circle, double barrier Apreya, in an artificial artifact. This means that he possesses techniques that have exceeded existing limits. Then the head said that their company tried to conclude an official contract with him. But unfortunately, they lost contact with him. Randy asked if he was sure he would agree. But the head was 100% sure that yes, and he thought that another clan had gotten to him. Among them, artifact developer Legend is the most suspicious. It belongs to Parker's, a fairly well-known company in this area. Randy realized that this was his good friend. He needed Randy to go to Legend and pick up the researcher Ronald. The main character turned around and said that this was nothing for him, and he would be back soon. The head asked if he was going there alone. Randy answered, of course, because for him this is a common thing. Randy was almost sure that this was not the case, and remembered that he had his comrades and thought, why don't you take this opportunity to teach them martial arts? The CEO mentioned his recklessness. He was glad that Randy was acting normal. The next day, Randy got there. It was the Legend Research Center. Randy said that they need to get inside and take out a man named Totten. The main character said that not all of us will be able to enter, so Randy will only guide those who meet the requirements. Randy told them to raise their hand if they were sure they would be hidden. 2 people raised their hand. Randy said that the 2 of them would follow him, but he said that he would repeat again that he does not force anyone to go with him, and he does not need devotion that threatens their lives. Iris said everything was fine, and they will go there because they themselves want to. They began to break into the building. The other 3 people were watching them and did not understand how they would get through because the security there was very tight. One of the guys said that he was sure that he already had plans for this. Maybe Randy has prepared some equipment that can disable the protection. After all, this guy is from Icaros. Suddenly the alarm started. Randy could not understand where it came from. After all, they were not noticed. Randy said it was on the other side of the building and something was going on there. The main character closed his eyes and began to listen to the sound. Randy heard that they were talking about the servants of the Master of Illusion. Then Randy remembered. A powerful constellation of the Word of God that has captured Mexico. The cat says that if a constellation can capture one of the countries of the earth, it should be at the top of the ranking. Randy sighed and said that he only took up a place in the ranking, and it would be difficult for him to cope with it. Then Randy decided to ask the goddess Lenny for help. At this moment, she was quietly resting and watching TV series. Randy turned to her. Her face showed how she didn't expect this. The goddess said that he should call her only once every 1,000 years. Randy said that he told her before that he would come when he needed. In any case, he asked if she knew about the Master of Illusion. The goddess replied that he was a brat. Randy didn't understand her words. He said that he was one of the top constellations, and how could he be a brat? Then the goddess said that during the times of her activity, she was always attentive to what other constellations thought, and kept an eye on the various constellations around him. He was a headstrong child. He spent time with the master of slowness and silence. Master of slowness and silence. One of the most famous constellations is the Word of God on Earth, although it has not performed any noticeable actions. But during the Great Invasion, he captured northern China with overwhelming force. Then Randy thought that the Master of Illusions must also be a very strong constellation. Moreover, he was a subordinate of the Master of Silence himself. Then Randy asked the goddess if she knew anything about the Master of Silence. The goddess replied that yes, then he was also a strong constellation. Well, the goddess advised him to now focus on the Master of Illusions. Randy said he would do so and thanked her. The character said that he would call her until the battle was over. Randy said that someone is already confronting the Legends Hunter. In the meantime, we'll try to pick up Ronald. The girl said it was a good idea. Randy told them to hold on to him, because he plans to run away with them in his arms while holding the two of them. He picked the two of them up in his arms. It was quite strange to watch. They were very easy for him. According to information from Nguyen, Randy believed that the hostage was located there. Then Randy jumped up. The height was very high. You could see everything on their faces. They climbed to the highest floor and began to look for Ronald. They didn't search for him for long. He was tied to a chair and blindfolded. Randy said they were from a dragon artifact and asked his name. They took off his bandage and said that some kind of battle was going on outside and there had been a major clash. I was told that this is a different group of people. In any case, he wanted to make a contract with the dragon. Totten said that he was brought here against his will. The main character said that this was great and promised to save him and take him right now. Then Totten asked to save his friend who was in the next room. Randy said sure and pulled out his sword. He easily cut this wall. It was quite loud and the girl was afraid that they would not be heard. They saw a black-haired guy who also had his eyes and hands blindfolded. Randy realized that he was also Korean, as he is, and wanted to check his data with the help of his eyes. His name was Kim. Level 97, Strength, Agility, Endurance, Magical Power, Intelligence 125, rank C+. Then Randy pointed his sword at him and said that he knew that he was a hunter. Didn't give him a second to tell him about his goal. Kim said that he also came here to save Ronald. But earlier he said that he was an industrial spy, and could not believe that the Korean clans also had industrial spies. This was surprising to him. Randy said they'd share the details later. It was in their best interest to get out of here first. Suddenly, a strong earthquake began, and everyone had only one question. What was happening? At the top, they saw something glowing. It was a shining octahedron of illusions. This servant is a master of illusions. Randy understood that they had to be careful with this. Randy attacked this red crystal with his mighty sword. From such a blow, the building began to collapse, and everyone understood that this building would not last long, and they could die. Randy shouted for them to follow him and promised that they would get out. They managed to land. Well, Randy thought that they were caught in the end. After all, they were very loud. They were asked to reveal their identities, who they were. The girl was already ready to fight because she understood that there was no other way out. Then Randy asked them that they were in danger because of the constellation servant, and they are here to help them. Then one of the bosses said that he didn't know who he was and why they suddenly appeared without any warning. Randy said there might be spies among them. The boss didn't even know whether to believe him or not because they seemed suspicious, but he speaks very confidently. The girl said that from the very beginning he wanted to deal with the servant and pawns of the constellation, but she herself was not directly sure of this. Randy asked how that red thing appeared, but he was told that they themselves did not know. Those people suddenly spent the recruiting countries and it appeared. Randy said that he thinks that this probably won't last long, and it will come to this territory again as soon as some period of time has passed. Cole said that it looks like he is being held back, because Randy is a servant who has been getting a lot of attention lately. It also seemed that the constellation was interested in him. Octahedron wants to see what Randy can do. Randy's ability, he will be guaranteed a place among the lower-ranking servants. Then Randy ordered his guys to protect Ronald and not let him offend. Then Randy took out his sword and repelled the Octahedron's attack. The fight continued for a long time. Suddenly he spread out black chains, and they were quite dangerous. Randy was shocked by this technique and asked the goddess what kind of ability it was. The goddess said that it is the power that makes time betray its allies. Randy saw a terrible picture in front of him. All his allies were opposed to him, and they had red eyes. Then Randy realized what the power of the constellation was. He understood that it would be difficult for him to fight against his allies. The rest of the guards were surprised. They did not understand why their partners were attacking them. Randy asked Iris to send a signal for help,